Chapter 1, September 2027. Dr. Cal's lab might have been concealed in an abandoned bowling alley, but she'd clearly never seen that as a reason for her equipment to be anything less than state-of-the-art. The MRI scanner was kept in a private room and was as elaborate and complex as anything they had at Symbogen. I tried to focus on how surprising it was to see a piece of machinery that complicated in a place like this, as I shed my clothing on the floor and allowed Nathan to help me into the scanning bed. I'd been through this process before. It made it easy for me to lie still and close my eyes, pretending that none of the last few weeks had happened, that everything was still normal, that I was still me, and not the thing that I was desperately afraid I was becoming. Or worse, the thing I was even more afraid I had been all along. The MRI came to life around me, the hammers and clangs of the vast machine blending with the insistent pounding of the drums in my ears until there was nothing else. Just sound, vibrating through my flesh, anchoring itself beneath my sternum. My flesh, my sternum. Ownership was so easy to claim, but did I have any right to it? Please, please, it's something else, I thought, lying to myself one last time while the option was still open to me. Please, it's not what I think it is. Please, there's another answer. The MRI gave one final pulse as it shut off. The sudden silence was deafening, only slightly lessened by the hum of the automated scanning bed sliding back out into the room, where the chill air raised goose bumps on my arms and legs. I grabbed a lab coat off the side of the machine, pulling it on as I climbed back to my feet. It didn't do much to cut the chill, but I didn't want to spend the time to pick up my clothes. Nathan was seated at the monitor, the display reflecting off his glasses as he pulled up the first images of my insides. I stopped behind him, putting my hand on his shoulder. He put one of his hands over mine, using the other to continue working the mouse. My abdomen should have been occupied by a lot of things: organs, scarring, and the pasty white mass of the Symbogen implant, which would naturally gravitate toward the base of my digestive system. It wasn't there. The blood tests had been telling the truth. There was no residual tapeworm protein in my blood because there was no tapeworm in my digestive system. Nathan clicked to the next image. It wasn't in my lungs either. The image after that proved that my spinal cord was clean. His fingers tightened on mine. I think that if I had told him to stop then, he would have, and we would both have walked away with the question unanswered. I didn't tell him to stop. I needed to know. He did too, if only so that we would both be standing in the same place for once. Nathan clicked the mouse. Everything changed. The image showed the inside of a human skull, normal save for some small remodeling of the bone toward the back. The brain was there, lit up in bright colors that represented activity during the MRI. The tapeworm was there too, showing up as loops of non-reactive white against the bright neural map. It was deeply integrated, slithering in and out of brain tissue. But I'd known that before I'd seen the image, hadn't I? I'd figured it out when I met Adam and Tansy, when I was faced with the reality of their existence. When I'd started to care about them, despite their monstrous origins. Even knowing what they were hadn't been strictly necessary, had it? Sherman was a tapeworm too, and I had always liked him best, out of all the people at Symbogen. From the moment I'd met him, I'd liked him. If I'd had even the slightest clue that he was a product of Dr. Cal's lab, that would have given me the information I needed. When I met a tapeworm, when I met somebody like me, I liked them. I couldn't help myself. Even if I'd wind up disliking them later, I started from a place of, you are family. So yes, I'd figured it out, and then I'd locked it away because I hadn't wanted to admit it to myself. Admitting it would make it real. Only I guess pictures could do the same thing, because I didn't even try to deny that the image on the screen was me. For the first time in my life, I was looking at what I really was. I was never Sally Mitchell after all. The protein markers couldn't cross the blood-brain barrier in a detectable form, said Nathan. His voice was soft, like he was afraid anything louder would startle me. He wasn't wrong. It's why we couldn't detect, he stopped, obviously unsure how to finish the sentence. There was no kind way to do it. Honey, you're not human isn't a conversation either of us was equipped to have. Mom was right, I whispered. She called me a stranger and it had hurt, but it hadn't hurt as much as it should have, had it? No, because I'd already figured out the same thing she had, that I was Sally. Her daughter died in the accident that put her in the hospital. I was a stranger living inside her baby's skin. I was a stranger to the entire human race. Oh my God, Nathan, do you see? It doesn't change anything, he said, suddenly fierce. He let go of my hand as he stood, pushing the chair out of the way before he turned and wrapped his arms around me. He pulled me against him, holding me so tight that I was almost scared he would crush me. I put my arms around him in turn, doing my best to hug him just as hard. Voice still sharp, he said, "Do you understand me? It doesn't change anything." I raised my head and looked over his shoulder. Dr. Cal had parked her wheelchair in the doorway. She was sitting there watching us, an expression of profound regret on her face. I wouldn't have believed that she was capable of looking so sad, but in that moment she managed it, and in that moment she looked like her son. Coloring and race didn't matter, not when stacked up against that expression. So much of the way she had always interacted with me made sense now. So much of it still needed to be made sense of. No, I said. It changes everything. The broken doors that Dr. Cal had spoken of so often were open now. I could no longer pretend that they were just a children's story, something I could safely forget about or ignore. I looked back to Nathan, raising my eyes to his face and searching for any sign of rejection or revulsion. I didn't want to leave him, but I didn't want to make him stay with me if he couldn't deal with the reality of what I was. I wasn't sure I could deal with the reality of what I was. The calm I was feeling was probably shock and would pass, replaced by hysteria. Better to make my choices now, when I could trust myself, than to let it wait until I was no longer thinking clearly. How was I thinking at all? A tapeworm, no matter how cunningly engineered, didn't have the size or complexity to think human-sized thoughts, but I managed it somehow. I had to be. The tapeworm part of me had to be driving Sally Mitchell's brain, using it as storage somehow, like a person uses a computer. The thought made my stomach clench, and so I focused back on Nathan, who was safe. Nathan, who had never known Sally but had fallen in love with Sal, with me, with the girl who had helped her injured sister into his office. He'd never batted an eye at any of my idiosyncrasies. Sally's family had learned to love me when I replaced their daughter. Nathan had never needed to forget a person I could never be. That had always been so valuable to me. I was starting to understand a little bit more about why. He met my eyes unflinchingly, and all I saw there was concern and hope and, yes, love. He looked the same as he always had. Black hair, brown eyes behind wire-framed glasses, golden-tan skin, and a serious expression that could spring into a smile at any moment. I didn't see any fear or dismissal or even dismay in that face. I blinked. "You knew," I said, bewildered. "How did you know?" I told him. Dr. Cal sounded tired. I pulled away from Nathan and turned to face his mother, who was pale where he was dark, from her sun-deprived skin to the watery blue of her eyes and the ashy blonde of her hair. Her shoulders sagged as she looked at me, and she said, "Back in my lab when you were asleep on Adam's cot. I thought he should, I'm sorry, Sal, but I thought my son should know that his girlfriend wasn't entirely human. You clearly weren't ready to have the same conversation. Perhaps it was wrong of me." "I think maybe it wasn't," I said slowly. "I wasn't ready to know this yet. I wasn't letting myself know this yet." I looked down at my hands. But I was going to figure it out. I had already figured it out, and then locked the knowledge away from myself, as if that sort of thing had ever done any good. Once the signs had been placed in front of me, they had been too easy to follow. I would have followed them again, and maybe then I wouldn't have been able to make myself forget. I needed Nathan to know before I did. I needed him to have time to come to terms with it, because if he'd left me then, if Nathan had been having his own freakout at the same time I was having mine, I don't know how I would have gotten through finding out the truth about myself. Having him pull away from me then, even temporarily, would have devastated me. Here and now, in this lab, with Tansy missing and Sherman alive, but suddenly my enemy, losing my humanity was a huge step toward the abyss. Nathan had been able to place himself between me and that long, final fall, and he'd only been able to do it because he'd already known what I was. Dr. Cal nodded. I'm glad you see it that way. That's what I was hoping for. She paused, watching me carefully before she continued. I know you're in shock right now, and I know we've all had a difficult day, but do you think I could have that thumb drive? She grimaced. I hate to ask you. I hate to even be here right now. You deserve this moment. But I need that data. My eyes widened. I forgot. I had been refusing to give her the thumb drive full of information stolen from the Symbo Gen computers until she gave me the answers I thought I wanted. But then I'd been distracted by the need for blood tests and MRIs, and then, I'm sorry. It's all right. Now the glimmer of a smile touched her lips. You had other things on your mind. The words sounded faintly unreal, like she was quoting them from a book or movie, something that showed how an ethical mad scientist would behave. I pulled away from Nathan entirely, bending to rummage through my discarded clothing until I found the thumb drive in the front pocket of my jeans. I walked over and held it out to Dr. Cal, who took it without commenting on the fact that I was still wearing nothing but an unbuttoned lab coat. Between Tansy, Adam, and Sherman, she must have gotten used to people whose sense of modesty was somewhat less developed than the norm. Thank you, Sal, said Dr. Cal, taking the little plastic rectangle gently from my fingers. You have no idea how much we need this data. What is it exactly? I asked. Tansy said it would explain how some of the sleepwalkers were integrating more quickly with their hosts. It's easy to forget sometimes that Stephen Banks is a genius, said Dr. Cal, still looking at the thumb drive. There was honest regret in her voice. He blackmailed me into working for him, but the only reason he could was because I knew I wouldn't be doing the heavy lifting alone. He'd be there to help, and to carry it on when I couldn't go any further. It's easy to sit here and say, I did it. It was all my fault. I am Frankenstein and this is my monster. But desymbogenesis is Stephen's baby as much as it is mine. Maybe more by this point, at least where the commercial models are concerned. Meaning what, Mother? Asked Nathan. Meaning he continued the work after I left. He continued altering the genetics of the different strains and families of implant, looking for that perfect mixture of form and functionality. He didn't toss up his hands and say, well, Shanti's gone, better throw in the towel and stick with what we have. He innovated. He improved. And what we have here on this little piece of hardware is a collection of those innovations. Dr. Cal raised her head, and I almost recoiled. I wasn't human, but neither was the light burning in her eyes, bright and cold and unforgiving. Now that we know what he's done, we'll know how to undo it. So thank you, Sal. Thank you both. You're welcome to stay here for as long as you like. I recommend you consider making your residency permanent. On this grim note, she placed the thumb drive carefully in her lap, turned herself around, and rolled out of the room. She didn't look back once. Nathan put his hand on my shoulder, stepping up beside me. The warmth of his body was reassuring. Are you all right? He asked. I tried to answer him, I honestly did, but all that came out was a high, anxious squeal of laughter, like the sort of sound a rat might make if it was caught in a trap. Something wet was on my face. I raised my hand to touch my cheek and found tears there, flowing freely from both eyes. My narrow window of calm had apparently passed. I tried again to answer him, and this time there was no sound at all. The drums were back in my ears, and they grew louder as, with a great rushing roar like water pouring over a cliff, the dark crashed down and took me away. One advantage to passing out repeatedly in the same place: you're more likely to wake up somewhere familiar. I opened my eyes and found myself looking at the ceiling of Dr. Cal's lab, lying on the same narrow cot that had served as my bed the last time I had fainted. Only one light was on, and it was behind me, casting the room into the sort of deep shadow that never happens naturally. I sat up, dimly aware that I wasn't alone. "Hello, who's there?" I frowned into the darkness in front of me. "So you know, I'm having a really bad day, so I'd appreciate it if you could move straight to threatening me, or making weird noises, or turning out to be on the other side of some massive ideological divide that's going to shape the future of the human race." "I don't think we have any massive ideological divides," said Adam. He slipped out of the shadows to my left, frowning bemusedly. "Are we supposed to?" "Oh," I said. "Hi, Adam." The drums started up in my ears again as my heart began to hammer. Adam was one of Dr. Cal's human tapeworm hybrids, the first, to hear her explain the situation. He was the oldest of us in the world. Everything I was experiencing was something he had experienced before me, and also not, because he had never spent a moment thinking he was anything but what he was. When he'd opened his eyes for the first time, it had been onto a world filled with people who knew his origins, accepted them, and didn't try to make him into something else. That must have been nice. I couldn't even imagine how nice it must have been. Dr. Cal had created him intentionally, combining samples of her first-generation desymbogenesis worm with a brain-dead boy, whose parents had basically sold him to her in exchange for escaping his mounting medical bills. I didn't know what his body's name had been before Adam took possession. So far as I was aware, he didn't know either. It had never really mattered. That boy was gone, and Dr. Cal had never known him. She de-raised Adam without any shadows that wore his face to follow him around and make him feel bad for existing. "Where's Tansy?" He took another step toward me, the light revealing more of his features. He was skinny and pale, with the sort of face that was practically designed to blend into crowds, just conventionally attractive enough not to stand out, too essentially plain to snag in the memory. He had blue eyes and sandy brown hair, and even though we didn't look a thing alike, something deep in my core was telling me that he was my brother. More my brother than Joyce had ever been my sister. Adam was family, and family had to stick together. That feeling had always been there, I realized, but it was getting stronger from the combination of proximity and understanding. I wasn't in denial anymore. I could accept all the parts of what I was, and that included my brother. Adam was also frowning, confusion and dismay becoming more pronounced with every second that passed without my giving him an answer. "She went with you," he said, his tone implying that I might have forgotten, like I might have been distracted, or hit my head when I fell down and hit the floor. "That's what Mom said. She said that Tansy was going to get you out of Symbogen so that you and Nathan could both come home, and we could finally be a family the way that we were supposed to." The pounding of the drums didn't lessen, but it was joined by another, less pleasant sensation, my stomach slowly converting itself into solid ice. If Adam was my brother, Tansy was my sister. Oh God, did my sister die to save me? No, not possible. Tansy was too mean to die that way. She was there, yes. She's the reason I got out of Symbogen. I don't think I could have escaped without her. That wasn't quite true. I knew that I wouldn't have escaped without her. Tansy had been the motive force driving my escape from the building, and it was only her willingness to stay behind that had bought the time Nathan and I needed to get to the car. Without Tansy, I would have been a prisoner or worse, and Tansy wasn't here. Adam looked at me, frown deepening into something sharp. "That's what Tansy does," he said. "She doesn't think much before she helps other people, or hurts them sometimes. She says it's because of the parts in her brain that aren't functioning optimally. I think she's trying to get hurt badly enough that Mom will transplant her into a new host, but I don't want that to happen. She wouldn't be Tansy anymore if that happened. She'd be someone else." I blinked. "Wait, that's a thing that Dr. Cal can do. She could just scoop you out of the body you're in and put you into a different one." "Sort of," said Adam. "She says it becomes a question of nature and nurture because memories don't carry over, just core personality and epigenetic data, and wait. Are you trying to distract me? Where's Tansy, Sal? Why didn't she come back here with you?" I took a deep breath, which barely warmed the ball of ice sitting in my stomach, and said, "She stayed behind, Adam. There were a bunch of sleepwalkers, more than I've ever seen in one place, and they were going to hurt me, and Nathan. So Tansy stayed behind to fight them. She bought us the time that we needed to get away." She'd gone down under a wall of bodies, all of them biting and clawing at her like the fact that she was only developmentally one step removed from the sleepwalkers didn't matter, and maybe it didn't. I didn't feel any kinship to them, and never had, but with every minute that passed, I was feeling more as if she and Adam were, and had always been, family. I really should have seen it sooner. Neither he nor Tansy had ever upset me the way the sleepwalkers did, even though they should have. Especially Tansy, whose methods of communication were brusque at best and dangerous at worst. I'd already known on some level that we were the same, and it was easier to be forgiving of family. That's what family was for. I didn't know how I knew that. I probably shouldn't have, given my experiences with Sally's family, but I knew. "Why didn't you stay and help her?" asked Adam blankly. "I couldn't. I don't know how to fight, and the information I had the information Dr. Cal needed. If I'd stayed to help Tansy, the information would have been lost, and then Dr. Cal wouldn't have been able to continue her work." The knot of ice in my stomach seemed to be loosening a little. "Oh." Adam mulled this over for a few moments, looking even younger while he did. Maybe that was one of the functions of the tapeworm-to-human interface. I had perceived a certain childishness about Tansy, and my parents, Sally's parents, used to comment on the fact that I looked young and lost when I was thinking. It was one more thing I didn't share with their original daughter, who had never been much for stopping to think about things, and certainly wouldn't have looked lost while she was doing it. It hurt a little to realize that I didn't entirely think of them as my parents anymore, not the same way I had only a few weeks before. They would always be a part of who I was, but I no longer felt the need to try to make them love me, and that felt like the sort of bond that should have taken longer to break. Maybe it was different when the bond had never fully formed. They'd always be important to me, but they hadn't made me. "Well, I guess she'll tell me what happened when she gets back," said Adam finally, and walked over to sit down on the edge of the cot, looking at me with wide, guileless eyes. "Are you feeling better?" "You sure do faint a lot." "I get startled a lot," I said, smiling despite myself. "What about you? You've never fainted, not even once." "A few times when I first woke up," he said. "Mom says it's because some of the blood vessels feeding into my brain were compromised during my surgery, and they needed time to recover." I wondered absently if I might be dealing with something similar. It didn't seem likely. Any weak blood vessels would have been found and fixed by Simbo years ago. I was just dealing with plain, old-fashioned shock, and that was actually a little reassuring. At least something about me was plain and old-fashioned. "Oh," I said. I took a deep breath. "Adam, can I ask you something sort of personal?" Adam sat up a little straighter, going still. "Yes," he said, after a moment's hesitation. "You can ask me anything." I stopped. I didn't know how to frame the question that came next. I didn't even know how to start. "Did you know I wasn't human?" Seemed too accusatory. "And have you noticed anything strange about me?" Felt almost, well, coy. I finally settled for "Do you like being you?" A wide smile spread across Adam's face, tight-lipped so that his teeth were concealed. I realized with a start that he'd never shown his teeth when he smiled at me. That was a mammalian gesture, and the part of him, the part of me, that drove those reactions wasn't mammalian. "I love it," he said. "I have hands and feet and fingers and eyes, and it's wonderful, Sal, it's just wonderful. There's so much world. I could live 100 years and never see all of the world that there is to see. Mom gave it to me. You know, Mom made it so I could walk and dance and sing and run bacteriological cultures for her, and it's just wonderful. You know that, right? That life is wonderful." His smile faded, replaced by a look of grave concern. I cocked my head, studying him. "You knew as soon as you met me that I was like you, didn't you?" I asked. "That's why you're trying so hard to convince me that life is wonderful, because you want me to love it the way you do." "You already do," he said earnestly. "You wouldn't have come looking for the broken doors if you didn't love life. Curiosity is what it looks like when you're in love with the world." "Did Dr. Cal teach you that?" I asked. Adam nodded. "Mom says you know someone is getting tired of living when they stop asking questions." "You didn't answer my question." "I know." He looked down at his hands. "I knew before you came here. Mom told me and Tansy all about you, Tansy so she'd know who she was supposed to be keeping track of, and me because she wanted me to know about both my—" Adam cut himself off mid-sentence, glancing up almost guiltily. I offered him a wan smile. "Both your sisters," I said. "She wanted you to know about both your sisters." "Yeah," Adam's relief was palpable. "She said you'd come find us one day because you were her daughter, and her daughters were always going to be curious. It's in the way we're made." "I guess I have a lot to learn. You're going to have to teach me, you know. I don't really know much." Adam abruptly spread his arms and lunged forward, moving so fast that I didn't have a chance to react before he was hugging me hard, his head resting on my shoulder and his arms locked around my chest. I stiffened until I realized what was going on, and then I relaxed, bit by bit, and even raised my own hands to return the hug as best I could. "I'm going to be the best brother you'll see," he said. "I'm going to teach you everything, and we'll both be here when Tansy comes home, and then she'll like you because you'll be with us, not living all by yourself. We've both been so worried about you." The funny thing was, I believed him, and I wanted him to be the best brother. I wanted a family that was mine, not Sally's cast-offs and hand-me-downs. I breathed in and he breathed out, until bit by bit our breathing synchronized, and the pounding of the drums in my ears quieted, becoming nothing but the distant thudding of my heart. Adam let go, sitting back on his haunches. I dropped my hands back to the cot, just looking at him. I didn't know what to say or how to say it. There were no words. "Are you okay?" he asked solemnly. "I don't know," I said. "This morning I thought I was a human being, and I thought my friend Sherman was dead, and I thought a lot of things. Now everything is changing, and it's changing so fast that I can't really keep up. So I don't know if I'm okay." I paused. "But I think I'm going to be." Adam nodded. "Going to be is almost as good as is," he said. "I'll be here. I'll help as much as I can." I smiled. "See, that right there makes me closer to okay. I'm glad I don't have to do this alone." "Me too." He climbed off the cot, bare feet slapping the tile floor. I need to go tell Mom you're awake. She asked me to let her know as soon as you woke up, but I thought it was more important that we talk a little bit first. That was right, wasn't it? Right as rain, I assured him. I peeled back the blanket, finding that I was as barefoot as Adam, although someone had dressed me in my shirt and jeans while I was unconscious. I stuck the fingers of one hand under my waistband and decided that Nathan had dressed me. I couldn't see Dr. Cal remembering to tell her interns to put my underwear back on. Why don't I come with you? This time Adam's smile was almost bright enough to light the room. There were more technicians around than I had seen on previous visits to Dr. Cal's lab. They swarmed around the equipment like ants, some of them checking cultures or typing at workstations, while right next to them others broke down shelves and packed glassware with an eerily silent efficiency. Adam led me unflinchingly through their midst, his hand clasped tightly around mine, like he had absolute faith that nothing here could hurt either one of us. A few of the technicians turned as we passed, and while they seemed perfectly comfortable with looking directly at Adam, their eyes skittered off me like I'd been Teflon-coated while I was asleep. Seeing my confusion, Adam said, "It's because Mom finally told them you were my sister, and they're all getting used to the idea. They knew there was a control subject in the wild, and I think a few people, like Daisy maybe, sort of suspected that it was you. But suspecting isn't the same as knowing, you know. Did I ever? They know I'm really a tapeworm, and who's Daisy? She works for Mom, and everybody knows." Adam nodded, seeming to think that this was perfectly normal. For him, it sort of was. Simbogen had dedicated years of therapy and education to making me into a perfect human being. All Dr. Cal had ever forced Adam to learn was how to be a decent person. Maybe those two things weren't as closely related as I had always automatically assumed. They don't care. Or they won't care once they get over the shock of meeting the control subject without realizing it. I think some of them are just a little shaky about it, you know. It could have been them, I said quietly. If one of them had had an implant and been in that car accident. Adam's head whipped around to stare at me, his eyes wide and somehow affronted, like I had just insulted us both. "It could not," he said. "Both parts of you had to be strong and had to be clever in just the right ways, or you could never have become one person. You did it without any help, and that's more than me or Tansy or even." He stopped, affronted expression melting into guilt. "I know about Sherman," I said, the taste of his name on my tongue setting my stomach roiling again. I was starting to feel numb all the way down to my toes. Too many revelations at once will do that to a girl, I guess. "I get what you're saying, Adam. I'm like the people here a little. I'm still shaky, too." "You be as shaky as you want," he said. "I'll be here to help you when you're done." He smiled at me. I smiled back. I couldn't help it. We had walked maybe half the length of the bowling alley while we were talking and had stopped just outside a curtain of sliced plastic cut lengthwise, like the screen on a butterfly aviary or a grocery store-produced department storage area. I looked at it and swallowed hard. There was something impersonal and medicinal about those dangly strips of waxy plastic, like nothing I was on this side would really matter once I was on that side. "The broken doors are open," I murmured. "That's my favorite book," said Adam. "Of course it's your favorite book," I said. "Don't Go Out Alone" had been written by a good friend of Dr. Cal. It had been a key part of Nathan's childhood. It was only natural that it would be a key part of Adam's as well. I was starting to be a little jealous. I was the only member of our family who hadn't grown up with that book. Adam let go of my hand. "If you're still shaky, I think you'll feel better talking to Mom and Nathan without me. It'll be easier to pretend that you're all humans and not just all people." I wanted to tell him that he was wrong and that his absence wouldn't make anything easier at all, that no one ever made anything easier by walking away from it. I couldn't. When I tried to form the words, my lips shaped only silence, and in the end I had to force myself to smile, nod, and say, "I think that might be a good idea. I'll come find you, though, when we're done. I think I'm—" I faltered, and then continued, "I think I'm going to need you to teach me a lot of things about the way life is now." "Always," said Adam. Before I could react, he hugged me, let me go, and trotted off into the lab, moving with a lanky sureness that somehow broadcast how comfortable he was in the shape of his own skin. It seemed indecent, almost. He was a worm wearing a boy like a suit. Shouldn't he have seemed awkward or shambled like the sleepwalkers, even? Something, anything, to betray the fact that he wasn't what he seemed to be. I hadn't felt that way about him before. I considered the emotion for a moment, spinning it around in my head as I tried to find the angle that would tell me where it was coming from. In the end, though, the answer was so simple that I almost missed it. Guilt. I hadn't been guilty when I'd seen Adam before. I hadn't been allowing myself to understand my own origins, and so I'd assumed I was my body's original owner. Now I was a stranger in my own skin, and if I couldn't make myself move awkwardly or look visibly like an intruder, like a thief, I'd think those horrible things at Adam, at my brother. "No, I won't," I ordered myself sternly, and stepped through the plastic sheeting into the small, white-walled lab beyond. It was maybe 8 feet to a side, creating a space that would have been borderline claustrophobic if that sort of thing had bothered me at all. As it was, it struck me as nicely snug, which meant that it probably made most people uncomfortable. Like the majority of the lab spaces in the bowling alley, this one was isolated only in the most technical sense of the word. The walls didn't go all the way up to the ceiling, and powerful, if quiet fans were occupied in sucking air up from the floor and spitting it over the top of those three-quarter walls, creating a sort of poor man's negative pressure zone. It wasn't quite enough to qualify as a clean room, and wouldn't even have necessarily worked as a quarantine zone back at the shelter. But it was clearly enough for Dr. Cal to feel comfortable setting up some serious hardware. An array of computer towers occupied one wall, their constant buzz setting up a low thrumming sound that vibrated through the soles of my bare feet. Nathan and Dr. Cal were both there already, their attention focused on the same monitor. "I'm awake," I announced. They both turned toward me, Nathan with naked relief, Dr. Cal with clinical interest that was so closely akin to the way that Dr. Banks used to look at me that I quailed slightly, shrinking in on myself. "I mean, if it matters." "I woke up," I finished awkwardly. "How do you feel?" asked Nathan, starting to take a step toward me. Dr. Cal caught his arm, stopping him before he could fully commit to the motion. "I'm sure we're both very interested in how Sal is feeling, but we need to finish this, Nathan." She flashed me a quick, strained smile. "I'm glad to see you up and about. Do you need something to drink? You hit your head pretty hard when you fell and you just given blood. Some orange juice would probably do you a lot of good. Go find Adam. He can take you to get some juice." I frowned. "You're trying to avoid telling me something. You don't normally try to get me to go away and find juice." "Untrue. I gave you juice the very first time you came here," Dr. Cal replied. "And it's not like you've spent that much time with me. Maybe all of my personal relationships are heavily dependent on juice consumption. You gave me juice that was in the room where we were, and there's a mini fridge in the corner over there. So if you were that dependent on juice for normal social interaction, you'd be telling me to go and get myself a glass, not telling me to go find Adam." I folded my arms. "I may not be a human being, but I'm not stupid either. What's going on? Why do you want me to leave?" "I told you," said Nathan, clearly directing his words at Dr. Cal. He was smiling slightly when he turned to face me, although the expression died quickly, replaced by solemnity. Looking at them both, I was struck again by just how much he resembled his mother sometimes. Genetics mattered. Sal, we've been going over the data that you were able to recover from Symbogen. Thank you again for doing that. I didn't want you to, but I'm coming to understand just how necessary it was. I worried my lower lip between my teeth before asking, how bad? I don't know. We've barely scratched the surface of what's there. It's only been a few hours. He shrugged, his arms flopping limply, like they belonged to a doll and not to a man. How does the end of the human race sound to you? Oh, I said and looked to Dr. Cal. She nodded. That was all it took, one little nod to confirm the end of humanity. That's bad, I said. Oh my God, Stephen. I always knew that you were a proud man, that your hubris was, in its way, even worse than mine, and I was willing to throw away everything in the pursuit of godhood. But I never thought that you would actually go this far. Or was it you at all? Did you get so caught up in the myth that you forgot to be the man? Was Sherman able to do this all under your nose? It doesn't really matter now. What's done is done. May God have mercy on us all. From the Journal of Dr. Shanti Cale, September 21, 2027. Silent house in silent hall. Room so big and you so small. Looking in the closet, looking underneath the stair. I know just what you hope to find. But this is all I left behind. I hope that you can listen to a frightened monster's prayer. The broken doors are hidden. You must not wait to be shown. My darling ones, be careful now, and don't go out alone. From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press. Currently out of print. Chapter 2. September 2027. The worms being distributed by Symbogen were definitely Dr. Cal's work. Her fingerprints were all over their baseline genetic code, at least according to Nathan, who understood that kind of thing. It looked like a long list of amino acids and DNA chains to me, all of them scrolling by so fast that I wouldn't have been able to follow them across the screen, even if I hadn't been dyslexic. Still, I had no reason to doubt him when he said that no one but Dr. Cal could have done the core work. My original specimens had a very limited amount of human DNA at their disposal, and it was specifically DNA coded to the human immune system, said Dr. Cal. It lessened immune response, which made it more likely that the body would view the worm as a friendly guest and not a hostile interloper. It allowed for a better bond. It was intended to make things, I don't know, easier, better. Between that and toxoplasmosis, there was a very good chance that nothing would be rejected. I frowned. I know all this. Why are you telling me things I already know? Because she doesn't want to think about the things that you don't know yet, said Nathan. Dr. Banks has been a busy boy. We don't know that it was Stephen, said Dr. Cal sharply. She turned a glare on Nathan. The lab protocols at Symbogen have been lax ever since he decided that he'd rather play rock star than stay chained to a desk doing science. There have been a lot of opportunities for unethical people to tamper with our work. And what, mother? It's somehow worse if the man who blackmailed you into deserting your family is the one who made the changes to the genome. Is that the piece that finally proves you made the wrong choice? Because I think you of all people should be willing to accept how unethical he is. Nathan matched her glare for glare before turning his back on her, focusing on me and saying, the amount of human DNA in the newest generation of worms has more than doubled, and there have been some changes to the toxoplasmosis samples as well, although we haven't had time to figure out exactly what those changes will mean. It's worse if this was him, because he knew better, said Dr. Cal. Out of everyone in the world, he knew better. This felt like the sort of circular conversation that could go on for hours. I interrupted, saying, "We already knew there was human DNA in the tapeworms." Yes, but it was a small enough amount that it should still have been possible to use most common antiparasitics without killing the human host. Nathan grimaced before continuing. That's why you reacted so strongly to the antiparasitics, even though you didn't die from them. The implants were tailored to break down anthelmintics, to prevent them from being killed by normal medical intervention. If they hadn't been, the antiparasitics could have, he trailed off. They could have killed me, I concluded. But my body, Sally's body, I mean, not the actual me, that would have been fine, right? It was a surprisingly easy sentence to make myself utter. I was adapting. That, or I was still in shock. I hoped for the former, but I'd take either one if it kept me calm and capable of being an active part of my own future. Not necessarily. The brain controls the body to a very large degree, and your distress sent the body into anaphylactic shock when you were given antiparasitics. If they had been continued and mixed with enough epinephrine, yes, they could have killed you without killing your human half, but they would have damaged it severely. Nathan looked almost ashamed of what he was saying. On one of the newer generation of worms, there's no guarantee the antiparasitics would work even that well. They're too human. Doctors trying for treatment would have to move on to chemicals that can be dangerous to the human body, as well as to the invading parasites. So everybody dies, or everybody lives, I concluded. Why would that seem like a good idea? Aren't the antiparasitics supposed to, clear out the old worms so Symbogen can keep selling new ones to people? The idea was suddenly repellent to me. Every time I discussed antiparasitics in the past, even demanded them, only a few hours before, it had been with the idea that they would improve the quality of a person's life. As I was forced to reconsider what made a person, they suddenly looked like murder. You're adjusting to this too fast, murmured my thoughts, but I wasn't adjusting too fast, not really. I had known the truth for a while, allowing it to integrate itself with my deeper thinking, like it was a second tapeworm writhing and knotting its way through the first. I had invaded Sally Mitchell's mind, and the truth of my origins had invaded mine. Fair was only fair. It doesn't seem like a good idea, said Dr. Cal. If Stephen did this, it's because he was trying to orchestrate the current crisis. Her face fell, allowing honest dismay to leak briefly through her so carefully constructed mask. It's bad for stock prices, she said finally. It's going to destroy Symbogen. There's no way he can recover from this. As soon as people realize that the implants are responsible, he'll be finished. He'll be lucky to walk away a free man. And even then, he'll need to keep his eyes open for the rest of his life, or the family of one of the sleepwalkers will bring that life to a short and brutal end. It doesn't make sense for Stephen to have done this. I frowned. Is surgery an option? Couldn't they, I made a snipping motion with one hand like it was a pair of scissors. That's how you got Adam out of you, right? You had your assistants cut you open. We don't have the facilities or the personnel for that sort of mass surgical intervention, said Dr. Cal. That also assumes the worms have not yet started to migrate. You're so integrated with Sally Mitchell's brain tissue at this point that we couldn't remove you even if we wanted to. There's a point past which there is no going back. That means that all the sleepwalkers are past saving, surgically or otherwise, added Nathan. That ship has sailed. Oh, I said quietly. So, how much time would it take for someone to modify the design on the implants? I know my implant was, I mean, I'm one of the older generations. I probably don't have that much human DNA in me. Given the generational cycle of desymbiogenesis, it's compacted down to a matter of months when you're working in a lab environment. Outside of a human host, you could increase the human DNA to this level in 2 years, give or take a few quality control tests. Maybe a little longer if you wanted to be absolutely sure of stability. Maybe a little less time if you weren't worried about side effects, said Dr. Cal. Side effects like growing through the muscle tissue of your host and eventually trying to take them over, I ventured. I mean, apparently I did that too, but not until after Sally had her accident when it was all a matter of survival. If I hadn't taken over, we would both have died. Yes, those would be considered side effects, said Dr. Cal. So, how long ago did Sherman go all AWOL on you? I frowned a little. He's been at Symbogen for as long as I can remember, and he had friends in the science department, Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. McGillies at the very least. They used to do my MRIs, so I know they knew what I was, and Dr. Sanjeev was also, I think, in the genetics department. And Dr. McGillies was all about internal medicine, and anyway, I think he could probably have done it. Sherman? Asked Nathan. You remember how I had those two handlers at Symbogen? The really pretty, really chilly lady and the tall dude who always had a tan even though he mostly worked underground. Nathan nodded. Yes, he tried to convince me to go out to dinner with him once. He rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. This was after I had told him I was there to pick you up, mind. He seemed to think that my having dinner with him would make me a better boyfriend for you. Fortunately, you showed up about that time, and he didn't have the chance to press the issue. That sounds like Sherman, said Dr. Cal. There was a bleak note in her voice, like she was making light commentary to keep herself from starting to scream. He used to say that gender was a construct of the body and the mind, and that since his mind was a hermaphroditic worm dreaming of being a gendered biped, he felt no reason to restrict himself any further. But when did he leave here? I pressed. I vaguely remembered Tansy saying something about him disappearing from the lab 6 months before I had. Before Sally had, before the accident, but I wanted to be sure. So much had happened during my brief visit to Symbogen that I no longer completely trusted my recollections. Tansy said something about my accident. Yes, said Dr. Cal wearily. He left here about 6 months before Sally Mitchell lost control of her car. I had just finished doing my monthly check on the Chimera. The what? Interrupted Nathan. Adam, Tansy, and Sherman, my Chimera, said Dr. Cal. People, and they are people. Anything that can think and communicate and tell you what it prefers to be called is a person, regardless of species or origin, who were created by combining multiple organisms. It's a medical term, usually, for beings that have multiple distinct types of DNA in their bodies. It's frequently used for people who absorbed their twins while they were in the womb, to give a common example. In mythology, a chimera is a creature made up from bits and pieces of different animals. I use it for the hybrids. It sounds less judgmental than parasite or even symbiont. So that means me too now, I said quietly. Dr. Cal glanced at me looking almost guilty. I shrugged. It's okay, I like it. And you're right, it's a better word than hybrid or freak. And those were really the only things that I was coming up with. What kind of check were you doing? Making sure there was no tissue rejection or complication, that their human immune systems hadn't suddenly started attacking their tapeworm bodies as invaders, that there was no mismatch between the neural network and the activity coming from the worm, all fairly standard. Dr. Cal must have read the dawning disgust in my expression, because she hastened to add, Dr. Banks was performing very similar tests on you. Chave confirmed it for me, starting when you were brought back to Symbogen for neural mapping. I would have intervened much sooner if I thought that you were in any danger of rejection. I wanted to believe her. I really did. I was her tapeworm daughter, after all, and I'd been dating her biological son for several years. She had every reason to want to help me stay healthy and psychologically intact. But she wouldn't meet my eyes, and I had to ask myself whether she'd been viewing me as a true control group, something not to be touched or interfered with, because that would have spoiled her data. So Sherman left right after you gave him a clean bill of health, I said slowly, trying to select the words to make what I was saying both inoffensive and clear. Did you say anything like, this means you're stable, or this proves the interface can sustain itself in the long term, or yay, you're not going to melt? Dr. Cal frowned. Maybe. Sometimes smart people can be a special kind of stupid. The kind where they know so many facts and are so good at saying, no one would ever do that, that they somehow manage to convince themselves the world is going to care about what they think. It's like they believe that intelligence alone defines the universe. So what if he saw that as permission? I asked. He left and he knew what he was and that humans had created him and that maybe there was a way to make more like him. And then I happened and he realized that it could happen naturally. You knew what the signs looked like. So did Dr. Banks. Why would Sherman? You think he went a Symbogen specifically to begin engineering the downfall of the human race? It wasn't a question, and Dr. Cal didn't sound horrified when she said it. If anything, she sounded impressed, like this was something any parent would absolutely want their son and protege to think of doing. I looked to Nathan, too baffled by her tone to know what to say. Thankfully, he wasn't siding with her on this one. Expression hardening, he looked at her and asked, Mom, do you think that what Sal is suggesting is possible? Possible, yes, said Dr. Cal. Probable, given the rest of what we know, oh, yes. Sherman never went to college for obvious reasons, but all of my chimera children have helped me in the lab as part of their chores. He understands genetics at least as well as your average lab assistant, and probably better than the majority of them. He knew that we were going to have issues when the human population figured out that their implants had the potential to become sapient. He knew there was a chance that the chimera and human races would wind up competing for ownership of the planet. He could very easily have decided this was the appropriate way to approach the problem, and simply put his plans into action once he managed to find a sympathetic ear. I don't understand how anyone could think handing their bodies and their world over to a different species was a good idea, I said. Humans have done a lot to damage this world, Sal, said Dr. Cal. The idea of keeping our human bodies, which are useful things for manipulating the environment, but replacing their brains with something that might be a little kinder. I stared at her. We're tapeworms, I said. We're parasites. Yes, you don't kill your hosts on purpose, although you're more than happy to rewire them to suit your needs. Humans, on the other hand, have a long tradition of killing our hosts. It's almost a genetic imperative with us. But we kill the original personality, I protested. Biology doesn't care. The genes are still there, the body is still alive, said Dr. Cal. I'm not saying Sherman had the right idea by encouraging his people to increase the amount of human DNA in the implants. If it was Sherman, I'll be able to tell whether he asked them to use any of my research techniques. Once, I've had the chance to cross-check this data against the recent specimens that Tansy brought back from Lafayette. But I am saying I understand how he could have talked other people into going along with him. If this was Sherman, how is he activating the sleepwalkers? Asked Nathan. What mechanism is he using? I don't know yet, said Dr. Cal. But I will, trust me on that, I will. My head hurts, I said, putting one hand against my temple. It felt surprisingly fragile now, like I was carrying around my brain and my body in an eggshell, one that could smash open and spill me on the floor at any moment. I want to go home. Dr. Cal actually looked alarmed. I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What? I lowered my hand, staring at her. What do you mean you can't let me do that? I want to go home. Why is that so difficult? Because Simbo Gen's security is going to be looking for you by now, and Tansy still isn't back, said Dr. Cal. It's not safe for you to go out without someone to keep an eye on you. The sleepwalker activity in San Francisco is rather extreme right now. She shot a meaningful look to Nathan, who frowned and looked away. I scowled at the both of them. You didn't mention I mean, Sally's father, who's probably looking for me by now, especially if that treatment we suggested for Joyce didn't work. And did I mention that I don't care what you think? I want to go home. Beverly and Minnie need to be let out, or they're going to destroy the apartment. Beverly and Minnie? Asked Dr. Cal blankly. Our dogs, said Nathan. Sal's right, Mom. Even if it's not safe for us to stay in the apartment anymore, we can't leave the dogs alone there. They'll run out of food and water, and I'm not willing to do that to them. Beverly and Minnie were rescues, casualties of the same epidemic that had claimed so many human lives. Beverly's owner was last seen in the hospital, sunk deep in the coma that claimed many sleepwalkers in the early stages of their illness. He'd been hospitalized when he lost consciousness, and he'd still been there when vital services began to collapse. I didn't know whether he had died or woken up and shambled off to join his fellows, but either way, I wasn't giving back his dog. Minnie's situation was similarly tragic, and made slightly worse by the fact that Nathan and I had known her owners. Catherine had become sick and had killed her wife, Davy, who used to work with Nathan at San Francisco City Hospital. Whether she was still trapped in the hospital or loose on the streets of San Francisco, I hoped that Catherine didn't remember anything about the woman she used to be. I hoped her colonizing worm had wiped her original identity cleanly away. No one should have to live remembering that they murdered their own wife. I shook my head vigorously. I didn't come here to be your prisoner, and I'm not going to stay if I'm not allowed to come and go when I want. I've already been through that with the Mitchells. If you're not willing to let me go and take care of my dogs, I'm going to leave anyway, and I'm not going to come back. Dr. Cal sighed, sagging in her chair. Do you understand that this is all about your well-being? She asked. It's not safe out there, and from what I've been able to determine so far from the data you retrieved from Simbo Gen, it's not going to get safer anytime soon. Things are going to get much worse before they get better. How much worse? Asked Nathan. 10% human DNA, said Dr. Cal grimly. That's an apocalypse number. How soon? Asked Nathan. Dr. Cal hesitated before she said, I don't know. Then why don't we compromise? I asked. They both turned to me. Nathan and I will go and get the dogs. We'll be careful, and we won't let ourselves get arrested or eaten or anything, but we'll go, because we have to go. And then we'll come back here. You won't keep us prisoner, and we'll be here willingly for as long as it takes to find an answer that doesn't end up in the extinction of the human race. But you have to show that you can let us go before we're going to agree to do that. You have to show that you're playing fair. I don't see, began Dr. Cal. Mom, said Nathan. His voice was soft, but it stopped her dead. She looked at him for a moment, tilting her chin up to compensate for the difference in their heights. Then she sighed. "I don't like this," she said. "You're my son, and she's virtually my daughter in more ways than one, and I don't like this at all. I'm supposed to keep you safe. It's my job. How am I supposed to be a good mother to you if you won't let me do my job? How are you supposed to be a good mother if you're choosing to be a jailer instead?" asked Nathan. Dr. Cal didn't have an answer for that. She just looked away and said nothing at all. Half an hour later, Nathan and I were in the front seat of his car, driving toward San Francisco faster than I liked, with strict instructions to turn around and return to the lab if we encountered anything that seemed threatening or out of place. "I can't lose you," was what Dr. Cal had said as she watched us head for the bowling alley door. Adam was nowhere to be seen. I had felt, and still felt, guilty and glad at the same time. I didn't want him to see me go. Not with Tansy missing, not when there was so much reason for him to question whether I would ever be coming back. I really hoped we'd be coming back. Nathan's attention was fixed almost completely on the road, and my attention was focused on keeping my eyes closed and my shoulders relaxed. If I allowed myself to think too hard about how fast we were going, I would lose my nerve and start screaming for him to slow down before he got us both killed. It was sort of funny, in an awful kind of way. I existed because Sally Mitchell had suffered a seizure and lost control of her car, freeing the way for me to colonize her brain. But the therapy, or I guess the experiment in psychological conditioning pretending to be therapy, that I'd been required to go through as part of my recovery, had left me with a phobia of cars and car crashes that bordered on crippling. Had Sally been the one left in our shared body when all was said and done, she would probably have gotten her license back by now. I'd been essentially an infant, and any infant barraged with an unending stream of automotive horror stories would have developed a phobia just like mine. Thinking about that made it even harder not to be angry with Dr. Cal and with Simbo Jen for the way they'd allowed me to be handled. I wasn't a control group. I wasn't an experiment. I was a person, and they shouldn't have psychologically damaged me just to see what would happen if they did. Dr. Cal knew what I was from the moment I opened my eyes. She shouldn't have allowed me to be twisted into something that I was never going to be. She shouldn't have let them try so hard to turn me into a human. "We're approaching the end of the bridge, Sal," said Nathan, using the light, almost aggressively conversational tone he always affected when he was trying to keep me from panicking during a stressful car ride. I was grateful for that consideration, even as I resented it. My boyfriend shouldn't have been forced to speak to me like I was a child because someone else had taken it upon themselves to give me a phobia I didn't need to have. The resentment helped a little. It enabled me to focus as I forced myself to nod, keeping my eyes closed. The car was curving slightly to the left, navigating the bend in the exit from the freeway. We'd be on city streets soon. That would mean more traffic, more drivers to work around, but no big blue ocean underneath us. No threat of sinking to the bottom of the bay and being lost forever if we took one wrong turn. The change would help. The change always helped. Then I heard the sirens up ahead. That was all the warning I got before the car came screeching to a halt, the tires squealing against the surface of the road. The seatbelt drew suddenly tight, the momentum of the car throwing me forward before flinging me hard back into the seat again. I shrieked, a high, panicky sound that seemed to steal all the air from my lungs. The drums were suddenly loud, not just beating in my ears, but pounding, thudding until they drowned out the world. I sank down into them, letting the sound wash over me until it felt like the panic was starting to leach away, dissolving into the sound and the thin red screen that suddenly blurred my vision, turning everything carmine and bloody bright. There was a hand on my shoulder, I didn't want to think about it. Thinking about it would have meant admitting that I had a shoulder and that it existed in a physical place where people could reach out and take hold of it. It would mean letting the world back in. I wasn't ready for that. Panic had its claws in me, and there wasn't room in the world for anything else. Please, Sal, you need to snap out of it. Please. Nathan gave my shoulder another shake, digging his fingers in harder this time, until I had no choice but to acknowledge his reality. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but I can't wait. You have to open your eyes, please. I took a breath, the red scrim over my vision receding slightly. As it did, it was replaced by blackness, and I realized that my eyes were still closed. Once I realized that, it was hard but not impossible to force my eyes to open. First a crack, barely a sliver, barely enough to let the light come flooding in, and then all the way, blinking against the glare, the world resolving into a blurry photograph, splashes of color on a black and white background. I blinked again. The color came back. The blurs became people. And the people were sleepwalkers. An ocean of sleepwalkers, hundreds of bodies thronging in the streets of San Francisco. They hadn't reached the bridge yet, but they were close. The exit was clogged with them, some shambling by almost close enough for me to roll down my window and touch. The sirens came from the police vehicles and fire trucks that blocked the intersection just off the bridge, their lights flashing and their doors standing open as the rescue personnel tried to do their jobs against impossible odds. They were trying to rescue the people. The people were no longer really present anymore. I stared at the crowd, trying to find individuals among the weaving bodies. Age, race, gender, socioeconomic background, none of it mattered now that their implants were in control. A little girl shambled past, her mouth hanging slack, a runnel of drool charting a path down her chin to dangle above her chest. I put a hand over my mouth. These were early-stage sleepwalkers, non-violent, confused, but not attacking anyone. That was a good sign. It wasn't going to last. Not with this many sleepwalkers in one area, and not with the tapeworm brains in the process of building fast, flawed connections to the human minds that they were trying to control. Eventually, higher thought and human instinct would both give out, and tapeworm instincts would take over. Tapeworm instincts only really came with one command. These people were going to start looking for food, and any unturned or unimplanted humans still in the area were going to be prime targets. Unimplanted humans meant Nathan, who had never been given an intestinal bodyguard. "We have to get out of here," I said tightly. The sleepwalkers couldn't possibly hear me through the closed windows, especially not with the sirens going off so close by, but I still felt the urge to whisper. "They're going to notice us soon. We need to drive." "They're everywhere," Nathan said, his voice pitched equally low. "Where do you want me to go?" "I don't know, anywhere. Nathan, they're mobbing. Once they figure out what's going on, they're going to turn hungry. Or they're going to go to sleep. That's what most of the ones at the hospital did." He sounded hopeful. "Only with the ones you found alone. Have any of the mob stayed calm or gone to sleep of their own accord?" Nathan hesitated before shaking his head. "No," he said. "No, that hasn't happened. But we don't have that big of a sample set. We're still finding different forms of interaction. It depends on the strain of desymbogenesis that's set up shop inside each of those people's brains. Some of them are peaceful. Some of them are. Is there anything that could tell us what strain they're infected with?" "No." "Then drive." I actually reached out and shook the wheel with one hand, ignoring the thin jet of panic it sent snaking through my belly. "We need to get the dogs, and we need to get out of this city, if it's already this bad." "Sal, you're not going to like what I have to do." "I know." I pulled my hand off the wheel, closing my eyes as I shrank back down into my seat. "If I start screaming, just ignore it. Get us home. I closed my eyes. I love you, said Nathan, and he hit the gas, weaving around the milling bodies as he aimed for the gap in the barricade. He was trying not to hit them. He almost succeeded, although we clipped a few as we passed. I felt bad about that, not bad enough to ask him to stop. Some of the police yelled and waved their arms, but most of them were too busy with the sleepwalkers to pay attention to the commuters who were just trying to get away. Things were falling apart. If the screech of tires when the car stopped had seemed loud, the squeal of tires against the pavement as we accelerated was louder than anything else in the universe. Louder than the sirens, louder than the drums, even louder than my pained screams. I clapped my hands over my eyes, turning the wash of red inside my eyelids into solid black. Nathan drove, and I screamed. That was how it had to be. Nathan's first turn took us hard to the right, toward Market Street. He picked up speed as we drove, until I had no idea how fast we were going or how many turns he had taken. I bent forward, resting my forehead on my knees, and screamed until my throat was raw as sandpaper. It hurt, and I tried to focus on the pain as I continued to scream, choosing that over the frantic, irregular movements of the car. We were going to crash at any moment, I just knew it, and when that happened, we were going to die. We were both going to die. At least this time it's going to be your accident, I thought, a thin line of rationality drawing itself across the black and red landscape of my fear. It wasn't as reassuring a thought as I had wanted it to be. Almost there, honey, shouted Nathan. The words barely penetrated the fog. San Francisco is a smaller city than it seems from the outside, miles and miles of streets packed into a relatively narrow stretch of land. It's possible to walk there for hours without ever seeing its borders. At the same time, if someone knows the territory, knows what they're doing, and doesn't mind violating a few traffic laws, it's possible to drive across the city in less than 20 minutes. If there was a traffic law that Nathan didn't break in those 20 minutes, I didn't know about it, and my terror wouldn't allow me to open my eyes long enough to find out. The car screeched to a halt, the engine cutting off, only to be replaced by sudden silence. The drums were still pounding in my ears, but the screams had stopped. It took me several seconds to realize that it was because I had stopped screaming. Cautiously, I removed my hands from my face and opened my eyes, looking around. We were parked behind Nathan's, behind our apartment building, catty-corner across two spaces in a way that was guaranteed to alienate our neighbors. "Can you move?" asked Nathan. I nodded wordlessly. "Good. Then let's move." He opened his door and jumped out of the car before slamming it closed behind him, moving with an urgency that I wasn't used to seeing from my usually staid, scholarly boyfriend. My back was a solid knot of tension as I forced myself to sit up, undo my seat belt, and open the car door. I started to stand, only to fall to the ground as my knees refused to bear my weight, sending me sprawling. Nathan ran toward me. "Sal, are you all right?" "I'm fine." I grasped his offered hand, using it to pull myself back to my feet. My palms and knees were stinging. Gravel had cut through my skin, leaving the heels of my hands red and raw. I laughed a little, wincing at the faint edge of hysteria in the sound. "Let's remember to grab the first aid kit, okay?" "Okay," said Nathan, keeping hold of my hand as he kicked the passenger side door shut and started toward the building entrance. I let him lead, and focused on listening as hard as I could to our environment, looking for any sign that we were not alone. I could hear cars driving by, and the distant sound of sirens, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. We were far enough away from the bridge exit that I couldn't be hearing those sirens, and San Francisco is a city with a lot of sirens. Police cars, private security, ambulances, they all made up the constant background noise of the city. I was probably just hearing one of those, and not a sign that the crisis was getting worse in our immediate vicinity. A thin line of ice curled and uncurled in my belly, almost like a new kind of parasite. "You don't really believe that," murmured that little inner voice, and it was right. I knew the situation was devolving around us, and we didn't have very long. Maybe pressuring Dr. Cal into letting us go home had been the wrong thing to do, but we couldn't leave the dogs. They needed us, and unless the world was burning, that wasn't a trust that I was willing to break. There were no moans on the thin, smoke-scented air. Even if the mob of sleepwalkers was spreading, it either wasn't here yet, or it wasn't attacking yet. We had a little bit of time. Nathan got the door unlocked and tugged me inside. I let go of his hand and took the lead down the hallway to the stairs. We didn't even discuss using the elevator. The mob by the bridge had drawn the fragility of our situation into sharp relief, and the last thing that either of us wanted was to be trapped between floors if the electricity suddenly cut out. The stairwell was silent save for the soft clicks of our shoes against the steps, and the sound of Nathan's faintly labored breathing after the third floor. Neither of us was in the best of shape, but at least my tendency to walk when I couldn't get a bus somewhere meant that I did all right with things like walking up 8 flights of stairs. By the time we reached our floor, his face had taken on a distressingly plummy cast, and he wasn't talking anymore, just nodding when I looked back and asked if he was all right. I paused on the landing, my hand on the door handle, and waited for him to catch up. "I don't think we should go through until you catch your breath," I said. "We don't know what's up there." Nathan's building had a limited number of apartments per floor, and most were occupied by single residents or couples, rather than entire families. I wasn't certain how many people we shared the floor with, but I knew that it was less than 10. That was a good thing, because most of them were also young urban professionals, the kind of people who thought that no price was too high to pay for the opportunity to avoid needing to take a sick day. The kind of people the Symbo Gen implant had been virtually designed for, if they had started their cascade into sleepwalkerdom. We would cross that bridge when we came to it. "My life made a lot more sense a week ago," I said, almost contemplatively. Nathan looked at me, his hands braced on his knees and his black hair lank with sweat. It hung into his eyes, making him look disheveled. "I don't think either of us has had a life that made sense in years," he said. "We've just started noticing how strange everything is." "The broken doors are open," I said sourly. "Come and enter and be home," Nathan replied. "Open the door, Sal. I'm okay to keep moving." I wanted to argue with him. I wanted to tell him that we needed to take a few more minutes so that he could catch his breath, and I could prepare myself for whatever was waiting in the hall. And I knew how much I hated it when people argued with me about my own assessment of my mental or physical state, so I didn't say anything. I just nodded once and opened the door. The man standing on the other side was almost an anticlimax. He was barefoot and his pants were unfastened, like he had been in the process of getting dressed when his thoughts became scrambled and unclear. His mouth hung slack, although he wasn't drooling. There was no one behind him. The hallway was empty and beckoning, promising safety and lockable doors if we could just get past the poor soul who was staring blankly at us. "Hi," I said. It wasn't a good start. I couldn't think of anything else to do. The man twitched. Not a lot. I wouldn't even have noticed it in someone like Nathan or Dr. Cal, who still moved like the living, all heat and suddenness. But enough that it was clear he was responding to my voice. His eyes refocused on my face, vague interest sparking in their depths. My breath caught, my lungs seeming to constrict like collapsing balloons. He knew I was there. He could hear me. "Sal," said Nathan. His voice was low, marbled with amazement and fear. Amazement because this man knew I was speaking to him somehow. Fear because we both knew what the sleepwalkers could do. I mean, hello, I said, eyes still on the sleepwalker. His ability to respond at all was incredible. Maybe he was a chimera like me. Maybe this was how the conversion process began in someone who was actually awake and not sunk deep into a trauma-induced coma. At any moment, his eyes might clear, and he might become a confused, amnesiac person who needed to be guided through his new life. The human who had owned this body was already gone, and I knew abstractly that I should be mourning for him. He hadn't done anything wrong, not really, apart from trusting a company that could afford to buy hundreds of hours of advertising time that said their products were safe. But he was gone, and if one of my cousins was here now, I should take care of the living. Even more abstractly, I knew that I wouldn't have been able to remain this calm if Nathan had been at risk. If Nathan had possessed a Symbo-Gen implant, I would have been moving heaven and earth to get it out of him as quickly as possible. But this was Nathan. This was a stranger, and whoever he had been before was already gone. The sleepwalker continued to look at me, an almost puzzled expression in his glazed blue eyes. He moved his mouth silently, and the first gob of spit escaped, running unfettered down his chin. "I'm Sal," I said, pressing a hand flat against my chest. "This is Nathan. We're not going to hurt you. We'd like to help you if you'd be willing to let us." I reached my hand out toward him, not coming close enough to startle, but hopefully close enough that he would be able to recognize my offer of support as what it was. The sleepwalker's mouth moved again, like he was struggling to remember how to form words. Then, in a low voice that was only barely above a moan, he said, "Sal." I blanched, starting to pull my hand away. That was when the sleepwalker moved. Like many of the sleepwalkers we'd encountered, he was fast. Something about the flawed interface between tapeworm thought and human mind had removed the normal limitations imposed by the body. He didn't know that he needed to be afraid of hurting himself. He just moved, lunging with an inhuman speed as he latched his hands around my wrist. I screamed, trying to pull away. It was an automatic response, offered without thought for the sleepwalkers that might be lurking in the other apartments on the floor, and it was louder than I would have believed possible, given the torn-up state of my throat. The sleepwalker clamped down harder. He wasn't just fast, he was strong, and I could feel the bones in my wrist grind together. "Sal," Nathan grabbed my other arm. Just in time, too. The sleepwalker gave a mighty tug and I stumbled forward, barely held in place by Nathan's frantic grip. "Let me go," I shouted, trying again to jerk myself free. "Sal," responded the sleepwalker, and pulled my arm toward his mouth. The feeling of his teeth breaking the skin of my wrist was like nothing I had ever felt before or wanted to feel again, intensely painful and almost unreal at the same time. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be happening. It didn't make sense, and so my brain tried to reject the reality of it, shoving it aside in favor of the pounding sound of drums rising in my ears. Nathan pulled on me again, and for a moment it was like I was being torn in two. My shoulders ached. The sleepwalker's teeth dug deeper into my wrist. I screamed. Nathan let me go. I whipped around as best I could to stare at him, too stunned to keep screaming. The sleepwalker yanked me closer, his teeth digging into my flesh until it felt like they were scraping against the bone. And then Nathan was squeezing past us both and running down the hall, one hand fumbling in his pants pocket. I realized what he was doing as he shoved the key into the lock, and I shoved my hand against the sleepwalker's face, trying to break his hold on my wrist. I didn't expect it to work. It didn't really need to. It just needed to distract him a little bit, to keep him focused on me while Nathan got the door open. The dogs must have been waiting just inside for us to return. Nathan kicked the door inward, and Beverly's long, low growl echoed out into the hall, followed by the sleek black shape of Beverly herself rocketing for the sleepwalker's knees. Beverly was a black lab that we had acquired when her original owner went into conversion. It had been her barking and growling that alerted us to the fact that something was wrong with him. Most animals hated sleepwalkers. Something about the chemical changes to the body that occurred during an invasive takeover upset them. Beverly took that hate to a new level. The man who was trying to gnaw through my wrist might not have known much about pain anymore, but that didn't make him immune to the laws of physics. Beverly slammed into his knees and he let me go, moaning in confusion as he struggled to keep his balance. The gash in my wrist was almost 3 inches long. Thanks to the way his teeth had broken through skin and muscle, the wound ran up and not across. Beverly was growling, and Minnie was barking from somewhere inside the apartment, and I was bleeding everywhere. So much blood. The sight of it actually helped a little. It meant I was on a time limit. I danced backward, getting away from him, and waved my arms in the air, trying to keep his attention on me rather than allowing it to switch to my dog. He staggered forward, arms outstretched, a moan bubbling from his lips. "I'm sorry," I said, and grabbed him by the hair, yanking with all of my might. The motion made the open wound in my wrist burn with new pain. But Beverly was still hitting him from behind, and with me pulling from the front, I was able to navigate him to the head of the stairs. He moaned again. I swiveled and shoved. The sound of his body rolling down the steps from the 8th floor to the 7th, and then down to the 6th, was like a sack of oatmeal being dropped. Something snapped when he was about halfway down, and the moaning stopped. I stayed where I was, panting and panicked, my wrist bleeding copiously, and stared after him, waiting for some sign of movement. None came. Beverly stepped up next to me, leaning against my leg as she whined and tried to shove her head into my hand. "It's okay, Bevy," I said, patting her automatically. It caused more pain, but not much. Shock was starting to slide between me and my injury, blurring and soothing its edges. Blood loss was probably also helping. "You're a good dog. You did good to hurt that bad man. Good girl, Bevy, good girl." Then Nathan was there, putting his hands on my shoulders and pulling me inexorably away from the stairs. "Come on, Sal," he said. "I need to get a bandage on that before you lose too much more blood." I nodded mutely and went with him, leaving the body of the sleepwalker, the person I could have been, had things gone just a little differently during Sally's accident, behind us. In the places time forgot. What we are meets what we're not. Every choice you're making throws another choice away. Choose the passage, choose the task. Choose the face or choose the mask. If you choose correctly, then, my darling, you can stay. The broken doors are open. Come and enter and be home. My darling girl, be careful now, and don't go out alone. From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press. Currently out of print. The worst part is that I know everyone blames me, and they're not wrong. There was a time when it was easy to make choices and say that history would vindicate my genius. I was standing in the present, and when you're only thinking about today, history is always so far away. You have a lot of time to kill before history comes knocking and demands you live up to all those big claims you made. History is the ultimate thesis review board, and unlike the board that reviewed my thesis, history doesn't take bribes. I always swore that I was going to do great things with my life, things that would change the world in a way that could never be undone. Well, I guess I got my wish. I brought an end to the age of mankind. Good for me. From Can of WRMS, the autobiography of Shanti Cale, Ph.D., as yet unpublished. Chapter 3. September 2027. The dogs were as upset over the blood and screaming as I was. Minnie met us just inside the apartment, looking like she was on the verge of a canine panic attack. There was a certain brightness to her eyes and unsteadiness to her normally rollicking bulldog gait that I didn't like at all. Both our dogs had lost their original owners to the sleepwalking sickness. But while Beverly had chosen to run away from her former master when his implant took him over, Minnie had tried to stay with her owners, and she had still lost them both. For her, this situation had to verge on the nightmarish, and there was no way to make her understand what was really going on. Then again, there was no real way to make me understand it, either. The science was all gibberish delivered by people wearing white coats and serious expressions. The fact that I was actually a tapeworm in a woman's suit made no more or less sense than anything else that had happened in my short, improbable life. God, Sal, you're bleeding everywhere. Nathan let go of my wrist long enough to push Beverly fully inside before he turned and locked the door. Then he steered me to the kitchen table, looking back over his shoulder several times as he checked my face for signs that I was still with him. I'm so sorry, I just didn't expect to see him there. That was Mr. Bauman from apartment 8C, down the hall. He must have found a way to open his door after he converted, and then forgotten it by the time he got to the end of the hall. I tried to muster a response, but my fear that it would come out as a wordless moan kept me from saying anything. The world was starting to go black and fuzzy around the edges, swarmed by countless tiny dots of nothingness. It was like insects were eating away at the borders of my vision, and I was helpless to do anything but let them. I didn't like that. I scowled at the insects. The insects, which didn't technically exist, ignored me. I knew when we had reached the table less because I was paying any attention to my surroundings, and more because Nathan placed his hand on my shoulder and pushed me down into a chair. I didn't fight him. Gravity was a simple thing, and it seemed better to just let it do what it wanted with me. Sal, I need you to keep pressure on this. His voice echoed. I blinked at him, and then at my wrist, which had somehow been wrapped in a dish towel that was rapidly turning bright red with my blood. He was pressing down hard enough that it should have hurt, and probably would when I took a moment to breathe. Come on, sweetie. I know it hurts, but I need you to stay with me here. I need you to keep the pressure on while I get the first aid kit. Nathan took my free hand in his and pressed it down on the sodden dressing. I did my best to mimic his motion, pushing down until there was an unpleasant squishing sensation, things shifting under my fingers that had nothing to do with the towel. Nathan, at least, looked somewhat relieved by my response. That made one of us. Stay here, I'll be right back, he said, and then he was gone, disappearing into the depths of the apartment and leaving me alone to try to fight against my body's natural desire to bleed to death. Minnie and Beverly stayed with me, their furry bodies plopped down to either side of my chair, and their enormous brown eyes fixed on me, like they thought they could just wish everything better. Should have designed dog, I mumbled, my fully coherent thought, that the intestinal bodyguard should have been designed for dogs, which would be much easier things to be than humans, turning into so much gibberish by the time it finished making the journey to my mouth. I sighed and sagged in place, finally allowing my eyes to slide closed. The drums were there, in the silence behind my eyelids, although they were neither as strong nor as steady as they usually were. That was probably a bad thing. Then again, what wasn't a bad thing anymore? I must have blacked out. That shouldn't have been much of a surprise, considering the combination of shock and blood loss that I was dealing with, but I was still surprised when I opened my eyes and found myself staring up at the living room ceiling with a pillow supporting my head. I tried to sit up. A wave of dizziness assured me that this was a terrible idea and that I should stay where I was for as long as possible, maybe forever. I groaned. "Oh, good, you're awake," said Nathan. He paused. "Are you awake? If you're not awake, just don't respond. But I'd really prefer it if you were awake." I licked my lips, which were somehow dry and gummy at the same time. How long was I out? I managed to croak, and felt ridiculously proud of myself for accomplishing that much. Everything was still a little gray around the edges, but it was no longer in danger of being swallowed up by shadows, and I thought that was probably a good sign. 2 hours, said Nathan. I heard him get up. His footsteps moved away, followed by the sound of the fridge door opening and closing. Then the steps returned, moving toward me with purpose. "I've been monitoring your vital signs. Your pulse has remained mostly steady, though you should have gone to the hospital, given how much blood I'm guessing you lost." "No hospitals," I whispered, alarmed. No hospitals," Nathan agreed. He sat down on the edge of the couch, setting something on the coffee table. There was a smudge of blood on his chin, and his hair was even more disheveled, making him look younger and lost. "It was killing me not to take you there, but given what we've seen so far today, I think it would have killed us both if I'd tried getting you to the ER. Not to mention the danger that the police would get involved, possibly forcing him to choose between leaving me there and getting arrested, depending on what story Simbo Jen was spinning about the break-in and theft of their data." I grimaced. "Thank you." "No thanks needed. We're in this together." He kissed my forehead tenderly before asking, "Do you think you can sit up if I help you? I want you to drink some juice." "I think so." I took his arm, making note of the clean white dressing on my wrist as I did so, and allowed him to half help, half pull me into a seated position. The room swam briefly out of focus, and then swam back just as quickly. "Oh, wow. Oh, ow. Are you dizzy?" "A little bit," I said, starting to nod. I realized at the last moment that it would be a bad idea, and turned the motion into a semi-bob of my chin instead. Even that was enough to make my head spin. "Everything's a little gray around the outside." "As long as it's just gray and not black, you should be okay." He picked up a glass of orange juice from the coffee table, offering it to me. "This will help." I've given enough blood voluntarily to know that orange juice doesn't equal instant recovery, I said, and took the glass. My hand was shaking. I willed it to be still, and once I was sure I wouldn't spill juice all over the floor, I raised the glass to my lips. Sweetness flooded my mouth, almost strong enough to make me gag. I did choke a little before forcing myself to keep on drinking. "The better it tastes, the more you need it," said Nathan. He grimaced wryly and added, "Except when it goes too far and you feel like you're turning into a hummingbird. And no, orange juice isn't an instant restorative. But you didn't lose enough blood to need a transfusion, thank God, or we would have needed to go to the hospital no matter how bad an idea that was. This should give you enough of a boost that we can get back to the car with the dogs." "Thank you for not being willing to let me die in our kitchen," I said, and took another drink of orange juice. "Has anyone noticed the body in the stairwell?" "Not that I've heard. The building's been pretty quiet since you passed out. As for the rest of the city," Nathan shook his head. "I turned the news off when I realized that it was just getting worse. We've passed some sort of critical mass of sleepwalkers. More and more of the implants are waking up." I looked at him solemnly as I sipped the juice, trying to force myself to choke every last drop of it down. There was no way any of this was a coincidence. Not with Sherman on the loose, not with his team of doctors dedicated to championing the cause of desymbogenesis over the cause of the human race. I was almost relieved to realize that the thought that he was doing this on purpose made me sick to my stomach. I might not be human, but I still knew right from wrong. That was no small accomplishment given the circumstances. "Sal, what's wrong?" "I don't think it was just reaching a critical mass that triggered this," I said, setting the empty juice glass back on the coffee table. Nathan was right about one thing. While I still felt shaky and weak, I no longer felt like I was going to collapse back into unconsciousness at any moment. "This is Sherman. He was so mad, Nathan. I think he really expected me to go with him, to just throw up my hands and say, 'I understand now, I'm really one of you,' and let him lead me to his secret lair beneath the city. If his secret lair is under San Francisco, the first big earthquake will solve this problem for us," said Nathan. There was a brittle edge to his voice, like he was joking because he didn't know what else to do. "Do you really think Sherman could do this?" "I think Sherman doesn't consider himself human, and he doesn't see dead humans as dead people," I said. "He was pretty clear on that point when we were at Simbo-Gen. He wants to be the dominant species. He wants us to be the only things that live here. And we know that sleepwalkers trigger other sleepwalkers. If you wanted to spread them through the city like a real disease, all you'd need is a few index cases to scatter around the streets. They'd go wandering, and anyone they encountered who was on the verge of going over would succumb. It was so simple, so elegant, and so horrible that I could barely believe that Sherman, who had always been kind to me, could possibly be behind it. But then, I'd thought we were both human in those days, and he'd been playing along with my assumptions, hadn't he? It was easy to pretend to follow social rules when you didn't really believe that they applied to you. God. Nathan got up again. This time the dogs followed him into the kitchen. He returned with the bottle of orange juice, refilling my glass before he set the bottle down on the table. He also had a package of fig Newtons, which he held out to me. "Eat as many of these as you think you can stomach. If you're right, and Sherman is doing this, we need to get the hell out of this city." "He doesn't know where we live," I protested, taking the cookies. "No, but USAMRID knows that there's an outbreak in San Francisco, and they don't know yet exactly how the sleepwalking sickness is being spread. They don't know that lockdown is already a lost cause if they decide to quarantine the city." I blanched. My father, Sally Mitchell's father, was a career Army man. He had reached the rank of colonel before he retired from active duty and took over the local branch of USAMRID, the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been releasing me from his custody in exchange for a possible cure for his daughter, Joyce. His only surviving daughter, I realized with a pang. She wasn't really my sister. Somehow that was worse than knowing that he wasn't really my father. Unlike Joyce, he had always held himself a little bit apart from me, and now I knew the reason why. He had known all along that Sally was dead, and he had been monitoring me to see how the tapeworm in my driver's seat reacted. He'd turned his little girl's corpse into a science project for his country. The only real family I was ever going to have was the one in Dr. Cal's lab. We had to get Tansy back. "We have to get out of here," I said, before pulling open the package of cookies and cramming 2 of them into my mouth, effectively ending my part in the conversation while I chewed and swallowed. "Yes," said Nathan, looking relieved. "We'll need to take the elevator down. I don't think we can deal with both dogs and our suitcases on the stairs. Not with your wrist and a dead body in the way." "What if the power goes out?" His expression turned grim. "Let's just not think about that, okay? You eat. I'm going to finish packing." I wanted to argue with him, to point out that being trapped in an elevator during a major outbreak would be a stupid, pointless, horror movie way to die. I didn't say anything, because he was right. He couldn't handle going up and down the stairs repeatedly, and that's what he'd have to do if we wanted to get the two dogs and their things to the car. Adding our possessions, and while I didn't have many, I had to admit to being somewhat attached to the ones I did have, to the mix took things to a whole other level. We needed that elevator, and we needed one hell of a lucky break. Nathan vanished into the bedroom while I sat on the couch inhaling cookies. Beverly and Minnie stayed with me, their liquid brown eyes hopefully tracking every little motion that I made. They knew a sucker when they saw one. I gave each of them a cookie and took advantage of their distraction to shove 3 more into my mouth, nearly choking myself in the process. I washed down the sticky mass with a long drink of orange juice. The resulting combination wasn't the worst thing I'd ever put into my mouth, but it certainly wasn't among the best. I was trying to cover the taste with the last of the fig Newtons when Nathan emerged from the bedroom. He had a suitcase in one hand and was dragging my roller bag with the other. He walked over and deposited them both next to the coffee table before saying, "1 second," and darting back into the bedroom. This time when he emerged, he was carrying the small plastic terrarium that we used to transport plants between home and his office. About half of our shared collection of sundews, pitcher plants, and Venus flytraps was crammed inside, their root systems dangerously overcrowded by what had clearly been a very hasty transplant. "I hate to leave the others, but this was the best I could do," said Nathan, pushing his glasses nervously up the bridge of his nose as he walked over and set the terrarium down next to my orange juice. "I grabbed some of your clothes, basic toiletries, and your journals. Was there anything else you wanted me to bring? I'm afraid we don't have much room, but we could probably get a few more things into the suitcases if we really shoved." "No, nothing," I said and stood. My legs were still a little wobbly, but I was reasonably sure that they would support my weight. "Get the leashes, and then let's get out of here." Nathan smiled. "I love you." "I love you too," I said. He tossed me Minnie's leash, correctly assessing my condition as up to the bulldog, not quite ready for the lab. Beverly stood up, tail wagging and attention fixed on him. She was clearly aware of whose leash that was and what it meant for probable walkies. "Do we have anything remotely like a weapon?" "Just the carving knives from the kitchen," said Nathan. He bent to clip the leash to Beverly's collar. "And the dogs, I suppose. Our friend from the hall clearly learned that a dog can be a weapon." "I'll get the knives," I said and turned. Walking to the kitchen served a dual purpose. It let me get the carving knives from the butcher's block next to the microwave, and it also let me assess my ability to walk in a straight line without hurting myself. My head spun a little, but that was it. Apart from that, and a general all-over weakness, I seemed to be mostly okay. Nathan had made an effort to wipe down the kitchen table, but there had been other things on his mind, and he'd missed more than a few streaky patches of my blood, now dried to a dark reddish-brown that looked almost like coffee stains against the wood. I stopped to look at it for a few seconds, waiting for my throat to tighten and my stomach to clench. It didn't happen. This was my blood. It had been created to keep me alive while it was inside me, and it did a very good job. Now that it was outside of my body, it didn't really matter anymore. I was almost relieved to realize that my opinion about that sort of thing hadn't changed now that I was in mortal danger, instead of just being marginally confused by the world around me. "Sal." "Coming." I gathered both knives, careful to hold them away from myself, and walked back to the living room with Minnie at my heels. Nathan had the terrarium balanced atop my roller bag, held in place with a bungee cord. He was holding Beverly's leash in one hand and his suitcase in the other. He put the suitcase down long enough to take the knife I offered him. "All right," he said. "As soon as I open the door, run for the elevator." If anyone tries to attack you or stop you from getting there, do whatever it takes to get them out of your way." He paused, looking startled by the words that were coming out of his mouth. Oh God, is this my life now? Do whatever it takes and planning attacks on the elevator call button. The key word there is life, I said, tucking the remaining knife into my belt before bending to clip Minnie's leash on. She wagged her stubby tail and panted at me, clearly overjoyed by the prospect of going for a walk, no matter how strange the circumstances surrounding it happened to be. This is your life now, because this is a life that lasts long enough for us to get back to your mother's place. We can disappear with her. We'll be safe until this blows over. Nathan frowned. Sal, do you honestly think this is something that's going to blow over? I didn't have an answer. The hallway was empty when Nathan and I cautiously peeked our heads out of the apartment door, the dogs straining at their leashes and eager to be on their way. It was a struggle to keep my grasp on Minnie's lead, making me even more grateful that Nathan was able to handle Beverly. I at least stood a chance of restraining Minnie if she decided to go for a sleepwalker. With Beverly, there would have been no chance, and things would have ended poorly for everyone involved. The power hadn't flickered once. I was choosing to take that as a good sign, and kept reminding myself that it was a good sign as I half ran, half stumbled down the hall, hampered by both my overall bodily weakness and the suitcase/terrarium construct that I was dragging behind me. We'd abandon our things at the first sign of trouble. Nothing either one of us owned was worth our lives, except for maybe the dogs, and we'd already risked death to save them. But if we were going to be at Dr. Cal's for a while, we were going to want a few familiar things around us. The idea of going into hiding in someone else's secret lair made the drums pound harder in my ears. I had only recently escaped from the house of Sally's parents, who had been determined to keep me penned up like a child, rather than admitting that I had grown up to be someone other than their daughter, although maybe that was all Sally's mother speaking. Her father had his own reasons for keeping me captive, and they had nothing to do with the pretense that I was Sally Mitchell. Motives didn't change the fact that I'd been a prisoner for my entire life, and now I was willingly going into a new kind of cage. I guess that in the end, the urge to survive is stronger than almost anything else. Nathan pressed the elevator call button. We stood there nervously, our shoulders touching, as if physical proximity could provide us with some measure of protection. The panel above the elevator dinged comfortingly, marking the approach of our way out. I was starting to think that everything was going to be okay. And Beverly was starting to growl. It was soft at first, almost subsonic when it caught my attention. I looked down at her. She had her ears pressed flat against her skull, giving her an angular, predatory cast, and her lips were drawn back, showing the pale lines of her gums around the white, dangerous angles of her teeth. Nathan. He didn't turn, his eyes intent on the light of the elevator call button. I looked toward Minnie. She was growling too, deeper and lower than Beverly, so deep and low that I had mistaken the sound for the rumble of the approaching elevator. She and Beverly were facing the same way, down the hall, toward the other apartments. "Nathan," I said again, a little more loudly, but not much, no, not much. I was starting to think that making noise was the last thing that either of us wanted to do. "I think we're about to have company." "What?" He followed my gaze to the end of the hall and then looked down at the wild-eyed, growling dogs, who had taken on that stiff-legged posture characteristic of canines defending humans since the dawn of time. He paled. "Oh, fuck. I think we may have to take the stairs." "I don't know if we can get there," he said slowly. "One of those doors is between us and them." "Oh, Things had seemed almost hopeful only a few seconds before, even if hope had been redefined on the local level to mean slightly less bleak. Now, with an unknown number of sleepwalkers approaching, it was difficult to muster anything but resigned despair. "I don't know what to do, Nathan. None of my remedial education classes covered how to escape in the middle of a zombie apocalypse." Nathan laughed once, a single short, sharp bark that actually distracted Minnie from her growling long enough to give him a quizzical look. Surviving the zombie apocalypse was an incredibly popular topic of discussion with the folks I went to college with. Too bad no one ever came up with a simple solution for zombie apocalypse, genetically engineered parasite variant. I'd be the savior of the human race if they had. I was opening my mouth to answer him when the first moan drifted around the corner at the end of the hall, followed by another, and another, until it sounded like an entire mob was shambling our way. At least none of them was saying my name. Not yet, anyway. Whatever half-decayed connection allowed the sleepwalkers to recognize me as a chimera was present, but no one had given them a word to hang on what I was. Not that awareness of our relationship would keep them from attacking me. As the man in the stairwell had proven, they could recognize me and still want to rip my throat out with their teeth. "Nathan." "I know." We both backed up until we were pressed against the closed elevator doors, holding to the dogs' leashes for dear life. I could deal with the fact that I was probably about to die. The fact that I was still weak from blood loss meant that I would almost certainly die first, saving me from needing to see what my tapeworm cousins would do to Nathan. But I couldn't bear the thought of seeing the dogs ripped to pieces by the sleepwalkers. The dogs could do a lot of damage before they were killed. The sleepwalkers barely acknowledged pain. They would win. "You know, in all my wildest dreams, this was never how I imagined I would die," said Nathan. He sounded almost wistful. "I mean, I assumed you would be there, but that it would either be one of those dying in bed at the ripe old age of 120, my beloved wife by my side situations, or a freak surfing accident while we were on our honeymoon." "You surf," I paused. "Wait, honeymoon." "I surf," he confirmed. "And yes, honeymoon, I mean, assuming you said yes when I finally got up the nerve to propose." "If we get out of here alive, you should try it," I said. Nathan smiled sadly and said nothing. The first of the sleepwalkers shambled into view, moving toward us with slow, implacable purpose. The dogs were still growling, but louder now, like they still thought that they could somehow dissuade these unwanted intruders on their space through volume alone. My insistence on grabbing the knives suddenly seemed like a child's demand for a security blanket. We were two people with kitchen cutlery and no training, and I was already injured. All we could do with those knives was slit our own wrists and hope that we bled out fully before the sleepwalkers ripped us apart. "I'm really glad I got to know you," I said. "Me too," said Nathan. "Marry me." The elevator doors opened. We were pressed flat against them, and when the support suddenly left our backs, we toppled over, taking suitcases, terrarium, and dogs with us as we tumbled into the elevator. Luck was with us for the first time since we'd left the lab. There was no one already inside, waiting to take a bite out of our tender flesh. I squeaked shrilly, surprised and disoriented. Nathan scrambled to his feet, slamming the heel of his hand down on the door-close button. I managed to sit up just in time to see the blank, emotionless faces of the sleepwalkers blocked out by the closing elevator doors. Beverly and Minnie stopped growling, their belligerence transforming instantly into confusion. Minnie sat down, beginning to scratch her ear with her hind leg. I picked myself up from the floor, pausing to right the luggage and make sure I hadn't dropped anything. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard that it hurt, and for once it didn't sound like drums at all. It sounded like the heartbeat of a mammal, panicked beyond reason and confronting its own mortality. Nathan was standing squarely in the middle of the elevator by the time I finished getting to my feet. His carving knife was in his hand, and his shoulders were shaking, betraying the depth of his distress. It was weird to realize that of the two of us, I was probably the one handling things better. Then again, I was also the one who was accustomed to the world being turned on its head. Nathan liked his routines. He was used to things being just so, and even dating me hadn't changed that. My chaos hadn't intruded on his daily life, not until recently anyway. Nathan, I kept my voice low, like I was speaking to a panicky animal. In a way, maybe I was. My still pounding heart was doing its best to remind me that humans were just animals, as subject to the whims and whimsies of biology. The fight or flight response was wreaking havoc with both of us. I'd always wondered why I sometimes passed out before I really panicked, despite everyone I knew working almost exactly the opposite. If I was a separate beast from the brain that stored my memories and emotional response, though it started to make sense. Too much adrenaline flooded the mind, and I got knocked out of the synaptic loop, resulting in a loss of consciousness but not total loss of cool. Inefficient, doubtless unintentional too. So much about my design was. We don't know what the lobby is going to look like. Nathan's voice was soft, uninflected, virtually dead. If I hadn't known that he'd never been fitted with an implant, I would have rethought my position on panic when I heard him speak. If there are sleepwalkers there, if it's dangerous, take the dogs and run. I'll hold them off so that you can get away. And go where? Nathan, I can't drive. I never learned, and even if I had, I'd never be able to make myself drive away and leave you. We could run off down the street, but if the situation is that bad, we'd just be eaten by the next swarm of sleepwalkers we saw. We're staying with you. We're staying together. That's the only way that we're going to get out of this, together. I forced myself to smile. Besides, you know your mother would kill me if I called her from the Concord BART station and said, "Hey, I left your son to die, but I made it to the train. Do you think you could come and pick me up?" Nathan chuckled. The floor indicator counted down from 3 to 2. My hands were full, and I didn't dare let go of anything I had. Nathan had already dropped his suitcase, and the mere fact that he would prioritize my dog, our dog, over the only personal possessions he had been able to save made me even more certain that marrying him was the right course of action. He didn't care that I was a tapeworm in a human skin, but he cared about proper leash etiquette. I was never going to find a more perfect man. I love you. I love you too. The counter reached 1 with a soft ding, and the elevator doors opened to reveal an anticlimactically empty lobby. I blinked, unable to believe what my eyes were seeing. Only Minnie tugging on the leash as she eagerly tried to pull me out of the elevator to the walkies she assumed were waiting for her snapped me out of my fugue. "Run," said Nathan, stuffing the knife back into his waistband and grabbing his previously discarded suitcase. We ran. The street outside the apartment building was eerily deserted, as if all of San Francisco had suddenly realized they had better things to do than their afternoon commute. 2 people, both bloody, running with suitcases and dogs out of a private building and into an equally private parking lot, should have attracted some attention of the police persuasion. We saw no one, and if anyone saw us, they didn't bother contacting the authorities, or maybe they did, and the systems had already reached the point of overload. That was a question that would never be answered, because there wasn't time to stop and ask, and there were more important things for us to do. Like escaping the prison that San Francisco was about to become. We threw our suitcases into the trunk, placing the terrarium with only slightly more care, and loaded the excited, overstimulated dogs into the back seat before getting into the front. Nathan waited for me to buckle myself in before he hit the gas, but only barely. For once, my phobias were going to have to take second place on the list of priorities, and even as I swallowed the rising tide of panic and the rising bile in my throat, I agreed with this decision. I could have hysterics when we got out of this. The drums were back in my ears, pounding steadily and reassuringly. I wondered what my tendency to freak out in cars meant for my Sal passes out before the chemicals can make her panic theory, and decided that since this particular strain of panic was psychological, not triggered by physiological reactions, it ran according to a different set of rules, even though the actual biochemistry probably wasn't all that different. This question kept me occupied for almost 6 blocks, which made it worth the contemplation. Anything to distract me from the way that Nathan was driving. Then I glanced up and frowned as I recognized the neighborhood around us. Nathan, where are you going? This isn't the way to the Bay Bridge. That's because we're taking another route, he said. There were too many sleepwalkers there, and that was hours ago. By now the area has either completely devolved into chaos, or the authorities have it locked down. We'd be lucky if they let us onto the bridge at all. If we were particularly unlucky, they'd take one look at us and haul us off for medical testing. I don't know about you, but I didn't escape from that apartment building just so I could go into quarantine. I don't want that either, I assured him. So where are we going? Down the coast to the San Mateo Bridge. It's going to be a longer drive, and I'm really sorry about that. I should be able to slow down once we're past the airport. I forced myself to nod as if I was okay with this plan, as if it didn't make me want to fling myself screaming from the car. I may try to sleep, if that's all right with you. I don't know if I can, but it would give me something else to focus on. The corner of Nathan's mouth that I could see twisted downward in obvious displeasure. If you really need to, okay. I may wake you up if your breathing seems shallow, all right. I don't know how much blood you lost back there, but between that and the shocks you've had today, I want to keep an eye on you. All right, I agreed, and closed my eyes. The San Francisco Bay Area sounds like it should be small, cozy even, the sort of place you can see in a day if you really enjoy spending time in a car. But just like San Francisco itself is deceptively small, the Bay Area is deceptively large. It's too big for any one transit system, bridge, or highway to accommodate, and the only way someone could see the whole thing in a single day would be to start at midnight and never stop the car. 24 hours might be enough time to drive through all the major cities, as long as you were quick and not overly concerned with actually seeing anything. My car issues and reliance on buses and BART trains meant I was mostly familiar with San Francisco proper, and some parts of the East Bay, the ones with good farmers markets or interesting local attractions, like Solano Avenue and their annual street fair, or the big animal shelter out in Oakland. Caltrain ran between San Francisco and the South Bay, but since I'd never had a pressing reason to spend time down there, I really didn't know much about the geography beyond. Every time they try to put in a BART extension, San Jose comes up with another way to block it. I got the feeling the residents of Silicon Valley didn't like being lumped into the San Francisco family of cities, and the feeling was pretty much mutual. Most California biotech had started in Silicon Valley, eschewing San Francisco's high rents and prohibitive restrictions on keeping livestock. But money, as they say, talks, and the biotech industry didn't want to spend forever in the shadow of the computer revolution. Bit by bit, the big firms had oozed their way into the seaside communities, setting up shop in Santa Cruz, Monterey, and yes, San Francisco, home of Symbogen, the biggest biotech monster of them all. Dr. Banks had tried to explain the reasoning to me a few times, focusing on the substantial hydroelectric potential of the Pacific Ocean, as well as the availability of marine biomass. He dodged my questions about overfishing and conservation, responding to them with one of those warm, paternal smiles that always sent shivers running up and down my spine. Besides, Sally, an ocean view says you've got the money to afford it, and that makes investors feel better about opening their wallets for you. The more money we have, the better the care we'll be able to provide, now and for the rest of your life. It's a win-win situation, don't you think? Those had been his exact words. As I sank down into the darkness behind my eyelids, trying to focus on the drums pounding in my ears, I wondered what he was saying now. Did he still think the ocean view was worth it when it came with geographic isolation and possible captivity in a city that was about to become a living hell? I didn't know, and there was no way for me to ask him. The drums were erratic at first, soothing, but irregular, thanks to my lingering upset over Nathan's driving. They smoothed out as I sank deeper into my own mind, retreating down into the hot, warm dark that was the first thing I remembered. My old therapist, Dr. Morrison, used to tell me that the hot, warm dark was a representation of the womb, a result of my damaged psyche trying to regress to a time when it experienced absolute safety. He'd been very, very wrong, but he'd been right in a way too, because he'd been claiming that I was trying to go back to a simpler time, and well, I was pretty sure the hot, warm dark was my only real memory of my time before I joined with Sally Mitchell's unused brain. A time when all I needed to do was eat, and occasionally shift positions in her digestive system, aligning my spreading flower of a mouth with another rich source of the nutrients I needed to survive. I wouldn't have gone back to that state of being for anything. Sapience is addictive, but it had been good while it lasted, hadn't it? All my memories of the hot, warm dark told me it had been. It made so much more sense now. San Francisco was fading into memory and shadow behind us, surrendered to the sleepwalkers and the grasp of the coming crisis. I didn't know if we were ever going to go back to our lives. I didn't know how bad things were going to get. Being inhuman didn't give me the ability to see what was coming. Too bad. We could have really used a little foresight right about then. We needed to stop Sherman. It was too late to save the sleepwalkers, but maybe Nathan and Dr. Cal could find a way to make the implants stop waking up, or at least stop them from accidentally hurting their hosts. Maybe we could figure out how to make that information public without bringing USAMRIID and Symbogen down on our heads, and maybe we could save the rest of the people, both human and chimera, who still needed saving. It was a lot of maybe, but I wasn't done yet. I thought of Tansy. My sister. Maybe she'd managed to fight off the sleepwalkers and hide somewhere, injured but alive. Maybe she'd come home, make a joke about zombie brains, and ask me to go sledding. Maybe. Maybe was becoming addictive. I was so tired. I breathed in, letting the embrace of the hot, warm dark draw me further down, and Nathan drove on, carrying us into the uncertain future. September 2027, Tansy. The last thing I saw before I passed out was a living wall of human bodies being driven by the semi-sapient minds of my opportunistic cousins, tapeworms who shared everything with me except for their specific method of taking over their hosts, and oh, right, a basic understanding of hygiene. Some of those things were rank, like they had never met a shower they didn't want to avoid taking. But their teeth were sharp and their hands were strong, and if I sound like I'm being flippant, it's because I'd never encountered anything that terrifying in my short, bloody existence. Dr. C says I deflect things that stress me out, mostly because I don't want to trigger another of the seizures that I used to get when I was newly integrating with my host. She says it's natural and normal, and that she'll get me a better host someday, one where the brain hasn't been pre-damaged, and I can fit myself into the neural net without gaps and glitches. I kinda think she's lying. I kinda think she likes the fact that she has a damaged daughter to send into danger, because it means she can keep Adam home and safe without feeling bad about it, or feeling like she needs to start training him for the field. As long as I'm a broken doll, she can send me through the broken doors all she wants. I don't mind, though. I'm good at breaking things. Sal was gone. She was running away again. That girl was always running away, from her family, from herself, from the truth. Only this time I was glad to see her go, because maybe she'd get out. Maybe Nathan was as smart as our mom said he was, and he'd be able to keep Sal safe long enough for her to figure out what she really was. Maybe she'd realize that we were sisters and then she'd miss me. She'd be sorry that I was gone. It was a good thought. I'd always hoped that someday someone would miss me. I held on to it as the bullets ran out and the fingers dug into my arms and the teeth bit into my flesh, and then it was all too much and I blacked out, toppling back into the nothingness that was always waiting at the edges of my damaged mind. Dying hurt less than I expected it to. That was sort of a surprise. But I guess maybe it doesn't count, because I wasn't actually dead. Not all the way, anyhow. I was in some fucking sewer or something when I woke up. Everything was all yuck and slime, and this smell like something had died down there. I tried to sit up. The manacles on my wrists drew tight before I could get more than halfway there, and the shock of the sudden resistance had me flat on my back before the screaming pain in my left shoulder and right hip could finish registering. I lay there panting, staring up at a ceiling that I couldn't even see through the gloom. The pain was bad enough to make me want to scream and claw at the walls. Pain is an illusion, because this body is an illusion, I told myself sternly. It's just a petri dish that you're living in, that's all. You can move out any time you need to, and that means pain is nothing but an inconvenience. Now breathe, I breathed. The pain began to fade, leaving a little bit at a time, until I felt like a husked-out shell of a girl, empty of sensation where I should have been full. There wasn't even a tingling to remind me of the limits of my skin. Everything was darkness and numbness, and the distant smell of whatever dead thing had become my new roommate. Charming. Maybe whatever it was would give me its phone number, and we could be BFFs. When I was positive that the pain had passed, however momentarily, I closed my eyes, trading one darkness for another, and began flexing my toes, one by one, testing to see how many of them would respond to me. To my delight, all 10 were present, accounted for, and miraculously unbroken, although when they moved, they did it without resistance. Whoever had chained me up had also taken my shoes and socks away. That was less than completely peachy keen by any objective standard. I scowled into the dark. I liked those shoes. They were big and black and stompy, and I hardly ever tripped over the toes anymore. Toes were good. How about fingers? I repeated the slow flex, this time adding as much of an extension as I could, just to see whether I had my full range of motion. My left hand responded as expected, although there was a little pulling in my palm that told me there was a split in the skin, even if I couldn't feel it at the moment. Pain had completely vacated the premises, and that wasn't a good thing. Pain was useful. It was an illusion, sure, but it was an illusion that kept me from shoving my hand into a whirling garbage disposal or touching a lit stove burner. I needed pain to remind me that my petri dish of a physical form had limits, and that failure to observe those limits would have serious consequences. My right hand was more of a problem. 3 of the fingers wouldn't move at all, and I couldn't be sure whether that was because they were broken or because they were missing. Not in the dark, not with my body refusing to return vital information about how bad my injuries were. My thumb only moved about half as far as it should have, and the finger that was responding, my pointer finger, didn't have the range of motion to tell me whether the other fingers were there or not. I could have been missing half my hand and I wouldn't have known. I stared up into the dark, waiting for my eyes to adjust. My eyes did not adjust. I added maybe I'm blind to the list of things that were potentially wrong with me. Look at it this way, Tansy, I thought, trying for an upbeat internal monologue. If your current body is totes wrecked, Dr. C will have to give you a new one, assuming she could find me. I was chained up in a sewer. The sleepwalkers hadn't done that. They didn't have the intelligence, much less the remaining manual dexterity. They'd have ripped me to pieces to fill their bellies, eating me, clothes and all, to satisfy the hunger that drove them. Someone must have intervened, someone who wanted me alive for whatever reason. The more I thought about it, the less I liked the idea of someone wanting me alive. It smacked of mad science, and I should know, since I'm sort of a mad scientist's devastatingly beautiful daughter and all, or maybe just her devastating daughter, since I'm pretty good at the destruction thing. And mad science never ended well for the people who woke up in chains. If they were lucky, it was the island of Dr. Morrow, and they got to be wacky cat people with claws and all. If they were unlucky, yeah, I needed to get out of here. Hello. My voice was incredibly loud in the sewer, which was neat. It told me that I was in a very enclosed space, probably no more than 6 feet to a side. I'm not a bat, but I know stuff. Is there anyone there? Nothing answered me but the distant drip of nasty-smelling water. I scowled at the dark. Hello, I tried again. Look, I'm all like barefoot and lying in yuck, and that's a serious infection risk. So could you maybe come and get me and take me somewhere clean? Or better, give me back my shoes and let me go. I promise not to murder you even a little. I thought it was a very reasonable offer. Whoever was holding me here either wasn't listening or didn't agree because there was still no answer. I sighed. Right. Well, when you want to talk to me, you obviously know where I'll be. Just an FYI though, that murder thing gets more likely the longer you keep me here. I closed my eyes. There seemed to be no real point in keeping them open, and took a deep, slow breath, trying to center myself. Maybe if I could get my body to start listening to me again, I could turn the pain back on. That would be nice. At least then I'd know what I was working with. The dark inside my eyes wasn't like the dark outside my eyes. That dark was absolute and artificial, unrelenting in its blackness. This dark was comfortable. This dark was the color of home, where everything was going to be okay, and where it didn't matter if I had a damaged host. We were all the same, down in the dark. I must have fallen asleep, because when I became aware of my surroundings again, the pain was back, filling my body until I felt like a balloon on the verge of popping. I gritted my teeth and made a small grunting sound, wondering why I'd wanted this back. I mean, pain sort of sucks, right? So why had I been lying in the dark wishing it would show up? My fingers were all there. I could feel them now, little sticks of burning agony curled against my palm and almost certainly broken. Oh, right. That was why. It's hard to do anything useful with your body when you can't figure out where you left it. And pain was the first step toward doing something useful. I opened my eyes and promptly squeaked and closed them again as the bright white light that had replaced the foul-smelling darkness assaulted my corneas. The smell was gone, too. I realized that belatedly, as I waited for the tears to stop streaming down my cheeks. I hadn't fallen asleep naturally. I'd either passed out from my injuries or been drugged. I sniffed, trying to filter through the remaining sewer stink, and the smell of dried blood for anything chemical and unfamiliar. It was too hard to tell, but there was a faintly acrid taste in my mouth that made me suspect that I'd been gassed before whoever was holding me here had moved me. There was a click from somewhere above and off to my right. I forced myself to remain perfectly still, not even allowing my unbroken hand to ball into the fist that it instinctually wanted to be. "You don't need to play that game with me," said a calm, reasonable voice filtered through what I assumed was some kind of intercom. "I know you're awake. The bed you're lying on notified me as soon as your vital signs started spiking, and I thought I'd come down to have a little chat with you before you started throwing yourself against the walls. And we have so much to talk about. You and I, it's been far, far too long." I opened my eyes again, more slowly this time, squinting to try and keep them from burning too badly as the light flooded in. I was in what looked like an operating theater, strapped to a narrow bed that sat at the exact middle of the room, preventing me from getting to anything that could have provided me with even an inch of leverage. I still tried. I bucked and writhed against that bed until every bruise I had was singing like Adam in the shower, loudly, discordantly, and without a bit of concern for how I felt about it. Finally, I stopped fighting and slumped back into my restraints, panting from the exertion. "All done. That's good. It'll be better if you're calm." There was another click, presumably as the intercom switched off. I looked around the room, straining my neck until it ached as I tried to find the door. Finally, I spotted a faint discoloration in the wall to my left. I subsided, eyes narrowed, and waited for something to happen. It wasn't a long wait, which was good, since I'm not very patient. The door opened, swinging inward, and a tall, well-groomed man with sandy hair and a patient expression stepped into the room. He was wearing a pristine white lab coat and shiny black shoes, and I forgot about everything in the middle as soon as I finished seeing it, because it was so blandly corporate that it could have been stolen right off a mannequin at Banana Republic. I stared at him. I honestly didn't know what to say. I'd seen pictures before. We'd never been in the same room. Dr. C had always said it was too dangerous, and also that there was a pretty good chance I'd kill him if I got the opportunity, so it was better not to let me have the opportunity. Dr. C was pretty smart that way. "Hello, Tansy," said Dr. Banks, his smile never wavering. "I'm your father, and it's time we got to know each other a little bit better." "Dear Mary, my head hurts something awful, and I know from watching the news and reading the internet that this means I'm probably going to die soon. Maybe not my body, but my mind, the parts of me that matter, the parts of me that love you more than anything. That's why I'm leaving. I love you, honey, and if I did anything to hurt you or the kids, I don't think I could live with myself. Even if it was just my body, I know my soul would be watching. I'll see you when you get to heaven, baby. I know we're both of us going to make it there." Letter left by Moe Richards of Reading, CA, October 27, 2027. According to my mother's notes on the original D-Symbogenesis project, there should be no more than 3% human DNA in any individual worm, with variance for developmental age and individual tailoring, worms intended to secrete specific medications, etc. The most that should be found in any single worm, even one specifically designed to fit the needs of its host, is 3.2% human DNA. Some of the samples we're finding in the sleepwalker population imply as much as 11% human DNA, without any visible change to the morphology of the D-Symbogenesis worm. What this means, I do not know. I cannot imagine it means anything remotely good. From the notes of Dr. Nathankim, October 2027, Chapter 4, September 2027. The car pulling to a stop woke me, if woke is the correct word. I wasn't sleeping in the traditional sense, just so deep in the hot, warm dark that I had ceased to be aware of distance. I opened my eyes on a world without sunlight, the car lit only by the dim glow from the instrument panel. We were pulled off to the side of the road somewhere in the rolling hills that seemed to cover a third of the Bay Area. I blinked, trying to get my bearings, and then twisted in my seat to look at Nathan. "Why are we stopped?" I asked. "The dogs need a bathroom break, and according to the traffic reports, we're in the clear from here on out," he said, unfastening his seat belt as he spoke. "We made it over the bridge. No incidents. If the quarantine on San Francisco has been declared, no one's told anyone this far from the city yet." "Anything on the news?" I sat up, rumpling my hair with one hand and yawning. I felt, if anything, even more limp and wrung out than I had before we left the apartment. However much energy I'd been able to gain from the cookies and juice, it wasn't going to last forever. They're reporting fires in San Francisco and advising travelers to either stay in their hotels or cars and await evacuation if they're already in the city, or stay at home and as far from San Francisco as possible. There hasn't been anything about a bridge closure yet. That may just be a media effort to keep people from rushing to see what's going on. People love to gawk at accidents. They're not quite as fond of being set on fire. Right, I reached for my seat belt. Nathan's hand on my shoulder stopped me. I turned to face him, blinking. "What?" "I want you to stay in the car," he said. "What, why?" "Because your hands are shaking. They've been shaking since you woke up." He pulled his hand away. "You need medical attention. I'm not going to risk you collapsing by the side of the road because you didn't want me to walk the dogs by myself." Much as I hated to admit it, Nathan had a point. I sighed, sagging back in my seat. "Okay, but leave the keys. I want to listen to the radio." "You've got it." He leaned over and kissed my temple before turning the key in the ignition, reactivating the car's electrical systems. I reached for the radio and was starting to scan through the local stations when he got out of the car, slamming the door behind himself, and let the dogs out of the back. I was alone. The first 3 stations were generic classic rock, all power ballads and songs about how awesome it was to be young forever. I skipped past them, looking for the news. I was so focused that I scanned right past a familiar voice, only realizing what I'd done 2 stations later. The drums beginning to hammer in my ears again, I rolled the scanner carefully back. During a tragic break-in at our offices earlier today. I knew our competition was capable of a lot of things, but I had no idea they would stoop to corporate espionage, or that they'd be willing to involve someone who couldn't understand what she was doing. Dr. Banks sounded solemn and upset, like he was barely keeping himself under control. I'd always known he was an excellent liar, but as I listened to him talk, I started to understand how good he really was. Sally Mitchell is a wonderful girl. I've enjoyed our time together immensely, and I think of her as a daughter, but it's no secret that she's not well. She suffered some fairly severe brain damage in her accident, and she's never fully recovered. She never will. Her family has been holding her in custodianship for the last several years, and she and I had been speaking about the virtues of transferring that custody to me. I think of her as a daughter, and her biological parents, well, they could never look at her without seeing everything she had lost. I love her. I know she'd never have done anything like this of her own initiative. Someone put her up to this. Someone exploited a poor, mentally handicapped girl for their own ends, and when I find out who did this, I swear, I am going to come down on them with the full force of the law. His tone changed, becoming ingratiating. I knew that most of the station's listeners, if it was just this station, if this wasn't going out nationwide, would take his words as paternal and loving, but I saw them for what they had always been, a trap. He was trying to trap me just like he'd been doing for my entire life. Sally, if you can hear this, if you're out there somewhere listening to me, Sally, please come home. The people who told you to steal from me, they're not your friends. I don't know what lies they've been feeding to you, but I only have your best interests at heart. I've only ever wanted to help you, and I can't do that if you're running from me. I'm not pressing charges against you for what you did. I'm not blaming you for the people who were hurt. I know that none of this was your idea. But Sally, please, please, I am begging you. Please come home. The quality of the sound abruptly changed, and an unfamiliar woman said, "That was Dr. Stephen Banks at his press conference earlier today, discussing the break-in at the Simbo Gen headquarters that resulted in the deaths of 3 security guards and the hospitalization of 2 doctors. It is widely believed that this break-in was made possible by the actions of Sally Mitchell, a patient of Simbo Gen's. Miss Mitchell, as you may recall, was involved in a tragic accident." I gasped and turned off the radio before the woman could start telling me about my own past. I was still staring at it, my arms wrapped tightly around myself, when the car doors opened. Beverly and Minnie came bounding into the back seat, and Beverly shoved her nose under my hair, snuffling loudly, in case I had changed while she was away. The door closed and the driver's side door opened. I kept staring at the radio. "Sal," Nathan put a hand on my arm as he slid back into his seat. I didn't react. He pulled the hand away, closing his door, creating a safe, enclosed space around us. Only then did he try again, asking, "Sal, honey, what's wrong? What was on the radio?" "Dr. Banks." I turned slowly to face him. He did a press conference. He told everyone about the break-in and said that people got hurt and that it was my fault. But he's not pressing charges, he says. He just wants me to come home. Which may mean he's offering a reward for anyone who turns you in, and trying to deflect people from suspecting Simbo Gen's involvement in the Sleepwalker outbreak at the same time. Damn it. Nathan scowled, pushing his glasses back up his nose. "I guess that just means we'll need to be a little bit more careful for the rest of the drive. Are you ready to go?" "Fasten your seat belt," I said. Nathan fastened his seat belt. "Is your mom going to let us back into the lab when there are people looking for me?" "There have always been people looking for you, and there have always been people looking for her," he said. "Maybe that doesn't sound reassuring, but it is, because she's always been willing to let you in. You're her greatest creation, a chimera that formed entirely without human aid. I'm not going to let her use you as a lab subject, but darling, you have to understand how much leverage this gives you over her. She needs to study you. She'll let us in. The broken doors will still be open." "Yeah," said Nathan, reaching for the wheel. "And while I find it deeply odd that my life is now defined by a children's book, it's also reassuring. As long as Mom keeps treating that thing like the newest book of the damn Bible, she's not going to shut us out. The whole point of going to where the monsters are is that the monsters will always let you in." "Yay, monsters," I said, leaning back in my seat and closing my eyes again. I liked riding in cars at night a little bit more than I liked doing it during the day. As long as I couldn't see anything around us, I could almost pretend that we were sitting safely still. But other cars had a tendency to break the illusion, and with Nathan driving the way he had to in order to get us to safety, it was better for me not to risk it. I heard the engine rumble to life, and then the faint jouncing as Nathan rolled from the shoulder and back onto the road. The siren started a few seconds later. The sound was coming from directly behind us. I opened my eyes, and the cab of the car was filled with flashing red and blue lights. Nathan. I know, just be cool, okay? I can handle this. He pulled over again, leaving his hands resting on the wheel, while I stayed frozen in my seat and tried not to look like an inhuman thing wearing a girl's skin. What if the cop could tell somehow? What if we were both arrested, and I was thrown into whatever sort of cell they reserved for creatures who dared to pretend to be people, and I never saw Nathan or the dogs again? Beverly, sensing my distress, shoved her nose into my ear. I left it there, not trying to push her away, as Nathan rolled down the window and a flashlight shined into the car, illuminating first my lap and then moving to my face where it seemed like the glare was going to blind me. I squinted, recoiling. Beverly pulled her nose out of my ear and gave an inquisitive yip. "Are these your dogs, miss?" asked the officer. The voice was male, but I couldn't make out a face thanks to that flashlight in my eyes. I was silent for a few seconds, trying to find an answer that was both honest and unlikely to get me into trouble. Finally, I settled for the safest option. "Why, yes," I stammered. "The big one is Beverly and the little one is Minnie. They're both friendly, and we have leashes for them." I wasn't sure why I felt the need to add that last part, except that I'd heard horror stories before of cops shooting dogs for getting too close to them while appearing vicious. A designation that seemed to mean the dog had teeth in its mouth, and I saw them at some point. Since happy, friendly dogs were apt to show off their teeth in the process of panting, that made me worry about my girls. Any reason they were just outside the car without a lead on? Now Nathan spoke up. "I'm sorry, officer. They were whining and my girlfriend was asleep, and I took them out so that she wouldn't have to. I never even thought to grab their leashes. This is state land. It's against local ordinance for dogs to be in the fields without leads." The flashlight beam switched to Nathan's face, finally allowing me to see the officer on the other side. He was a big man of African-American descent, thick around the middle, with a face that seemed inclined to be gentle, even as he was interrogating Nathan about walking the dogs. "Did you see any wildlife while you were out there?" It smacked of a question that had a right answer and a wrong answer. I bit my lip as I waited to see which one Nathan was going to offer. "I think we startled a duck," he said. "It flew away when Minnie got close to it, and the dogs did their business. Urine only. I had bags in case they decided to poop, and we got back into the car. My girlfriend was awake by that point. I told her what I'd done, and we started to get back on the road. That's when you pulled us over." The flashlight beam switched back to my face, making my eyes water. I squinted, resisting the urge to raise a hand against the glare. Looking inoffensive was important when dealing with the police, never more than right now. "Miss, is this true?" "I can't say about the duck because I was in the car, but all the rest is true as far as I know," I said meekly. "I'm really sorry." I would have told him to put the leashes on if I'd been awake. "Miss, why is there blood on your shirt?" The question was asked in the same mild, almost innocuous tone as the questions about the dogs, and for a moment I didn't realize how dangerous it was. The moment passed quickly. I swallowed hard before holding up my injured arm, showing him the bandage wrapped around my wrist. "I was making dinner and I slipped," I said. "I cut myself pretty bad and I didn't have a clean shirt, so we're heading back to my place to get me a change of clothes." It seemed odd to avoid using Nathan's name, but he hadn't used mine, and I had to assume that there was a reason for that. Maybe he just didn't want to risk the cop guessing who we were, but wouldn't the officer have run Nathan's plates before he got out of his squad car? Didn't he already know? There were too many variables. I was drowning in them. "I see." The flashlight moved away from my eyes to my bandaged wrist and hovered there as the officer considered my words. Finally, he asked, Are you being held against your will? What? No. I was so startled by the question that I forgot to moderate my response. I wound up half squawking at the cop, my eyes going wide and round with surprise. Maybe that was the right way to react. The flashlight finally pointed upward at the ceiling of the cab, where it illuminated the car without blinding anyone. I don't know if you were aware, but I just got the call that we're closing down the bridge, said the officer. It seems there's been some sort of outbreak in San Francisco, and we're trying to contain it before it can spread to the rest of the Bay Area. You kids wouldn't know anything about that, would you? No, officer, said Nathan. I didn't trust my voice, and so I just shook my head, hoping that the policeman would take my silence as a sign of fear and not a sign of guilt. You look like good kids, but it's not safe out here, he said. Wherever it is you're going, you want to keep going until you get there, you hear me? Don't stop again, no matter how bad your dogs need to pee. Yes, sir, said Nathan. Thank you. I'm letting you off with a warning this time. Get your girl home. Then the flashlight was turned away, and the officer was walking back down the shoulder toward his car. Nathan and I raised our eyes to watch him go, tracking his reflection as it got smaller and smaller, until he finally climbed into his squad car. The lights flashed once as he restarted the engine, and then he pulled out onto the highway and was gone. Nathan groaned, leaning forward to rest his forehead against the wheel for a moment. I blinked at him, alarmed. Nathan. This is how everything falls apart, Sal, he said, voice slightly muffled by his position. This is where everything breaks down. That man should have hauled us in. Between the blood and the bridge shutting down, we're too suspicious to be allowed to roam free. But he didn't because we looked like nice kids. And you're a pretty girl with big, sad eyes, and he didn't want to do that to us. We looked too innocent. That's bad, I asked blankly. No one is innocent when you're talking about infection, whether it's viral or parasitic. Nathan raised his head and started the engine again. We're not carrying Symbogen implants on the verge of going rogue, but we could be. There's no way to look at a person and know. So if we were carriers, and if the goal were to shut down the sleepwalker plague in San Francisco, our friendly neighborhood state trooper would have just ruined everything. Everyone's a carrier, I said. You're being really hard on him, he let us go. Everyone's a potential carrier. There will always be outliers like you, but it seems like most sleepwalkers are triggered by getting near another sleepwalker. The pheromone tags put off by the worms in their new state excite and agitate the worms that are still in a resting phase. The change isn't instant unless the second worm was already in the process of attempting to colonize the brain of their host. It takes time to chew and slither your way through a human body, but it starts with that pheromone tag. That's why Sherman could form a mob by dropping 1 or 2 individuals in key neighborhoods. That's why Mom was so worried about us going out in public. There's no telling how many people are already out there, putting off the pheromone tags that say it's time to move, and haven't yet started showing symptoms. You're making it sound like you wanted him to arrest us, I snapped, because that would keep us and our scary pheromones away from the people who aren't sick yet. Only you can't be putting off those pheromones since you never got an implant, and I stopped, a sick feeling spreading through my stomach. Nathan, are you saying this is all my fault? No, he said hurriedly. No, I'm not saying that at all. I talked to Mom at length about the differences between chimera and sleepwalkers, because I knew I'd need to explain them to you, and I really think I should do as much of it as I can. Mom isn't good at talking to people who aren't geneticists. You're not a geneticist. No, and sometimes she loses me. But you're not giving off the pheromone tag that the sleepwalkers use to activate each other. She said it's like comparing a can of spray paint to a master painter's brush. You can get art out of either one, but one will tend to be much more focused and refined. The sleepwalkers are putting off a chemical stew that says everything from, hey, do what I'm doing, this is neat, and you should try it, to eat here, eat. She's still trying to analyze the specific pheromones that you and the other chimera put off. As near as she can tell, they say, listen to me, I am bigger than you, and you should listen. You may eventually be able to use them to accomplish just that. You may be able to make them listen. I looked at my bandaged wrist, the white barely visible through the gloom. Are all the sleepwalkers going to listen with their teeth? I asked glumly. Only the ones who are already too brain damaged from the integration process to understand the message. I think they're all going to want to be close to you. Some of them may even have the intelligence to obey when you give them simple orders, like stop or don't eat me. But some of them are going to be too far gone, because the integration process involves far too much brute trauma to the host. They don't have the superstructure necessary to process complicated information. I wrapped my arms around myself, hunching over in my seat. This just keeps on making me feel worse and worse. Every time I think I'm okay with not being human, you come up with some new fun fact like, hey, Sal, you're basically a bug zapper for sleepwalkers. Hope that's okay with you. I'm okay with you not being human, said Nathan. However long it takes for you to be okay with it, I will wait for you. We're going to figure this all out together. But you still think that cop should have arrested us? Yes, admitted Nathan. At the very least, he should have questioned us more about why we decided to load ourselves and the dogs into the car when you were clearly injured, instead of going to a hospital. I think. He took one hand off the wheel as he reached up and adjusted his glasses, and I suddenly realized the car was moving, had been moving for some time. I'd been so distracted by arguing with him that I hadn't even noticed. Finally, he sighed and said, I think things are getting very bad very quickly, and I think that officer knew about it. He made a threat assessment. He decided we were not dangerous. As luck would have it, he was right, and it was definitely the choice we wanted him to make. I'm just worried about how many times people will make that same choice tonight, and how many times they're going to be wrong. It's too late to stop the outbreak. That doesn't mean we need to help it spread faster than it has to. I bit my lip again, frowning. I couldn't make out the details of Nathan's face, and I was glad. I didn't want to know whether he was wearing his mother's look of calm resignation, like talking about leaving people locked in what was about to become a plague zone could ever be interpreted as a good thing. The landscape rushing by outside the car windows was a bruised blur that echoed my mood, purple and gray and somehow threatening. It was nice to know that a good scare that had nothing to do with being in a car could distract me from the fact that I was in a moving vehicle. Maybe I just needed to get a portable DVD player and start watching horror movies whenever I had to go somewhere. I wanted to let the matter lie. I really did. But there was one more question I needed to ask before I could do that. How many people do you think are going to die? There was a long pause before Nathan answered me. A lot, he said finally. From both sides. I think a lot of humans are going to die, and a lot of the ones who don't are going to take powerful antiparasitics and kill their implants. And they do it even if we had evidence that the tapeworms have achieved rudimentary sapience in their isolated state, and should hence be treated as thinking beings. People have fought long and hard to have the right to control their own bodies in this country. They're going to view the implants as dangerous intruders. And the sleepwalkers, maybe there's some kind of treatment that can give the tapeworms that have taken their hosts over a better existence, something closer to what you and Adam have, or at least closer to what Tansy has. But for right now, we have to treat them as if they were already dead. Do you think that would work? Honestly, I don't know. Most people, human people, are going to be very upset when they find out what's going on. Even if there is a treatment, it might be a long time before it can be put into practice, if ever. I looked at him steadily, searching his face for signs of panic. "How are you so calm?" I asked. "I mean, I'm a tapeworm. I've been a tapeworm the whole time we've been dating. You've been having sex with a tapeworm. Your mother has been making more tapeworm people just like me. Other tapeworms are eating the brains out of their hosts, and you're still so calm." "I could ask you the same question, he said. "I've had days to come to terms with what you are and what that means about our future together. I already decided that it doesn't matter, and that I want to marry you and be with you forever, no matter what species you technically are. You just found out tonight, and you're already playing action girl across the Bay Area. It's not a normal reaction." "Tapeworm," I said, trying to keep my tone light. I failed. We don't know much about invertebrate psychology. Maybe what would be a normal reaction in a human isn't a normal reaction coming from me. "Maybe," he allowed. "But you've always seemed to be following a human template to me. It's been a slightly odd one, more than a little weird at times, but it was recognizably human. I think that once you became fully bonded to Sally Mitchell's brain, a certain amount of normal human response became inevitable. It's the form defining the function, as much as the function defining the form." I had to laugh at that. A tight, gasping series of sounds that made Beverly push her head back into the front seat again, concerned and checking to see what was wrong. I put a hand on her muzzle, pushing her back, and said, "So you love me even though I'm not human, because I seem human because I'm living in a human body?" "No, I love you because you're you. The rest is all details." "Scientist," I accused fondly. Nathan smiled, the expression visible in the light coming off the dash. "Guilty as charged," he said, and drove on. The parking lot outside the abandoned bowling alley that Dr. Cal had converted into a lab was dark and empty, looking more like the setting of a murder mystery than a sanctuary. It was at least partially an illusion. I knew she and her team had security cameras hidden all over the place, making it virtually impossible for anyone to sneak up on the lab. That was good. We were going to need that kind of security if we were going to be staying here for a while. Nathan parked behind the bowling alley, where his virtually new Prius stuck out like a sore thumb among the battered, rust-covered cars favored by the staff. Most of them looked newer than they seemed when I took a second glance. One more bit of visual chicanery to keep the local authorities from looking twice at the place. "You get Minnie, I'll get Beverly, and I'll come back for the suitcases," said Nathan, handing me a leash. I nodded. "It's a deal." Leashing two excited dogs who had been cramped up in the backseat of a car for the better part of an hour and a half wasn't easy, but I'd been working at an animal shelter for years, and I'd never met the dog I couldn't get onto a lead. Nathan struggled to get the leash on Beverly for a while before just handing it to me and letting me do it. I grinned to myself as I passed Minnie's leash to him. It was nice to know that there was still something I could contribute to our partnership, even if it was as small and silly a thing as putting leashes on dogs. Everyone has their talents. Nothing moved but us as we made our way across the parking lot to the bowling alley, which looked as locked and abandoned as it had the first time we had come here. All that was missing was Tansy, Dr. Cal's bodyguard and effective head of security, sitting on the hood of a car and getting ready to shoot us if we looked at her funny. A knot formed in my throat. I never would have thought I could miss that little disaster waiting to happen, but it was wrong for her not to be here. She was supposed to be here, and she wasn't, and that was because of me. Nathan stepped in front of me when we got to the door, raising his hand and knocking briskly. Only silence answered. "Do you think they left without us?" I asked anxiously. "Not if Mom's still in charge," he said, and knocked again. When there was still no answer, he started looking around, scanning the edge of the roof and door frame. "See if you can find a security camera." "I don't know what your mother's security cameras look like," I protested. "It's dark and I'm woozy, and shouldn't she have let us in by now?" "Not if whoever's manning the door is waiting for a sign that we're actually us, and that we haven't led half the police in the Bay Area back here," he said. "Look for something that looks completely unlike what you'd expect from a security camera, and assume that's probably what Mom's security cameras look like. She's been doing this for a long time." "Right, so I should go and start trying to attract a pigeon's attention. Got it." I turned and let Beverly start pulling me along the side of the building. She had her nose glued to the ground, taking in a whole new world of smells. I kept my eyes equally glued to the slight overhang of the roof, looking for something that didn't look like a security camera. It turns out there are a lot of things that don't look like security cameras. Rocks, for example. Wasps' nests. Pieces of the roof. I kept letting Beverly pull me along, and while I didn't see anything that looked like a camera, I saw plenty of things that absolutely were not cameras. We went around a corner and saw more of the same. The next two sides of the building didn't yield anything new. "This is hopeless," I said to Beverly, who wagged her tail agreeably. If I wanted to tell her a thing was hopeless, why, she'd be happy to agree because I was her people, and if I thought something was so, then I had to be right. Dogs are good like that. We were reaching the corner that would take us back to where Nathan had parked the car, and so I sighed, raised my voice, and said, "Hey, Nathan, nothing out here." I stopped as we came around the corner. The bowling alley door was open, and a man was standing there, aiming what looked like an assault rifle at Nathan's chest. Minnie was standing stock, still next to Nathan's right leg, her head up and her ears back as an almost subsonic growl echoed from her chest. It wasn't her sleepwalker growl, which would have been followed by lunging and attempts to bite. It was just the growl of a good dog whose person was being threatened. "Don't move, Sal," said Nathan without looking at me. He had his hands up and his attention remained focused firmly on the man with the gun. That seemed like a good idea. "I was just explaining to Fang here that we're not trying to break in, we're just trying to get back to my mother, Dr. Cal, who runs this lab." He pronounced Fang to rhyme with long, rather than like he was talking about a particularly sharp tooth. He was of clearly Chinese descent, but taller than Nathan, with a shaved head and eyes that were narrowed in concentration. Only the lab coat he was wearing over his shirt and trousers broke the unrelenting blackness of his attire, and he looked familiar. "You're, on Dr. Cal's security team, aren't you? Only you were on assignment until recently, because I know you, don't I? I've seen you at Symbogen." It was the lab coat that did it. His face was memorable, but I didn't like making eye contact with people when I didn't have to. They had an unfortunate tendency to smile at me, and all those teeth made me uncomfortable. But I'd been around doctors and medical technicians for as long as I could remember, and I'd never forget a lab coat. "You worked in the phlebotomy lab, didn't you? With Dr. Lowe?" The man, Fang, didn't turn. Keeping his rifle trained on Nathan, he asked, "When would you have seen me there if I had been there to be seen?" It took me a moment to puzzle through his grammar, which seemed oddly recursive to me, like it was a snake biting its own tail. Finally, I ventured, "During one of my checkups. Dr. Banks made me come in a lot more often than I probably needed to. I always thought it was because he was worried about my well-being, but I guess now it was because he was monitoring my integration with the human brain, since it sort of sucks when all of your tapeworm human hybrids just moan and try to bite people all the time. Which, speaking of that, one of them bit me pretty badly. I held up my bandaged wrist like a macabre exhibit A. I lost a lot of blood and the world's still sort of spinny, and I just walked all the way around the outside of the bowling alley, which wouldn't be a thing normally. But I haven't lost a lot of blood normally, and I think I'm going to pass out soon. So I'd appreciate it if you put the gun down, or at least stop aiming it at my boyfriend, and go tell Dr. Cal that we're here. This whole situation is wank. Whack Sal, said Nathan, a nervous giggle underscoring his words. The word you want is whack. Oh, I said, so what does wank mean? It means to masturbate, said Fang, adjusting his rifle so that it was pointed at the sky instead of at Nathan. The drums that had been pounding in my ears slacked off slightly, making it easier for me to hear. Do you have everything you need out of your vehicle? The sudden change in topics threw me for a loop. It appeared to do the same to Nathan because he just blinked at Fang, and for a moment the three of us stood there silently, everyone waiting for someone else to start making sense. Finally, Fang sighed and explained, I need to get rid of your car. If you have everything you need, I can do that now. If you don't, I will escort you inside, come back out with some movers, and do it while you're undergoing orientation. What do you mean, get rid of my car? Now Nathan sounded alarmed. Dr. Cal told me you'd have this reaction. Fang smiled thinly. She said to let you know that we'll be issuing you a replacement vehicle from our motor pool, but that we can't risk having a nearly new Prius sitting near what's supposed to be an abandoned building. She also said to let you know that you'll be receiving 20% of the sale price, so you shouldn't fuss about it overly much. 20% of you know what? No, I'm not going to get upset about this. If this is what needs to happen for us to be safe, then fine, so be it. Nathan shook his head. Sal and I both have things in the car. She needs medical attention, and that seemed more important than dealing with our suitcases. All right, said Fang. He held out his hand. Give me the keys and follow me. It seemed like Nathan was going to argue. Then he glanced at me. I must have looked worse than I thought because he paled, lips pressing tightly together, before digging his keys out of his pocket and slapping them down in Fang's outstretched palm. Thank you, said Fang, making the keys disappear into his lab coat. Welcome home. We followed him into the bowling alley, Beverly straining at her leash as she tried to rush ahead into this world of exciting new smells, Minnie lagging behind and nearly tripping me as she looked for something to reassure her that the world wasn't changing for the worse. I understood the sentiment, even as it was becoming increasingly difficult for me to put one foot in front of the other. The spots around the edges of my vision were back, chewing little moth holes in everything I saw. The dark room connecting the bowling alley door to the main lab seemed even darker than usual, although that could have been a side effect of my clouded vision. Fang stopped in front of the interior door, holding up a hand as he motioned for us to do the same. If you'll wait here, I'll let Dr. Cal know that you're back, he said. Okay, I said dreamily. I'm just going to take a little nap, all right. The black spots were continuing to expand. I didn't even feel myself hit the floor. This time when I woke up, I was in a hospital cot in the middle of what looked like a makeshift operating theater, with 2 IV bags, one full of blood, one full of saline solution, attached to my left arm. I blinked at the tubes and then twisted to look around the small room. The walls were just white sheets hanging from a pipe framework. A heart monitor beeped steadily, providing a treble accent to the drums that were beating softly in my ears. Another monitor was tracking something. I assumed it was connected to the tangle of wires spilling off the bed. I reached up. There were sensors on my forehead, big round flat things held down with what felt like surgical tape. I frowned. "Ah, good, you're awake." Dr. Cal's voice came from the other side of the curtain. She pushed it aside with one sweep of her arm and came rolling in. "You gave us all quite a scare, young lady. It may be time to have a little talk about how you're taking care of yourself. This can't continue." "What?" I blinked at her blearily, trying to make sense of what she was saying. I'd been standing in the bowling alley with Nathan and the dogs. The dogs. "Where are Beverly and Minnie?" "Your dogs are fine. I was prepared to be irritated about you bringing non-lab animals here, but they've already proven their value by distracting my son while you were having a seizure on my floor." Dr. Cal's frown deepened. "There are only a few human tapeworm chimera in the world, Sal. You know that. As far as I'm aware, you're the only one ever to arise without help. You're a collector's item, for lack of a better term, and you're not taking the proper care to keep yourself in mint condition." I don't understand. Where are my dogs?" Dr. Cal reached up and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Your dogs are with Nathan, who is getting them settled in the room you'll be sharing until we relocate to a new lab space. Recent events have accelerated our timeline for moving slightly. We can't risk being found." "Dr. Banks was on the radio," I said. "He's telling people I broke into Symbogen because somebody made me do it." "Well, that's technically true, or close enough to true that I can't be as angry at him as I'd like to be. But we're getting off the topic." She lowered her hand, looking at me gravely. "As I said before, you're the first chimera to happen naturally. All of the others have had a team of experts standing by, bound and determined to make sure that our subjects had a successful melding with their hosts. Even then, it didn't always go as well as we wanted it to." "Like Tansy?" I asked. Dr. Cal nodded. "Yes, exactly like Tansy. She had everything going for her when I performed the procedure. I had practiced on other subjects. The original damage to the host's brain was minimal. It should have been perfect. It was. She caused seizures in her host and damaged the brain in the process. All her neurological and cognitive issues stem from those seizures. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?" I didn't. I knew that my ignorance would show on my face, and so I didn't even try to hide it. I just shook my head, wincing a little as the sensors attached to my forehead pulled, and said, "Not really. When you entered Sally Mitchell's skull, you exploited the damage that had been done by her accident," said Dr. Cal. "It was a lucky break, literally. If her skull had broken in any other place, you probably wouldn't have been able to get through. But in the process, you compromised some of the blood vessels that feed into the brain. They were partially repaired during the initial surgery. There should have been an additional surgery to suture and reconnect them properly, since those are your only source of nutrition now that you're anchored in the brain, instead of in the digestive system. Unfortunately, Dr. Banks had taken over your care by that point, and he did not choose to order that operation." I stared at her, but why not? "Sal, I don't know everything, all right. I can't say for sure why he would have decided not to operate. Maybe you were too fragile at that time, and he didn't want to endanger your integration. Maybe he was looking for leverage to hold over you later. There's no way he missed this damage. I honestly don't know why he didn't correct it." "But you suspect." The drums were starting to make a little more sense to me now. Of course they would seem louder than a normal human heartbeat. I wasn't just hearing them with my ears, but with my entire body, which was wrapped into the pulse of the circulatory system in Sally Mitchell's brain. There was no way I could have avoided hearing the drums. And at the same time, hadn't they been seeming just a little too loud lately? Like they were pounding when they didn't need to be. Like they were being played by someone who didn't really know what they were doing. like my heart was beating too hard. I do, Dr. Cal nodded. You have to understand that, oh God, how do I say this? I genuinely think of Adam and Tansy, and yes, you as my children. You contain my DNA, and while a connection to a living human brain is required for you to achieve full sapience, I cannot question your right to exist once you have that connection. Do you understand? I wouldn't kill a functional human being to give one of my babies a body, but I wouldn't take that body away from them if they already had it. "'Kay," I said, confused. "You were a miracle, Sal. For whatever reason, you not only took advantage of Sally's accident, you found a way to complete integration without help. Sally's brain is the computer that runs your consciousness, but you, only you, are the medical miracle here. You're the one who evolved under pressure." She smiled a little, like she expected this revelation to make me happy. It did not make me happy. If Dr. Banks wanted to study a natural chimera, you were perfect. Tell me, those contracts that he had you and your parents sign, agreeing to allow Symbogen to handle your medical care. Did they say anything about what would happen to your body if you passed away for any reason? Dr. Banks would get it for research purposes. Dawning horror was coiling in my stomach. I tried to tamp it down, demanding, but what good would that do? All he'd get would be a dead worm and a deader girl. There's not much to learn from that. Tapeworms are hardy, Sal. It's true that your current body wouldn't survive the loss of your human host. You're too deeply integrated to be removed. But all he'd need is a single viable proglottid to grow a new worm with your exact genetic makeup. He could create another you under controlled lab conditions. He's never had a chimera of his own. I've had people sabotaging his research every time it looked like he was getting close. Creating another iteration of you wouldn't require the same level of research. You've made all the modifications necessary for a successful joining already, all by yourself. He could exploit that. What are you talking about? You were built with a DNA profile, she said. You found a way, instinctively, to modify it enough to let you take Sally Mitchell's body as your own. That's normal. Every baseline worm expresses itself differently. We could hatch 1,000 eggs from the same batch that made you and get 1,000 slightly different results. But your body is hermaphroditic, and every egg it generates will be a tiny, perfect clone of you. Sal Banks could use that. He could grow a chimera of his own, and then figure out how to make the process easier, or how to stop it altogether. I stared at her, aghast. Are you saying that Dr. Banks left weak blood vessels in my brain because he wanted me to have an aneurysm and die, so that he could take samples and culture eggs from your original body, yes, and possibly move it into a new host, said Dr. Cal. Observing you throughout the life cycle of your original host would have been a secondary goal. I admit, I can see the temptation. It would have been a perfect, untouched system if only it had been a computer model instead of a living person. I don't think he thinks of me as a person, I said. You may not be a human, Sal, but you're a person. Anyone who can think and speak and be upset by someone's plans for them is a person. Dr. Cal wheeled herself closer. Which brings us to the next matter at hand. Those blood vessels need to be repaired, or you're going to keep having incidents like this one. I thought I fainted because I lost too much blood, I said weakly. You didn't lose that much blood, but what you did lose was enough to strain your system, she said. That was really the problem. Once your body begins to worry about circulation, things will go downhill for you very quickly because you don't have much in the way of a reserve. We need to operate. The thought of being unconscious on a table while someone sliced into my head filled me with terror. I didn't want them so close to my vulnerable body. I needed my skull to keep people away from it. But that wasn't going to do me much good if the channels that carried the food I needed to survive were blocked. "Can we do that here?" I asked, inwardly amazed at how calm I sounded. Why, it was almost as if I weren't asking someone to cut me open. Dr. Cal shook her head. "No, we can't," she said. "I have excellent surgical facilities. I can even perform limited brain surgery when there's a need for it. But what you need is too delicate. It's going to require a specialist, and equipment that's much more advanced than I have access to here. We're going to need to take you to a hospital." "Nathan has admitting privileges at the hospital where he works," I said slowly. "Yes, and that hospital is in San Francisco, and everyone there knows him." Dr. Cal shook her head for the second time in under a minute. A look of deep regret transfused her features. Somehow, that didn't make me feel any better. "We'd be arrested before we even managed to get you on the table." "So what then? I can't just stay here and try not to get upset about anything. The sleepwalkers are getting worse. That sort of makes staying calm impossible. I'm going to need you to trust me." I stared at her. "That's what I've been doing since I called you." "No, Sal, you've been playing at trust, but what I'm about to ask you to do, you need to be absolutely sure that you believe I have your best interests at heart. Otherwise, we can wait. See if the crisis passes. Those blood vessels should hold for a while longer." Dr. Cal looked at me, regret fading to leave her face a featureless mask. "I can't say for how long." "Then I guess I have to trust you," I said, trying to sound more sincere than I felt. I didn't know if I would ever really trust Dr. Cal, but I didn't have any options left, not unless I wanted to die. Choosing to live meant choosing to trust her, whether I wanted to or not. "Let's open the broken doors all the way." Dr. Cal nodded. "I'll set things up," she said, and turned her wheelchair and rolled away, leaving me alone and wondering what I had just agreed to let her do to me. "Take the bread and take the salt. Know that this is not your fault. Take the things you need, for you will not be coming back. Pause before you shut the door. Look back once and never more. Take a breath and take a step, committed to this track. The broken doors are kept in places ancient and unknown. My darling ones, be careful now, and don't go out alone." From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press. Currently out of print. The big question of the hour is pretty obvious. It's the question we've been asking every scientist from Galileo to Oppenheimer, from Frankenstein to Morrow. Do I feel like we at Simbo Gen are trying to play God? Well, there's a reason that two of the scientists I just named don't really exist. I think that mankind is constantly trying to play God. I would argue that playing God is exactly what God, if he exists, would want us to do. He didn't create thinking creatures with the intent that we would never think. That would be silly. He didn't create creatures that were capable of manipulating and remaking our environment with the intent that we would sit idle and never create anything. That would be a waste. If God exists, and I am reserving my final opinion on the matter until I die and meet him, then he is a scientist, and by creating man, he was playing at being me for a little while. So I can't imagine that he would mind if I wanted to try putting the shoe on the other foot, can you? From King of the WORMS, an interview with Dr. Stephen Banks, co-founder of SYMBOGN. Originally published in Rolling Stone, February 2027. Chapter 5. September 2027. The plan was simple enough on paper. Fang and Daisy, another of Dr. Cal's employees, a parasitologist by trade, before she had left Symbogen to work with Dr. Cal on the de-Symbogenesis issue. Both had admitting privileges at the nearby John Muir Medical Center, a vast, sprawling hospital complex where no one could be sure of knowing absolutely everyone else. They would sneak me into an unoccupied operating theater, program the machines that handled microsurgery to deal with the weakened blood vessels connecting to my brain, and keep watch while the surgical tools took care of the job. Fang was a licensed neurosurgeon, and both of them were blazingly loyal to Dr. Cal, for reasons I didn't yet fully understand. There were a lot of things that could go wrong with this plan, starting when we left the bowling alley and progressing from there. What if someone at the hospital recognized me? What if someone at the hospital recognized Nathan? He'd given speeches on parasitology at hospitals all over Northern California, and he didn't usually attend random brain surgeries. Not that there was any chance of his staying behind at the bowling alley. Even if I'd been comfortable with the idea, which I wasn't, that wasn't something he was going to agree to. His discussion with his mother had lasted less than 5 minutes, escalating in volume until everyone in the lab could probably have heard them. Her part of the conversation had consisted of reasonable arguments and rational cost-benefit assessments. His had consisted almost entirely of variations on the word no. I had snuggled down in my narrow cot, listening to the soft thudding of the drums in my ears and smiling a little. It was nice that Dr. Cal didn't get everything she wanted. I was still in that cot a little over an hour later when the sheet was pulled aside, allowing Nathan into my tiny, semi-private room. "How's your head?" he asked. "Not too bad," I said. "Did your mom put sedatives in my IV drip? The drums haven't been as loud since I've been here." He nodded. "She did. Don't worry, I've looked over your chart and they won't interfere with the surgery. We'll be able to get you put back together tonight, better than new, since this time you won't have a hidden time bomb in your skull." I smiled slightly. "You're freaking out, huh?" "Just a little." He raised his hand, holding his thumb and forefinger about an inch apart. I raised my eyebrows. He spread his fingers farther apart before giving up and spreading his hand wide. "Okay, a lot. It's been a long night, you know. First we're fugitives, and then you're having your arm ripped open, and then you're passing out again. And suddenly that's a good thing, since without all the fainting, we might not have looked at your MRIs closely enough to realize what was going on inside that head of yours before it was too late. I like it when you lose consciousness, is just what every girl likes to hear," I said blandly. "Hey," Nathan walked across the room and sat down on the edge of the bed. "Try, I like it when you survive on for size, okay? We've come too far for this to be what ends things. Mom's people are good. You know Fang from Symbogen, and I know Daisy." I blinked. "You do?" "I do," he nodded. "She went to grad school with me, believe it or not. I had an enormous crush on her for about a year before I met her boyfriend, who is basically what you would get if you gave a grizzly bear a shave and a Brooks Brothers suit. But he's a very nice man, and they got married a few years ago. I sent them a toaster for their wedding. I don't know why people always put toasters on their registries, but they do, and I just wanted to buy one for a change." He sounded oddly wistful as he talked about the toaster, like it had somehow become the symbol of a simpler time. We had to survive the tapeworm uprising, because otherwise, who would he buy toasters for? I was starting to be quietly convinced that the time of toasters was coming to an end. Nathan looked so sad that I didn't want to come right out and say that, so I tried a less dangerous question. "Does he work here too?" "Who, Daisy's husband?" "No, he's working overseas. He's in telecommunications, I think, or maybe software engineering, something to do with computers." Nathan shrugged. Once you take the bio out, I lose interest in technology pretty quickly. It's my shameful little secret. It's not that secret. I sat up a bit straighter on the cot. Where are the dogs? Adam has them. They both like him a lot. Beverly's made friends with half the staff, and Minnie's been napping on every flat surface she could find. They're going to be fine while we're at the hospital. I nodded. Good. Carefully, I swung my legs around to point toward the floor. My feet dangled about a foot above the polished wood. How are we getting me there? Fang's acquiring an ambulance. Nathan said it with a completely straight face. Does acquiring mean stealing? I didn't ask. I was afraid Mom would tell me. You feared correctly, said Dr. Cal, wheeling herself into the room. Fang's back, and Daisy has an ID badge for you, Nathan. I've got the admitting paperwork for Sal all prepared, and it links back to one of my less public identities. So if anyone calls to confirm that she's a legitimate patient, I'll be able to confirm. Fishy is altering hospital records as we speak. By the time you get to John Muir, you'll have an insurance trail going all the way back to your first temp job. Who's Fishy? I asked blankly. Is that a person? His name is Matthew. He's a computer engineer, and he goes by Fishy. Because when he first came to work for me, I had a Matthew and a Matt already in the office. He proposed using his old gaming handle, and I said it was fine, since it's not profane or otherwise inappropriate. It's easier to explain who's been injured in the explosion when you don't have to keep backing up and clarifying which of the 5 people with that name you do mean. Dr. Cal's tone was patient, but her hands locked together in her lap, tension showing in the way her fingers interlaced. Once you get to the hospital, they'll transfer you onto a surgical gurney. Now, Sal, it's important you remember that you shouldn't need to talk much, and it would be better if you didn't, given the circumstances. You would normally be expected to answer questions before you could enter a surgical theater, but we're shortcutting that process as much as possible, and anyone who checks your charts should see that you answered the standard questions before you had to be sedated to prevent seizure. Do people really try to have conversations with patients who are in the hospital to have their heads cut open? I asked blankly. They're not going to cut your head open exactly, said Dr. Cal. Most of the work will be done by lasers and by machines no bigger than the head of a pin. It's not the nanotech that we were promised when I was in school, but I'll take it. Mom, said Nathan warningly. Dr. Cal held up her hand. Sorry, I'm sorry, I just got distracted for a second there. The actual incision won't even be as bad as that bite on your arm, Sal, which we flushed with saline and stitched up while you were unconscious, by the way. It should heal much faster and cleaner this way. You didn't lose that much blood, thankfully. The problem seems to have been mostly related to the impaired blood flow to your brain. Thanks, I said, resisting the urge to rub my wrist. I guess what I meant was, am I really going to have to answer questions? I'm there for brain surgery. Even if there's not a lot of cutting going on, you'd think that might mean nobody would ask me things. Actually, it may mean someone stops you on the way to the operating theater to make sure you've consented to the operation, and that the operation you say you're having matches the one on your paperwork, said Nathan. The grim note in his voice startled me. I turned to frown at him. He met my eyes and sighed. You remember how there are some aspects of my job that I don't like to talk about. Well, this is one of them. Organ snatching was the big hospital boogeyman 20, 30 years ago, before we had implants that could secrete anti-rejection drugs, said Dr. Cal. She made the sentence sound almost upbeat, like the thought of someone cracking open her chest and scooping out her lungs was too funny to take seriously. Now, of course, The rejection risk is lower if you have the right kind of implant readied. There are some people who have been using the anti-rejection implants as a form of preventative medicine. When their hearts finally give out from all their abuse, they already have the medication in place. It's a terrible idea, of course, but I never thought that the implants should have been used for that purpose in the first place. Why? Mom, Nathan sounded more impatient this time. His interruption was accompanied by a glance at the old analog clock on the wall, where the second hand was busily ticking off our window of opportunity. Sorry, said Dr. Cal again. As I was getting around to saying, Sal, people today carry expensive pieces of medical equipment with them at all times, and there's a black market for that sort of thing. It's rare, but not unheard of, for someone to go in for a minor surgical process and wake up with their implant missing, especially if they have one of the extremely tailored varieties. Symbogen has done an excellent job of controlling supply and demand, making sure supply never manages to outstrip demand. Unfortunately, that means that if you need a new insulin source right this minute, or a worm that supplies anti-rejection medication, theft may start looking like your best option. I stared at her. I couldn't think of anything else to do. Thanks for freaking out my girlfriend, Mom. That was swell of you, said Nathan. He stood, offering me his arm. Come on, Sal, let's get you to the ambulance. I don't have any clothes, I protested. Pushing away the covers had revealed that I was wearing nothing but a plain white hospital gown, the kind that tied in the back and left virtually nothing to the imagination. I didn't mind that much. I've never been shy about nudity, but I had been told over and over that it wasn't socially acceptable to run around half-clothed in front of strangers. Fang and Daisy counted. We're going to a hospital, said Nathan. Not having any clothes is a good thing. You'll be fine, said Dr. Cal. Just tell anyone who asks you that you have problems with the veins in your head and that Dr. Chu and Dr. Lee are going to fix it for you. If they press, tell them you don't know how to pronounce what's wrong. Daisy or Fang can take things from there. What's Nathan going to do? Stand there being quiet and trying not to be recognized, while he remembers that I didn't want him to go with you in the first place, said Dr. Cal coolly, shooting a look at Nathan. Nathan ignored her. All right, Sal, time for us to go. He took hold of my IVs, wheeling them along. I was glad he was taking charge of that part of the trip. I would have snarled the tubes on something before we'd gone more than 5 feet. Dr. Cal didn't say anything as we walked away. She just watched us go, expression unreadable, hands still knotted white-knuckled in her lap. Then the curtain fell closed again behind us, and she was gone. I leaned heavily on Nathan's arm as we walked out of the semi-private room and back into the main bowling alley. Most of the terminals were abandoned at this hour. It had to be almost midnight, and I wondered briefly whether that would make our borrow a hospital operating theater plan more dangerous. Probably not. My condition wasn't immediately life-threatening, and if Dr. Cal was sending us to the hospital now, she had to have a reason. Maybe it was just, we'll have more luck finding an empty room at this hour of the night. Whatever her logic, I had made the decision to trust her, and now it was the only thing I could do. Fang was waiting just outside the interior door in the dark room where I had lost consciousness before. He looked me thoughtfully up and down from my bare feet to my tousled hair and finally said, "You'd look good as a redhead. Consider that for when we're done at the hospital." He had a faint accent, although I couldn't have said from where. "Come on, both of you. Daisy is outside with the ambulance, and we should move before someone stops to make sure that she's all right. This would be like Al Capone being busted for tax evasion." His smile was swift and tight, like he had just made a very funny joke but didn't want to be the first one to laugh. You never talked this much at Simbo, Jen, I said. Now that I was up and moving, the sedatives in my IV were starting to hit me harder, making the world seem just a little out of focus, like a movie played on late-night TV. Fang smiled. I needed to keep a low profile, not so much an issue now that I've been extracted. He turned and walked toward the door to the outside, clearly expecting that we would follow. Nathan still had my arm, and Nathan did follow, leaving me with no choice but to do the same. Normally, I would have objected to being pulled toward a destination I had little to no say in, but normally I wasn't under the influence of a really impressive assortment of pharmaceuticals. Your mom is good at drugging people, I said dreamily. My lips felt numb. That was sort of funny. They weren't my lips. I'd stolen them from Sally Mitchell, so why could I feel them? I giggled. That was even funnier. It required the use of so many purloined body parts that I couldn't even name them all. I was still laughing when we walked out of the bowling alley and into the parking lot. An ambulance was parked right outside the doors, and a short, solid-looking woman with broad shoulders and buzz-cut brown hair shot through with ribbons of gray was waiting for us, one hand resting on a gurney. "About time you guys got out here," she said, casting a nervous look back at the ambulance. Its doors were standing open, revealing the clean white interior. "We have about an hour before someone notices that the GPS chip on this baby has been jiggered, so let's get a move on, okay?" "You must be Daisy," I said, swallowing the last of my giggles. "I'm Sal." "Nice to meet you, Sal," she said genially. "I need you to lie down on this gurney." "Do you think you can do that, or do we need to pick you up?" "I don't know," I said. Honesty seemed like the best policy, at least when it kept me from falling on my face. "I'm a little woozy right now." "That's to be expected." She looked to my left. "Fang." "Yes, ma'am." He moved faster than I expected, somehow scooping me off my feet without tangling my IV cords, and deposited me on my back on the gurney before I could do more than squeak. I blinked bemusedly up at the starry suburban sky, feeling like I'd just been part of an involuntary magic trick. "All right, Sal, I'm going to strap you down now," said Daisy, all efficiency. "I know you probably won't like that, but it's necessary if we're going to keep you from getting knocked around during the ride. Also, if your balance is anything to go by, those sedatives are going to knock you out any minute now, and you'll be a lot more comfortable this way." "I don't mind being tied down." My eyelids fluttered shut, seemingly of their own accord, and no amount of coaxing would get them to open again. Maybe they were tired, the rest of me was. "Tight is good. Nathan, you should tie me down sometime. I think I'd like that." "We'll talk about it later, honey." He sounded oddly strained, like he didn't want to talk about it at all. Oh well, I could ask him about that after I'd had my nap. Daisy started strapping me down with quick efficiency. I lay perfectly still, figuring that was the best thing I could do to help, and besides, moving just seemed like so much work. I dimly realized that I was drifting off to sleep, but staying awake would have been even more work than moving. I was already gone by the time they started loading my gurney into the back of the ambulance. The shaking and thumping that would inevitably accompany that kind of transfer was entirely absent, not even making a dent in my slow fade into unconsciousness. It was sort of nice to go down like this, falling slowly instead of flipped off like a switch. I settled deeper into my own body, letting the hot, warm dark wash over me, and listened to the quiet sound of drums. The drive to John Muir could have taken 30 seconds or 30 years. I wouldn't have noticed either way. A few times I was pulled back toward wakefulness by a sudden turn, but those disruptions were brief and quickly obscured by the simple comforts of the dark. My pulse seemed to be radiating from the points of my body, feet, hands, head, and crotch, bouncing into the center of me, and then flowing outward like a wave. It didn't make a sound exactly, but I thought that if it did, the sound would have been meditative and sweet, so I tried to listen for it, focusing as best I could through the pounding of the drums and the thumping of my heart. I don't like this, thought the small corner of my mind that was still clear and unaffected by whatever Dr. Cal had put in my IV. I want this to be over now. Can this be over now? Please. My silent pleas didn't do any good. The tidal motion of my pulse continued, and the darkness deepened, if anything, becoming absolute. The gurney was lifted down from the ambulance. The wheels thumped hard against the concrete in the hospital parking lot. That did register with me, breaking through the haze for a few seconds. I tried to convince my eyes to open. They didn't listen, remaining stubbornly closed, and the darkness closed in again. Motion. The gurney was being pushed somewhere, and I was going with it, helpless to do anything to control my destination. This was what it was like to be just a part of Sally, said the clear corner of my mind, and the part of me that was aware suddenly flooded with both terror and relief. Terror at the accuracy of that comparison, and relief that this wasn't my existence anymore. This had been me once, but it wasn't me now. I was just visiting the land of people who could neither move nor speak. I didn't have to live there. Dr. Cal had said the implants weren't sapient until they integrated with a human brain, that they did all the things they did based on instinct and the desire to control their environments. I was glad for them. Nothing capable of thought should ever be trapped like this, helpless and marooned in the dark. Although I did wonder, just a little, whether she was right, whether they really were just reacting until they latched on to a human mind. Because if they had any shred of intelligence, they were taking over their hosts for two reasons she hadn't considered: because they were desperate, and because they wanted revenge on the creatures that had given them life and then locked them in the dark. Something moaned. A voice shouted, "Nathan," and then the gurney was moving faster, pushed ahead of some unseen attacker. I struggled to control my body and failed again. Terror lanced through me, cold and sharp as a razor blade. I didn't mind going along with the people around me. They often knew more than I did, and I was all too aware that I was still learning to be a person. But the thought of being helpless with a sleepwalker closing in was enough to make my skin grow tight with involuntary terror. The gurney moved faster. The sound of moaning dropped away, replaced by silence and the rattle of wheels. My sense of time seemed broken by the isolation. Finally, voices drifted through the gloom, unfamiliar ones first, and then Nathan and a woman I thought might be Daisy answering them in calm, professional tones. The motion had stopped. I tried again to pull myself out of the darkness and succeeded only in driving myself further down. The voices went away. Motion, and then no motion, and then motion again. A door slamming. The sound of voices. Pressure receding as the straps that held me to the gurney were undone. Hands moving me to a new surface. Something being fitted over my face, covering my nose and mouth, like the rebreather I used to wear for the gel MRIs. Maybe I was having a gel MRI. Maybe I was back at Symbogen and everything that had happened since my last checkup was a dream, and when they flushed the tank and let me breathe again, Sherman would be there, and he wouldn't be a tapeworm, and he wouldn't be the enemy, and everything would be all right. I could go home. My parents would be my parents because I would be their daughter and they would love me, and everything would be fine forever and ever. Start the feed. All data has been. Careful, the risk of compromising her structural integrity. The voices were only ghosts. They came and went without making any impact on the world. The mask that covered my mouth and nose began to emit a strange-smelling gas. I breathed it in anyway. There was nothing else I could have done, so I just breathed until even the ghosts went away and there was nothing. I was nothing. I was alone. When I was born, I was the size of a pinhead, an egg, expressed from the corpse of a tapeworm that had been intended as nothing but a breeder for more tapeworms. It had been my biological mother, and my biological father had been a syringe full of DNA and modified instructions for my growth. The actual process was probably more complicated than that, but I didn't understand the science. When I tried to hold on to it, I just kept seeing a loop of film from an old cartoon about talking rats. The rats were normal rats until the scientists came along and poked them with needles. Then they got bigger and stronger and smarter and started wanting more for themselves than cages and captivity. They started wanting to be free. Dr. Banks and his team could have learned a lot from watching The Secret of NIMH a few times. Maybe it would have convinced them that modifying the genetic code of living organisms wasn't as much fun as they thought it was. But Dr. Banks had wanted to make a lot of money, and he'd succeeded, hadn't he? Whatever else my siblings and I might have done, we managed to make him a lot of money. He was probably still making money, even as the foundation started giving way beneath him. Memories flickered against the edges of my mind. Waking up in the hospital with Sally's grieving family standing next to my bed, staring up at the ceiling and not knowing what it was, or who I was, or what I was doing there. I'd been so eager to believe them when they called me their daughter, and why shouldn't I have been? They were offering me an identity. They were offering me a home. I'd never had either of those things before, so I took them because I was still a tapeworm at heart, still greedy for whatever I could grab, and I kept them. And when they stopped being enough for me, I'd gone looking for more. This was all my fault. No, 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 I scolded myself, trying to swim through the black that had taken me, trying to pull all the splintered pieces of my mind back together. It's not your fault. You didn't do this. You didn't make this. You're just here, but you didn't do anything. If you really believe that, why are we having this argument? The question came from another corner of my mind, and I didn't have an answer for it. So I did what felt right and let it fall away from me as I sank deeper down into the dark. The dark didn't demand that I do anything but exist. I could do that. I could do that very well. So I did. There was only one thing I really remembered from the operation after it was over: light. Bright white light that hurt my eyes so much it was almost like someone had stabbed me, lancing down from above and searing me. But my eyes were closed. The light had to be getting in through some other channel. It didn't make any sense at the time. It was one more mystery piled onto the endless heap of them that had been coming together since I'd seen myself in the MRI film. It was thinking of the film that gave me my answer. The light hadn't been hurting my eyes because I didn't have eyes where the light was shining. It had been hurting my body, shining in through the opening in my skull and lancing through the waxy, ghost-white skin of my true, segmented form. I would have screamed if I could have, both from the pain and from the realization. But I had no voice, and so all I could do was sink back into the dark, away from awareness, away from sapience, and wait for it to be over. Light. This time it didn't hurt. It entered through the usual channel, flowing in as I opened my eyes and blinked, slowly, up at the distant ceiling. It probably helped that someone had dimmed the lights in this little room, which was. I turned my head slightly to the left, confirming, which was not at the bowling alley. The walls were painted white, but they were solid, rather than being made from hanging sheets and negative space. A machine was attached to my arm, beeping softly to itself. That was probably what had woken me up. It was the only noise in the room. As I realized that, I also realized that I could barely hear the drums. They had gone from a near-constant pounding in the background of my life to a soft tapping, almost inaudible, the way they used to be. This was how the inside of my head was supposed to sound, when I wasn't so stressed out that my heart was racing all the time, and when the blood vessels in my brain weren't threatening to give way at any moment. Are you awake, or just moving your head? Nathan's voice was barely louder than the beeping. I rolled my head to the right, bringing him into view, and smiled. It was always nice to see my boyfriend first thing upon waking up. It reminded me of how handsome he was, for one thing, and of how much I loved him. No matter how much I enjoyed sleeping, the Nathan in my dreams was never as good as the real thing. "I think I'm awake," I said. My throat was dry, and the words felt scratchy leaving my lips. "Are we still at the hospital?" He nodded, faint smile fading into a much grimmer expression. He looked like his mother in that moment, and it worried me. Nathan and Doctor Cal had a similar bone structure, but they really only looked alike when they were upset about something. "We are," he said. "How are you feeling?" "The drums are softer now. That's a good thing, isn't it?" I waited for Nathan to nod before I continued, saying, "Nothing hurts. Am I on a lot of painkillers?" "Not as many as you might think," he said. "We've already sealed the surgical incisions and numbed the skin around the wound enough that it shouldn't hurt for an hour or more, by which point the skin bonds should have started taking effect. You'll be completely healed inside of the week." So the operation was successful. Nathan raked his hands back through his hair, and for the first time I realized how worried he looked and how exhausted. As hard as this day had been on me, I'd been dealing with my own medical problems, and I hadn't had a lot of energy to look outward. Nathan had been handling everything I couldn't, including his mother, and he'd done it all without a word of complaint. Daisy was able to program the surgical tools, and she and Fang sealed the damaged blood vessels so that they won't be at risk of rupture anymore. You still shouldn't take any blows to the head if you can help it, but you're not at any more risk of an aneurysm than anyone else. "Good," I offered him my hand. "Thank you for everything you've done today. I would never have made it this far without you. I mean that. They've probably shut down the trains by now, and you're not supposed to take dogs on the BART anyway, so I'd be stuck in San Francisco, waiting for somebody to eat me." The thought was horrifying. I shuddered exaggeratedly. Nathan smiled a little. "You'd have found a way. You're a survivor, Sal. You survive things." "Is there any chance that's going to include surviving pants sometime soon?" I gestured at the blanket that covered my lower body. "This is nice, but we should get back to your mom. She's going to send an extraction team if we don't come home soon. That, or Adam's going to try to walk the dogs all by himself, and we both know that isn't going to end well." Nathan's smile faded. "I can get you some clothes, but we can't leave." Somehow that was what I'd been afraid of since I'd woken up to find myself still in the hospital and not safely back in the bowling alley. Why not? Horror washed over me. Did we get caught? Are we under arrest for misuse of a medical facility? "No," said Nathan, shaking his head. "Actually, we sort of got the opposite. No one asked any questions about whether or not we're allowed to be here, but Daisy and Fang have both been drafted into patient triage. The administration tried to make me go too. I was able to put them off by saying you still needed to be monitored, but I expected them back at any moment with a nurse's aide that they plan to plunk down in a chair and make sure you don't die. They need the hands, and they're not being particularly picky about where those hands come from." "What happened?" "There's been another outbreak in Lafayette. This one was larger than the one we got caught in before, and the authorities have closed down the hospital in an effort to contain it. They still think quarantine zones help. They could if we were able to filter out people whose implants are on the verge of going active and could be triggered by pheromone tags, but we don't have that capacity yet, which means the quarantines are doing nothing but causing panic. Of course, try getting the people in charge to admit that." Nathan looked, if anything, even grimmer than he had before. "They've also closed down most of the roads. The official cover story is that there's been a gas leak. That's what we're supposed to tell patients who ask, or reporters who manage to sneak past the cordons. It's a mess out there, Sal. I don't know how we're going to get out of this building. You'll think of something, I said, and then, because that didn't seem quite right, I amended to we'll think of something. This is just more survival, right? We're good at surviving. We can get out of this. The ambulances are locked down. I frowned. That's bad, I agreed. But do we need an ambulance? I mean, I was on a gurney last time because you needed me to be sedated, and because it made things more believable, but couldn't we take a taxi or steal a car or something? Nathan paused, his eyes widening slowly as he absorbed my question. There's no one watching the parking lot at this point, he said, after a long pause for thought. All the available security has been pulled inside to stop people who shouldn't be here from getting in and to prevent patients from escaping. They haven't cracked down on the staff yet, and the security reinforcements are still an hour or so out. Am I right to think that "yet" is the important word there? I asked. Yes, Nathan stood. I'll be right back with some clothes and with Fang and Daisy. We need to get out of here. I had never been so relieved to watch my boyfriend walk away from me. The danger in my head had been repaired, my wounds had been patched up, and we were getting out of here. Things were finally starting to go our way. All of this is all my fault. I can try to put a pretty face on it, and better, I can try to blame it all on Steven. And why shouldn't I blame it all on Steven? The project was his idea. The implementation happened after I left the company. I am not innocent, but I don't see why I should burn for his hubris. And it doesn't matter because I'll always know that he couldn't have done any of this without me. He had the science. He had the ambition. What he lacked was, well, for lack of a better word, what he lacked was poetry. He could make the genes move. He couldn't make them sing. I gave him that. I gave him what he needed to remake the world in his own image, and when I decided that I didn't like what he was doing, I didn't stay and stop him. I took my toys and I went home. Now my daughter is missing. Now the girl who should have been my daughter is lost. Now my son hates me. This is all my fault, and I don't know how to fix it, and I don't know if I can. From the Journal of Dr. Shanti Cale, September 21, 2027. Hello, Internet. So as you've probably heard by now, they're starting to lock down big portions of the Bay Area. Who are they? That's the big question of the hour, because it seems that nobody knows. Yes, bridges are being closed, and freeways are being spun off into detours that don't go anywhere, and nobody knows who's doing it. I'm taking my camera and heading for the Pittsburgh Hills. My sources say that there's a police cordon forming on Willow Pass Road, and there's no better place for me to find out the truth about what's going on than by going straight to the source. Can you say conspiracy? I knew you could. Remember, loyal followers, if I do not return, the truth is out there, and the lies are getting stronger all the time. From the blog of BRIAN, TRUTHSEKER 099, VIBBER, posted September 21, 2027. No further posts were made under this username. Chapter 6, September 2027. I waited anxious and alone in my purloined hospital room, jumping at every little sound and scuffle from the hall outside. If Nathan was right about my super sleepwalker pheromones attracting sleepwalkers to me, there was every chance that a stray patient could stumble through the door at any moment, hands outstretched and mouth hungry for a piece of my flesh. It wasn't the sort of thought that made me inclined to go exploring, even if I was having trouble sitting in the room alone. What if Nathan couldn't find me clothes? What if Daisy and Fang were so busy with the sudden influx of patients that they couldn't get away and we had to leave them? Dr. Cal was going to stop letting us borrow her people if we kept on not bringing them back. The doorknob turned. I tensed, hunching down in the bed and trying to look like I was asleep. A fully turned sleepwalker wouldn't be able to work the door, but a doctor would, and that would be just as bad. What if they decided that I didn't need a private room and moved me out to the hall? I'd have nothing to protect me then. I was getting awfully tired of the words, "what if?" The door swung open and I closed my eyes, playing dead. Footsteps approached me and Nathan said, "Sal, it's me. I found you some clothes and Daisy's getting Fang out of the ER, but we need to hurry. We don't have much time." There was a degree of urgency in his voice that was out of proportion with the trouble that we were in, something I wouldn't have thought possible until I heard it. I opened my eyes and sat up, staring at him. "What's going on?" I overheard two of the doctors who actually work here talking in the hall. The CDC is en route to lock this place down for good, and that means that USAMRID can't be too far behind. Mom's going to get the news soon, if she hasn't already. My eyes got even wider. "You think she's going to move the lab?" "I think she'll have to. We're important to her, but we're not more important than the entire human race." He gestured to the clothes on the foot of my bed. Jeans, a heavy sweater, a lab coat in what looked like my size, and a pair of worn-out white canvas shoes that would mostly fit. "Get dressed, and let's go." I was still wobbly, which was only fair, since I'd suffered major blood loss and had brain surgery all in the same day. And getting the clothing on was a little harder than it should have been. It felt eerily like my first days after waking up, when I'd been stranded in a body that had muscle memory and nothing else, making the easy things that everyone around me took for granted seem like minor miracles. Nathan helped me with the sweater, twisting it around until I could find the hole for my head, but I did the rest by myself while he watched the door, waiting for someone to burst in on us. The door was still closed when I finished tying my shoes and shrugging on the lab coat. Nathan tossed me an elastic band. I used it to pull my hair back in a ponytail, concealing the bandages from my operation. "How do I look?" I asked, spreading my arms a little to give him the full effect. "Like you belong here," he said, and leaned in and kissed me quickly, but with an intensity that spoke to his fear and to our mutual, growing conviction that we weren't going to make it out of here. I kissed him back, allowing the momentary closeness to distract from my terror. It was going to be okay. We were going to find a way to make this okay, and I was going to spend the rest of my life kissing Nathan, although preferably not in besieged hospital rooms. The door swung open. Nathan and I pulled away from each other, our eyes going wide and our backs going tight as we prepared to flee. Fang looked at us disdainfully, tilting his chin up just enough to let him stare at us down the length of his nose. It was a surprisingly effective expression. "Daisy's already waiting for us in the parking lot, so if you two lovebirds are done celebrating the fact that we've made it this far, we'd like to make it the rest of the way," he said mildly. "Come on." "Sorry," I mumbled, cheeks flaring red, and hurried out of the room. Nathan followed after me, and we plunged into the chaos of the hospital. I'd believed myself prepared for anything, based on Nathan's description and my own knowledge of what usually happened during a sleepwalker outbreak. I hadn't been prepared at all. There were bodies everywhere we looked. Some were on stretchers or strapped to gurneys like the one they'd used to bring me from Dr. Cal's. Others sat propped against the walls, hands clasped over obvious injuries and shocked expressions on their faces. Those were actually the ones that bothered me the least. They were clearly upset about what had happened to them. Their wounds hurt. They could feel pain, and they were connected enough to their bodies to understand what that meant, to know that they needed to stop what they were doing and have it taken care of. Those people might be infected. The majority of them probably had implants, considering Symbo-Gen's saturation of the market. But they weren't sleepwalkers yet. The ones that worried me were the ones who weren't clutching themselves. The ones who leaned against walls, staring into nothingness with the characteristically dead eyes of someone whose human mind has shut off, but whose tapeworm mind has not yet started supplying fresh instructions. The ones who seemed to have fallen asleep, but whose chests were still moving smoothly up and down, marking their continued life even as the worms within them worked their way toward a stronger integration. I stuck close to Nathan, trying not to look at those people. It was like I was afraid that eye contact was all it would take to make them come after me. The air smelled like blood and vomit and human waste, a horrible mixture of urine, feces, and other things that I didn't want to put a name to. People cried and screamed and shouted profanities, and that was all good, yes. That was all welcome, because those cries were human. The people who made them were still people. The steady undercurrent of moaning was a lot less welcome. Fang wove his way through the crowd like a man who'd spent most of his life moving in tight spaces, and Nathan and I followed him, taking advantage of the narrow openings he created in the brief seconds before they could close again. We were like a surgical laser. We didn't wound the crowd, but we sliced it open and let it heal behind us, leaving no trace, creating no scar. One of the dead-eyed men turned his head as we walked past, tracking my movement. I whimpered a little and walked faster, nearly stepping on Fang's heels in my hurry to get out of range. If these people were far enough along to start picking up on my pheromones, we were in trouble. Real trouble, the kind that no clever plan or stolen car was going to get us out of. Nathan produced a clipboard from somewhere, probably taking it off one of the hooks on the wall. He handed it to me, motioning that I should start consulting it. I ducked my head and pretended to do just that, watching as the letters seemed to shift and blur around the page. Sally wasn't dyslexic before I chewed myself a place in her brain. Sorry, Sally. On the plus side for her, she didn't have to live with the consequences of what I'd done, and I did. Next time I'll be more careful which part of the brain I eat, I thought, and barely suppressed an inappropriate giggle. The stress was getting to me. I was expecting to be attacked at any second, or stopped by hospital administration when one of them realized that no matter what I was wearing, I didn't work there. None of us did. A few of the people in lab coats looked up as we passed, but Fang moved with enough purpose for 10 people, and I had a clipboard. As long as Nathan and I stayed close to him, we looked like a strange little research group, going somewhere important to do something essential. It was all props and posing. Maybe that was enough. It wasn't until we reached the doors that one of the actual doctors seemed to realize where we were going. He turned away from the patient he'd been examining, fear flashing across his face, and raised a hand in a beseeching gesture. "Wait," he cried. "Don't go out there." It was too late. Fang had already hit the doors, never breaking his stride, and we were supposed to be his little research team. We followed him, only to stop dead as he ran out of room to move. It wasn't that the lobby wasn't large. It was enormous, as befitted a medical center of this size. It was that the lobby was even worse than the halls, so full that there was barely room to take a step. People had spilled over from the ER and the urgent care, clogging the couches and chairs until no more bodies could be packed onto them. After that, they'd started sitting on the floor. They milled, almost mindlessly, even though most of them still had the bright-eyed awareness that meant a conscious mind was in control. Most, not all. I saw a young woman with a toddler in her arms, the baby's mouth hanging slack, The baby's eyes filled with the nothingness that meant that there was a tapeworm in the process of taking over that tiny body. Nathan followed my gaze and grimaced. "Intestinal bodyguards are rated for infants 18 months and older," he murmured. "I always thought that was a terrible idea. Now, I see that I was more right than I ever knew." "Disgusting," murmured Fang and continued toward the exit, or tried to. A sudden living wall of humanity appeared in front of him, hands outstretched, mouths moving in a noisy chorus. It wasn't sleepwalkers. That would almost have been easier to handle. Sleepwalkers were simple, wanting only to grab and hold and feed. No, this was something far worse and infinitely more complex. This was the living. "We've been here for an hour. When is someone going to see us? Where are the doctors? Are you doctors? Please, Kim won't wake up. I don't know what to do. Please." Their voices blended together into an unearthly chorus of words: seizure, and won't wake up and help us. That was said more than anything else. Help us. I quailed back against Nathan, and he put a hand on my shoulder, glaring at the people who were reaching for me. It didn't help much. They kept coming. "We're not doctors," I shouted. "We can't help you." That didn't do any good either. Anyone in a lab coat was better than nothing. Hands grabbed for my sleeves, buffeting me deeper into Nathan's arms. The drums were back, but softer, pounding the way that they used to before the arteries in my head had begun to give way. I guess that was a small blessing. I'd lived long enough to be torn apart by the crowd. And then the doors at the far end of the lobby banged open, and the sleepwalkers surged inside, their arms as outstretched as their unturned kin, but grasping with terrible purpose. They were moaning, an eerie, discordant sound that was quickly answered from the halls behind us. People turned, crying out in dismay, and forgot to grab for us in favor of scrambling away from the tide now flowing through those open doors. There was nowhere for them to go. The mother with the sleepwalker baby was bowled over by her fellows as they fled, and she didn't get up again. Neither did her baby. They weren't the only ones to be trampled in that first panicked rush. Anyone who couldn't get up fast enough, who couldn't get out of the way, was at risk of being crushed to death. "Come on," commanded Fang, grabbing my wrist and dragging me with him as he bolted in the exact direction that I did not want to go, toward the exit. Nathan chased after us, apparently deciding that it was better for all of us to die together than it was for any of us to die alone. I disagreed. I thought it was better if none of us had to die at all, but I was too busy running to argue. A row of heavy potted plants created a space maybe 3 feet wide between the wall and the doors. Fang ran into that space, dragging me with him, and dropped my hand. I stared at him, starting to open my mouth and demand to know what was going on. He shook his head, motioning for me to be quiet, and pointed to the plants. I frowned. He gestured to the plants again, more urgently this time, like there was some secret he wanted me to catch on to. My frown deepened. I looked over my shoulder to Nathan, who seemed as lost as I felt. That was something anyway. I wasn't the only one who had no idea what was going on. I turned and peered through the broad leaves of the plants, watching the sleepwalkers pouring into the lobby. That was when I finally realized what Fang was trying to show us. The sleepwalkers weren't smart. They could be destructive if they were frustrated or wanted to get somewhere, and they were definitely dangerous at close range, but they weren't smart. Something in the interface between worm and human was too broken to allow them to be anything approaching smart. They would have come after us if they'd known that we existed. We were too close to ignore and too defenseless to pass up. But they hunted primarily by sight, and the plants were blocking us from view. My pheromones would still have been an issue under normal circumstances. With this many people in a confined space, some of them with implants of their own that were starting to emit confused pheromone trails. The jumble of scents and instructions must have been throwing the sleepwalkers off. The plants were just one more layer, buying us a little time to let the crowd pass us by. Fang crouched down, watching them through the space between the leaves. He was perfectly still in that moment, like he could have been a sleepwalker himself. Very softly, he said, "As soon as there's a break, we're going to run. Don't stop. Don't look back. If you're afraid you've lost the rest of the group, keep going. Daisy is straight ahead of us in the parking lot in the 5th row of cars. She nicked the keys for a red Corolla. If you don't see her, keep running and test the doors of the cars you pass. See if you can find something that isn't locked and shut yourself inside. We will come back for you." The moans of the sleepwalkers almost obscured his speech, but the gist of it got through, enough to make my stomach clench. I looked over my shoulder at Nathan. He looked even unhappier than I felt, and I realized that a lot of our relationship, not always maybe, but ever since I'd first called his mother and said I was willing to go through the broken doors, was based on him protecting me. He couldn't protect me now, and it was making him uncomfortable. The thought of him needing to protect me made me uncomfortable, but in a different way. I didn't want to be coddled and kept like a specimen in a jar. I'd already had that life. I wanted something bigger and less confined, and this wasn't the time to think about that. I turned back to the row of ornamental plants, watching as the last stragglers of the sleepwalker mob shambled into the hospital lobby. The screams were starting to taper off. I was willing to bet it wasn't because the screamers had decided that the sleepwalkers weren't all that big of a deal. "Now," hissed Fang and shoved through the plants, knocking 2 of them over and creating a channel for me and Nathan to pass through. True to his word, Fang didn't look back, and so neither did I just ran. The sleepwalkers weren't that focused. I could see them turning as I ran past, their blank faces betraying no curiosity or confusion. Only their failure to grab and hold us gave their bewilderment away. They couldn't react quickly to changes in their environment, and we could. That was our big advantage over them. We could run away and they didn't know how to follow. They just knew that something was happening and that they wanted to devour it because they wanted to devour everything. Nathan pulled up even with me, trying to grab for my hand. I shook my head and kept my hands close to my body, focusing on the act of running. I understood what he was offering, and I appreciated it more than I could have possibly said, but I couldn't let him pull me along. If we were both taken because he slowed enough to help me, what good would that do? Ahead of us, Fang began to slow. We caught up to him, and I finally glanced back, seeing the sleepwalkers that had made the decision to turn as they shambled after us. There weren't many of them yet, but there would be soon. My pheromones would see to that. So there was danger coming from behind. I turned back to the front and gasped. I couldn't stop myself. The red Corolla was there, exactly as Fang had described it, and Daisy was inside. Whatever mechanism she had used to open the doors, stolen keys or gimmick locks, didn't matter nearly as much as the small horde of sleepwalkers surrounding her. They clawed at the windows and slapped the glass, and if they were anything like every other sleepwalker in the world, they'd break through soon. She was trapped. They'd devour her, and then they'd go looking for something else to eat, something else like us. Fang muttered something in a language I didn't understand. That didn't matter. There aren't any real language barriers when it comes to profanity. He looked at Daisy in the little red car like she represented the end of the world, and I realized what I had to do. I didn't want to do it. Nathan wasn't going to like it. I didn't see any other choice. It only took me a few seconds to shed my lab coat. The sweater that had given me so much trouble going on was just as much trouble coming off. It snagged on my ponytail, forcing me to dance in place in order to get it off. That was what finally caught Nathan's attention. He turned, eyes widening behind his glasses as he saw what I was doing. "Sal," he sounded bemused, "that was all right. Me stripping in a hospital parking lot was pretty weird. What's going on?" "I'm exposing as much skin as I can," I said, finally yanking the sweater all the way off. I dropped it on the ground. It was never going to find its way back to its original owner, and I felt bad about that, but it was for the greater good. Pheromones come through skin, right? So exposing more skin should mean more pheromones. "Yes, but—" "Fang." "Yes," Fang looked at me, his expression of resigned despair lightening a little as he took in my bare arms and the sweaty V of exposed skin above my hospital gown. I think he realized what I was going to do. He'd been with Dr. Cal for a long time. He had to have dealt with situations like this, or at least in the same family. "Make sure he runs." The sentence came out calmer than I expected. I leaned up, kissing Nathan on the cheek before he could react, and then I bolted toward the car, waving my arms in the air and shouting, "Hey, hey, sleepwalkers, hey, hey, it's your cousin, Sal. I'm right here and I think I'm better than you, and what are you going to do about it, huh?" My exact words probably didn't matter, since the sleepwalkers were too far gone to understand what I was saying, but they understood that someone was yelling nearby, and as they turned and their nostrils started to flare, they understood that the someone smelled subtly appealing. They understood that they wanted me, more than anything else in the world. They wanted me. That wanting might have been the first thing they really understood since they'd eaten their way into the brains of their human hosts, and once they'd come to understand it, they couldn't deny it. It was too powerful. One by one, the sleepwalkers that had been surrounding the car pulled away, deserting their captive prize in favor of shambling after me. They didn't run, thankfully. They weren't coordinated enough for that yet, and they might never be. But they shambled with remarkable speed, and many of them were taller than me, which meant that for some of them, each of their unsteady steps was the equivalent of 2 of mine. So I kept running and they kept following, their numbers growing as more sleepwalkers shambled over from the direction of the hospital or from the back of the parking lot. I heard Nathan shout something behind me, a prayer, a plea. It didn't matter, because there was a horde between me and him, and I had to keep going. If I stopped, they'd catch me, and they'd rend me limb from limb in their eagerness to have me. I was the perfect meal, the ultimate prize, and the only consolation I had was that they'd probably hurt each other getting to me. "I'm sorry," I thought as I ran. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, but you wouldn't even have been here if it weren't for me. You should never have left the lab. I've been putting you in danger over and over again, and that means I have to get you out of it at least once. I have to be the one who saves you." That seemed so important, and it was enough to keep me moving. He'd be sad if he lost me. He'd still be able to help his mother save the world. An engine roared to life in the parking lot behind me. Tires squealed against pavement, and hope rose in my throat like bile, burning everything it touched. Fang and Nathan had managed to reach the car. They were in the car, they were safe, and they were going to get out of here. They were going to back to the lab, and everything was going to be all right. Then I realized that the screeching tires were getting closer, and the burning feeling of hope intensified, becoming even more painful than my increasingly strained breath. They were coming to get me. They were in the car, and they were on their way, and all I had to do was keep it together long enough for them to somehow open a door and pull me in. I'd probably have a panic attack after a stunt like that, but under the circumstances, that was okay. I was going to be okay. We were all going to be okay. We were. Lights came on directly ahead, blinding me. I squeaked and kept running, all too aware of what would happen if I stopped while the sleepwalkers were this close on my tail. I was still running when the dart slammed into my chest. its feathered end sticking out like some sort of carnival game, pinned the sedative on the chimera. I kept running. I ran for as long as I could, and then the black spots on the edges of my vision were back, and my knees gave out under my weight, dumping me to the pavement. I clawed for consciousness, tired of letting it go, but my fingers found no purchase, and my last thought as I toppled down into the dark was that I had come to the hospital to make this stop happening. This isn't fair, I thought, and the world went black, and there was nothing. I was down in the dark, in the hot, warm dark where nothing hurt and nothing could touch me, and nothing mattered but existing. I recognized the dream for the memory that it was now, and I let myself drift, wondering only abstractly how I could remember something that had happened before I had a mind to remember with. You always had a mind, I scolded myself. You didn't think like a human, but you thought. Beverly thinks. Minnie thinks. Everything with a brain can think. You just had smaller thoughts. Small thoughts, hot warm thoughts of redness and blackness and peace. It was strange to me, here in this place, that any of us would have chosen to leave it voluntarily. Being a human was hard. It was sharp and cold and filled with choices that had no good outcomes, just varying shades and shapes of badness. No matter what you chose, you were choosing wrong for someone. Better to stay down in the dark, where there were no choices and no challenges, just food and warmth and the contentment of simplicity. But there was no Nathan either, was there? No love, no kisses, no anger born from the hard edges of two people rubbing against each other. There were no chances to change down there in the dark. There were no chances to grow. I'd enjoyed those parts of being human, and a lot of the parts that came with having a body. If I stayed down here in the dark, I wouldn't get to enjoy those things anymore. You'll have to go back then, I thought sadly, and I didn't know whether I was talking to myself or to something outside myself, and it didn't really matter because I was right either way. I opened my eyes. "We've got movement," shouted a voice I didn't recognize. A woman in wire-framed glasses leaned over me, producing a small flashlight from the pocket of her lab coat and shining it into my eyes. I whimpered and screwed them shut again. Her voice followed a moment later, now announcing jubilantly, "Movement and pupil dilation. I think she's okay." I cracked my left eye cautiously open. The woman was still there, but she was facing away from me, giving me a good look at her profile. She was pale-skinned, with hair that was either bleached or the palest blonde I had ever seen, and her lab coat. Her lab coat had the USAMRAID logo on the sleeve. My mouth went dry and my stomach went tight, the drums suddenly pounding in my ears as I realized where the lights and tranquilizer dart had come from. I tried to sit up and discovered that I couldn't. As with the gurney from before, I was strapped to the surface that I was on top of. I opened both my eyes, making another attempt. Still nothing, and this time the motion attracted the woman's attention. She turned to face me, plastering a smile so patently fake that it was almost painful across her face. "Hello, Sally," she said, speaking slowly and clearly. "My name is Dr. Crystal Huff. I was with the team that extracted you from the hospital. You may feel a little disoriented. That's perfectly normal and does not indicate infection. You have been checked thoroughly, and I am glad to be able to tell you that you're not sick. Do you understand me, Sally? Nod if you understand me." She stopped, smiling brightly down at me. It was like she was trying to make herself understood by a small child who didn't understand English, and if my hands hadn't been strapped down, I would probably have hit her. My mouth was too dry to let me form words. I swallowed hard, trying to convince my salivary glands to do their job. Finally, after several seconds of silence and swallowing, I managed to croak. "Why am I strapped to this table? How do you know who I am?" I had still been wearing the ID bracelet with the fake name Dr. Cal used to get me into the hospital. "It's not a table, it's a cot. But apart from that, I am very pleased by the recovery it took for you to recognize that you were strapped down, said Dr. Huff, sounding pleased. You're strapped down for your own safety. We had to move you while you were unconscious, and we didn't want you waking up with any injuries now, did we? It took a lot of work for us to find you. We don't want you getting hurt. I stared at her. Finally, when I was sure that I wouldn't yell, I tried again. Why am I strapped to this cot? I'm awake now. You know I'm awake now. Shouldn't you be letting me up? I want to get up. Dr. Huff's artificial smile dropped away. Sally, I'm sorry, but you don't seem to fully understand the situation. Now maybe that's my fault. Maybe I didn't make myself clear enough when you first woke up, but we didn't expect you to regain consciousness quite this quickly. Everyone reacts differently to the sedatives we're using. You should have been out for at least another 30 minutes. So I'm very sorry that I was not prepared for you to start questioning me. You're not ready to start answering me either, I guess, because you're not, I said, giving another experimental tug against the straps. Can you let me up? You just said that I wasn't sick. I want to get up. It was a funny twist of the infection. A sleepwalker would show parasitic tendrils throughout their bodies, lines drawn and held by the toxoplasmosis DNA that had been used to help the implants integrate with the human body. A chimera, like Adam, like me, wouldn't show any of those traces. Our implants had relocated completely to our brains, abandoning the parts of themselves that would normally have been used to latch on to the body. A recent chimera might have shown up on an infection sweep, but not one that had been given the time to finish integration. They could test, and they'd find the violent ones, the ones who were incapable of concealing themselves, and the ones who were too deep in comas to pose a threat. But they'd never find the ones like me without doing MRIs and lumbar punctures. They'd never find the ones who'd learned how to make themselves look human. No, I can't, said Dr. Huff. You're being relocated to a secure facility, and I'm afraid that patients can't be allowed to move freely around the transport. I blinked at her. I hadn't realized we were moving, and no matter how much I tried to focus, I couldn't detect any motion. She must have seen my confusion because she said, "We're waiting for the trucks to arrive. It will be easier to keep the afflicted and the unafflicted separate if everyone remains in their assigned place." What? I didn't know which part of that upset me the most. I strained against the straps that held me down again. No, you can't put me with people who have started going sleepwalker. I don't even want to be in a carrier with them. You don't understand how easy it is for them to escape. You don't understand. We have taken every precaution, she said crisply. Now if you'll excuse me, I have other patients to attend to. She straightened up, her expression going blank and cold, and stalked out of my field of vision. Sleepwalkers had cold, dead eyes, but they weren't thinking creatures. They hurt you because they didn't know how to do anything else, not because they harbored any malice or desire to harm the people around them. Dr. Huff, her eyes were the eyes of a sapient being, and when she hurt me, and I had every confidence that it was a when, not an if, given the circumstances that I had found myself in, it would be the full understanding of what she was doing. Dr. Banks had eyes like that. Dr. Banks never hurt me when he wasn't trying to. I relaxed as much as I could, trying to find signs of slack in the straps. There didn't seem to be any. They were drawn as tight as they could possibly have been without hurting me, and even breathing all the way out and holding my breath did nothing to let me move. I could squirm down a few inches, and that was all. I was trapped. The drums were starting to pound in my ears, a sure sign that I was panicking. I couldn't tell whether they were louder than they should have been, and that just made them pound faster. Was it safe for me to experience this much excitement right after surgery? Was I going to have an aneurysm on this cot and die never knowing what had happened to my friends? No. No, I was not. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to bring my heart rate back down to something less alarming. Nathan and the others had reached the car. I knew that from the sounds of tires I'd heard behind me in the parking lot. They wouldn't have been vulnerable the same way that I had been. They got away. They had to have gotten away. They would go back to Dr. Cal and tell her that USAMRID had me, and she would say she was very sorry and that it sucked to lose such a valuable research subject. And then she would tell them to start packing, because if USAMRID was in the area, she could no longer stay there. None of us was more important than the entire human race. Not one. It didn't matter how much Nathan disagreed. Dr. Cal would make him go along with her. She was the one with the paid security, after all. All Nathan had was a pair of dogs. He didn't even have the Prius anymore. I closed my eyes. It was better than staring at the distant ceiling, waiting for the moment when someone would come and load me onto a transport. Maybe they'd put me in a room with a bunch of people who didn't know what was going on, and I'd be able to escape. Or maybe they'd put me in with the sleepwalkers, and I'd wind up ripped to pieces before I had a chance to defend myself. This can't be how it ends, I thought. This isn't fair. Fair didn't seem to be playing any part in things. Footsteps approached from my right. I opened my eyes and rolled my head in that direction, calling, "Hello. My name is Sal Mitchell. I'm not sick. Can you unstrap me, please?" It was a long shot, especially considering that the stranger in the dark could easily have been Dr. Huff, but it was better than lying here, waiting to be moved. "Is that your legal name?" asked a cool male voice that I didn't recognize, not quite, although there was something halfway familiar about it, like Fang. Whoever this was, I knew him in some other context. "Not quite," I admitted. "My legal name is Sally Ray Mitchell." That was the name my body's parents gave to it at birth, and the original Sally had never wanted to change it. The Ray was after some aunt I'd never met. Maybe changing my name legally to just plain Sal would be the honest thing to do, but I was starting to suspect it was already too late for that. We were standing on the razor edge of a national emergency. The department that handled name changes probably wasn't going to be taking appointments for a while. "Subject is confused about her identity," said the man, his words accompanied by the sound of fingertips drubbing softly against a touchscreen. "What? No, I'm not confused. I know who I am, I just never use the name Sally. I don't like it. It's, I was going to say, not me. But I caught myself at the last second, twisting the rest of the sentence into, it doesn't suit me very well. I like Sal better, so that's what I always call myself. I'm not confused, I swear." "Subject is defensive," said the man, accompanying his words with more taps. "I'm not defensive," I protested. "You try giving calm answers when you're strapped to a table and nobody's willing to tell you what's going on. It's not that easy. I don't think you could do it." Inspiration struck. "Unless you do think you could do it, let's trade places. You come strap yourself down and I'll ask you questions, and we'll see how calm you sound." The man chuckled. "Oh, pet, you always did like your little jokes, didn't you?" I froze. The man with the touchscreen stepped out of the shadows and into my field of vision. He was tall and gangly, with limbs that seemed a little too long for his body, yet nonetheless moved with artful grace, like he had spent his time learning exactly how to present himself to best advantage. The heavy artificial tan he'd worked so hard to cultivate was gone, as were the neatly tailored clothes. He was wearing off-the-rack tan slacks and a blue button-down shirt under a lab coat with the USAMRID logo on the breast. He'd even added black-framed glasses to his ensemble, completing the illusion that he belonged here. His hair was still cut in the latest style, brown with bleached tips and a spiky outline that could only be achieved through pomade and care, but it seemed less natural and more like an affectation when set against the rest of him. Whatever game he was playing, he had taken the time and put in the effort to play it well. Sherman Lewis smiled at me coolly. I stared at him, unsure of what else I could do. He had been my handler for years, taking care of moving me around the building and keeping me out of trouble during my periodic visits to Simbo Gen. He had also been a chimera the whole time, another product of Dr. Cal's lab. He was like Adam and Tansy, surgically created, rather than being natural like me, and the last time I'd seen him, he'd been in the basement at Simbo Gen, and I'd been running for my life. This is a fun situation, don't you think? I always hoped you'd see the light and leave your stupid boyfriend so that you and I could get to know each other better, but I'll admit, I never thought I'd convince you to try bondage. Sherman leaned over me, invading the fragile bubble of my personal space. Your accent's gone. It was a stupid thing to say. I couldn't think of anything better, and besides, it seemed important. Sherman had always had a thick British accent, even though he came from a California lab. That was why I hadn't recognized his voice sooner, not until he called me pet. Without the accent, he didn't really sound like himself. Oh, you mean this? Sherman's voice was suddenly plummy and thick again, full of subtly twisted vowels and lilting consonants. I can suppress it if I need to, like when I'm working a different undercover identity. Never did figure out why I sounded British. Just woke up this way. Mom always said it was a sign that something interesting had happened during my integration, but she couldn't say precisely what it was, and she had other things to worry about most of the time. Keeping Tansy out of trouble, keeping Adam from seeing anything that might upset his precious sensibilities. And you, of course. She would probably have come looking for me before too much longer, if you hadn't decided that you were tired of living in this pretty little body's gut, and moved on up to the big leagues. He put his touchscreen down on my stomach, where the weight of it was an unpleasant reminder that I was trapped. Leaning forward, he traced a finger along my clavicle and smiled. I squirmed. That just made him smile more. You really did get lucky. You're nicely symmetrical, and you've got a good head on your shoulders. Don't laugh. The shape of the skull probably makes a large difference in the integration. I glared at him. I nearly died because of that integration. No thanks to you. Ah, is that what you were doing at the hospital? I had wondered what would possibly have possessed you to go someplace so patently foolish. Sherman put his hand on the side of my face, trying to turn my head to the side. I struggled against him, and he scowled. Be still, Sal. I'm not going to hurt you. Whether you believe me or not, I want you on my side, and damaging you now would just convince you never to work with me. I want to check your bandages. How do you know I have bandages? I demanded. You just as good as told me you'd gone to the hospital to have those faulty arteries in your head repaired, and you're asking how I know you've got bandages on. Learn to remember what you said 30 seconds ago, will you? It'll make a big difference in how the rest of this day goes. Now stop fighting me, or I'll tell Doctor. Huff, you need to be sedated again, for your own safety. I stopped fighting. Sherman rolled my head to the side, his long, clever fingers probing down through my hair until they found the bandage concealed there. It's caught on the small hairs. They should have shaved your neck before they cut you open, the barbarians. Bite your tongue, Sal. This is going to hurt a bit, and I can't have you making a sound. That was all the warning he gave before he pulled the bandage loose. It took what felt like half the hair on my head with it, even though I knew that was anatomically impossible. I squeaked but managed not to shout. Sherman's warning had been sufficient. His fingers resumed probing almost instantly, not even waiting for the pain to fade. I stared into the dark, eyes watering, and wondered what he was looking for. I didn't have to wonder for long. There's a little mark, and anyone doing a truly detailed inspection would be able to tell you'd had surgery recently. But as long as you don't tell anyone to look more closely, you should be all right." Sherman pulled his hand out of my hair almost reluctantly, pausing at the last moment to swipe his fingers across my cheek. "I'm glad that little problem's been fixed." "You knew and you didn't make them put me back together," I said sullenly, still staring off into the darkness. I didn't want to look at him. He was a traitor and a turncoat, and worst of all, he was a liar. He'd known my life was in danger and he'd said nothing. I didn't matter to him. Dr. Banks wouldn't let me. He pulled his hand away. "Chave and I both suggested it on multiple occasions under the guise of monitoring your well-being. That was part of our job, after all, so we thought we could get away with it. He eventually told us both to stop and said that we'd be fired if we didn't. He wanted you to have that inbuilt weakness, and it's not that easy to perform surgery on someone whose medical power of attorney is controlled by someone else. Plus, any surgeon we could have found who was willing to perform the operation would have discovered your little condition, and then I would have had to kill them. I'm not fond of killing people, Sal." "What?" I finally rolled my head back to its original place, frowning up at him. "You were talking about creating a world without humans. You're totally okay with killing people." "One," he said, holding up a long finger, "that doesn't mean I like it. And two, you have perhaps made some mistaken assumptions about my desire for a world without humans. I'm not going to wipe out the species. That would be silly and wasteful and nigh impossible." I frowned. "Then what do you want to do?" He smiled. That expression was the same as it had always been, and for just a second, it was like I was looking back through time to a moment when I almost understood things. "I want to round them up and put them in breeding camps, at least until we have enough stable chimera to breed our own babies," he said. That broke the illusion. Instantly. Integration is easier with younger subjects. We'll be able to introduce implant to infant, tapeworm to toddler, and slide ourselves right into their skins without any need for trauma on any side. Imagine, Sal. There won't be any displacement. You're not kicking out the original owner if they never had a chance to develop. There won't be the sort of dysphoria you and I and the others like us have had to live with, because we'll grow with our bodies. We'll grow into them, and they'll be ours." I stared at him. "You want to replace humanity by becoming humanity?" "In a controlled sense, yes." He kept smiling, his lips tight and his teeth concealed. "We'll be much better shepherds for this world, and after all, isn't it the nature of things for children to replace their parents? They made us. We'll take their place." I stopped. There was no way to make him understand why replacing humanity would be wrong, and I wasn't sure I wanted to try. It would give him the opening to keep explaining why replacing humanity was exactly right, and I was deeply afraid, on a level I didn't want to think about too hard, that if he spoke, I would listen. Almost every human I'd known during my short life had lied to me. There were good ones, sure. I loved Nathan more than anything. But was that an argument for an entire species? They had created the sleepwalkers. They had killed their own people because they didn't want to sneeze anymore. I wasn't sure that was an endorsement. Of course, if the fact that almost every human had lied to me was going to be a factor, I needed to consider the fact that every chimera had either lied to me or moved against me in some way. Neither side of my heritage was blameless. "Good. You're learning to stop and think." Sherman picked up his touchscreen. When he spoke again, his accent was gone, leaving him sounding as neutral as a newscaster. "Here, S how this is going to work. I'll tell my supervisor, Dr. Huff, that you're lucid and coherent, and that we can probably move you to an unsecured transport. She'll try to argue with me, and I'll bat my eyelashes at her and remind her that the sooner we get you all processed, the sooner she and I will be able to get a little time for ourselves." I can't guarantee that will work, but I'd say it's got a good chance. Once you're unstrapped, go with the men who come to escort you. They'll take you to the holding pen. Wait for me there. I'll come for you as soon as I can." "A holding pen?" I asked blankly. "What, so I can get ripped apart by sleepwalkers?" "No, you have to get me out of here. Just undo the straps. I'll run, and you'll never have to deal with me again." "But I want to be dealing with you. Sal, my darling, and more importantly, you're being intentionally obtuse, which is not a good look for you. Try using that fantastic brain that you've wired yourself into." He tapped his touchscreen, apparently changing one of the notations on my chart. "We have the potential to be 10 times smarter than our human hosts ever were without us. You know that. Our presence stimulates formation of new nervous tissue and enhances nerve transmission speed. I'm not sure exactly how yet. I never did manage to get a chimera on the operating table where I could take it apart, but science supports my claim. That means you have no excuse for being stupid. Now, why would I want you ripped apart when you're ever so much more delightfully useful in one piece?" I glared at him. "I'm not going to help you." "Yet," he said calmly. "The word you're looking for is yet. And don't let your stubbornness worry your pretty little head. I'm going to help you either way." He blew me a kiss and then turned and walked away, leaving me alone again. I wanted to scream expletives after him, many of which were words that he had originally taught me, back when he was pretending to be a loyal, human Symbo-Gen employee who had only my best interests at heart, rather than a dangerous chimera bent on the destruction of the human race. He'd been one of my 2 handlers, along with Chave, an icy African-American woman who had always made me uncomfortable by keeping me at arm's length and treating me like a bomb that was about to go off. It was funny how much context changed things, because now I was sure Sherman was the reason the sleepwalking sickness was spreading so fast and so catastrophically, while Chave, who had died when her own implant went active and chewed its way up into her brain, had been working for Dr. Cal all along. Like Fang, she'd been there to gather information on Dr. Banks and to protect me. So many people had died or endangered themselves to keep me safe, and almost none of them had been on the relatively short list of people that I had trusted at the start of this whole mess. Chave had been on my side all along. Sherman was on nobody's side except his own. I was starting to seriously doubt my ability to judge human nature. The echoing space around me grew silent as Sherman's footsteps faded. I frowned up into the darkness. Wherever I was being held, it didn't make sense. There should have been cots like mine on every side, occupied either by sleepwalkers or by other patients who had been collected and deemed to be clean. Instead, while the lack of light blocked off any extensive study, I was pretty sure there was no one to either side of me. Just more blackness, shadows reaching out and claiming everything that they touched as their own. It was unnerving. Was I the only person they'd managed to save from the hospital? 2 men came walking out of the gloom, both wearing lab coats and plain white masks over the bottoms of their faces. They didn't say a word to me. One of them seized my arm, twisting it so that the inside was pointed at the ceiling. "Hey," I instinctively tried to pull away, only to find myself stopped by the straps that held me down. "Who are you? What are you doing? Let go of me." They ignored my cries. One of them produced a syringe from inside his pocket, uncapping it and jamming it into the soft tissue of my arm before I had time to frame a new objection. I squeaked. He pulled the needle free. "What did you just inject me with? Answer me. You have no right to do this. I'm a United States citizen." As long as I was legally human, I was pretty sure that was still true. "You need to answer me right now." My vision was starting to go blurry around the edges. Not black this time, but gray and sort of wispy, like a fog was rolling in. I tried to frown. My face didn't feel like it was responding, but I kept trying because anything else would have felt too much like giving up, and giving up would have meant that I was allowing them to win. I couldn't do that. I couldn't let them win. I could. Most sedatives take a few minutes to kick in. Either this one worked faster than most, or it had started by distorting my sense of time, because my ability to fight faded, and it took me with it. For the second time in a day, I'd been drugged into unconsciousness. I was starting to get really tired of these people. Consciousness returned like someone had flipped a switch inside my brain. I sat up with a gasp, only realizing after it was done that I could sit up. Nothing was holding me down anymore. I looked down at myself, checking for restraints or IV lines. There was nothing. All the medical equipment had been mercifully removed, although a familiar burn in my crotch told me that the equipment had included a catheter for some reason, which meant they'd kept me under for more than 8 hours. That wasn't a good sign. My stolen clothes were also gone, replaced by mint green medical scrubs and soft booties with plastic treads on the bottoms. There was a plastic ID bracelet clamped around one wrist. I raised my arm and squinted at the type on the bracelet, forcing my eyes to focus. The words swam in and out, finally settling down to something I could read. Patient 227, Mitchell, Sally R. Status, DS protein negative. I didn't know what that meant, but I could guess. According to Nathan, when I had migrated to Sally's brain, the protein markers that would normally have indicated my presence in her body had vanished from her bloodstream. Any normal test that didn't involve a full brain MRI would show that there was no Symbo-Gen implant in me. It was deceitful, but looking at the little plastic band on my wrist, I couldn't feel bad about it. My freedom might very well depend on that deception. Lowering my arm, I looked around the room where I had been put, only to realize that room was a generous description, even more generous than it had been for the little semi-private space back at the bowling alley. I was on a medical cot, with a blanket, sheet, and thin pillow. That was all that shared the room with me. There was no other furniture, no medical equipment, no lavatory facilities. And depending on how I wanted to look at things, there were no walls. Instead, a thin plastic membrane separated me from the hall outside my room, curving gently as it rose to an exposed ventilation panel that was pumping air into the bubble. Yes, bubble. That was the best word for where I was. This was a bubble, and when I turned to either the left or right, I saw more bubbles, each with their own bed, their own occupant. A sick feeling started to coil in my stomach. I twisted around to look behind me. Row upon row of bubbles stretched off into the distance, creating separate, sterile environments for the people inside them. None of them seemed to have doors. I slid off the bed, keeping my hands on the mattress as I tested my balance. My legs seemed willing to hold me, although there was a bone-deep weariness in all my muscles, making me feel like I'd been running marathons in my sleep. I wasn't hungry. I closed my eyes and cleared my throat, trying to focus on the subtleties of that sensation. It was a little sore, like I'd been shouting. Since I hadn't been shouting, that I was aware of, if they'd put me under twilight sedation at some point, I could have done all sorts of things I didn't remember. That probably meant they'd used a feeding tube on me, in addition to feeding me intravenously. All those things were medically necessary, under the right circumstances, but since I hadn't agreed to any of them, I was starting to feel more and more violated. I let go of the bed and walked to the bubble wall, pressing my palms flat against it. It didn't flex. It might look like a thin sheet of plastic, but whatever it was strong enough to resist my exploratory efforts at getting it to yield. Hands still pressed against the plastic, I peered as far to the left and to the right as I could. Everything was very well lit, so it wasn't hard to confirm that I was, for the moment, apparently unsupervised. Great. I drew back my left hand, made a fist, and punched the plastic wall as hard as I could. The pain was immediate and intense. Whatever that stuff was, it was like punching brick. I squealed with pain, shaking my bruised hand and dancing back from the barrier like it had done something wrong, even though I was the one who had launched an unprovoked attack against it. The plastic wasn't even dented. I wasn't going to get out that way. The drums were back, beating softly in my ears as my heart rate rose. I stopped shaking my hand and began to pace instead, looking for a seam or some other evidence of how they had managed to get me in here. Whoever they were, wherever here was. There were at least 5 rows of bubbles with me in the front. I couldn't tell how many bubbles were in each row. I could see the curve of the row behind me well enough to count off 11 separate enclosures, but that didn't get me all the way to the wall. That meant that a conservative estimate put 55 bubbles in this room, each of them representing a circle about 12 feet across. I wasn't good enough at math to figure out what that meant in terms of actual space inside the bubble. Beyond, a lot. Wherever we were being held, it was massive. I paced 3 times around the edge of the room, trying to work the weakness out of my legs. More and more of the people around me were waking up and getting out of their beds. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to why they were here. I saw men and women, children and senior citizens, and all of them were in exactly the same sort of setup I was. Total isolation without any hint of privacy. That was a little weird, and that worried me. Psychologically, wasn't it stressful for people to be able to see each other and not reach each other? Little private rooms would have served the same purpose in terms of keeping us apart, but it might have done a lot to keep the people in those isolated bubbles sane. Maybe that just meant we weren't going to be kept here for long. But that didn't make sense either, since a place like this, well, it couldn't have been cheap to construct, and it couldn't have gone up overnight. So they'd taken us, drugged us until we passed out, and then kept us drugged long enough to get this room ready for our arrival. Why? It didn't make any sense, unless there was some plan that I wasn't seeing. Worst of all, I didn't even know who had me anymore. It was Dr. Cal. This was way outside of her budget and available resources, unless things had changed a lot more dramatically than I suspected. Dr. Huff had identified herself as USAMRIID, and Sherman had been wearing a lab coat with a USAMRIID logo on it. But that didn't mean they were actually the people controlling this facility. Things could change really quickly when you had traitors in your midst, and I couldn't make myself think of Sherman as anything other than a traitor. Not at this point. Not after the things that he had done. I was still pacing when I saw movement down the hall to my left. Actual, outside-the-bubble movement, not the milling aimlessness of my fellow prisoners. I ran to what I couldn't help thinking of as the front of my bubble, pressing my face against the plastic and straining to get a better look. A tall, weary-looking man in military uniform was walking toward my private prison, surrounded by a flock of people in lab coats. They surged around him like the sea, moving forward to present touchscreens or clipboards, and then falling back as another wave of scientists took their place. I stepped back from the plastic wall, letting my hands fall to my sides. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know how else to react. The man in the uniform, the man I'd never been expecting to see again, was Colonel Alfred Mitchell. Sally Mitchell's father. He was where she got her pale skin and middling brown hair. I looked at him and saw the jaw that greeted me every time I looked in a mirror. He was tall, broad in the shoulders and thick in the waist, and he walked like he knew that any obstacle he encountered would be clever enough to get out of his way. The last time I'd seen him, He'd been standing in front of USAMRID's San Francisco facility, watching me get into Nathan's car and drive away. That was when we'd said what I'd thought would be our last goodbyes. What I'd hoped would be our last goodbyes, because I didn't know how to talk to him anymore. When I thought I was Sally reborn, memories lost to pay for my recovery, he'd been my father. When I started becoming Sal in thought and action, a new person, not the daughter that he'd lost, he'd still been my father, just a little distant, a little strained, like he didn't know how to deal with me anymore. And then I'd started learning what I really was, who I really was, and it hadn't been a surprise to him because he'd known all along. He'd never been under any misconceptions about my nature. I'd been an in-home science project for him, something to study while he waited to figure out how to get rid of me and my entire species. Alfred Mitchell had let me think that he loved me, and I didn't know whether I was ever going to be capable of forgiving him for that. Seeing him again made me realize that I also didn't know whether I was ever going to be able to stop myself from loving him. He was my daddy. Whatever else he was always, always going to be my daddy. He stopped outside my bubble, and his swirling array of scientists stopped with him, all of them turning in my direction. One of them read from her touchscreen, "Mitchell, Sally Ray." No traces of the protein that would indicate the presence of Diffilibothrium symbiogenesis were found in her bloodstream, and she came up negative on antigen tests. She's clean. She was recovered from the John Muir Medical Center in Walnut Creek, said another scientist, apparently eager to feel like he was contributing to the conversation. A large mob of infected individuals was in pursuit when she was sedated and taken for further study. General health is good, but it's unclear what she was doing at the hospital, and her arms showed bruises and recent puncture wounds, in addition to a stitched-up human bite wound, said the first scientist, slanting a glare at her competition. I wanted to scream at both of them. I didn't make a sound. Instead, I folded my arms and just watched them through the thin plastic wall, waiting for Colonel Mitchell to say or do something. At least I'd learned two things for sure. I was being held by USAMRID, and sound could pass through these bubbles. I still didn't know what they were made of, but every bit of information was going to be helpful if I was going to figure out a way out of here. The scientists stopped speaking, leaving me and Colonel Mitchell to stare silently at each other. Even if my file didn't say Sally was his daughter, there was no way anyone could look at him, and then at me without seeing the traces of his paternity. Joyce, his other daughter, Sally's sister, looked like her mother, and Sally looked like her father. Finally, Colonel Mitchell said, "Hello, Sally." Hi, I didn't call him Dad, because he wasn't my dad, no matter how much part of me still wanted him to be, and I didn't call him Colonel, because I didn't want the scientists to figure out what I was if they didn't know already. They probably did. They might have picked me up thinking I was just another refugee, but he knew and they worked for him. So they probably knew by now. Still, anything that could keep me off the dissection table for a little bit longer seemed like a good idea. "You're looking well." He sounded uncomfortable. That was good. I didn't want him to be happy and relaxed, not when I was being held captive in a giant plastic bubble and he was free to walk away at any time. "I've had better days." He nodded like that was an understandable answer. "Where have you been for the last week?" "Has it been a week?" I didn't have to feign confusion. As far as my memory was concerned, it had only been about 2 days since I last saw him. The other 5 days, if they existed, were missing, replaced by nothingness. How long was I unconscious? All healthy individuals recovered from Contra Costa County were kept sedated for a 5-day period, said one of the scientists, apparently relieved to have something that she could contribute to the conversation. It allowed us to be sure you were as clean as you appeared to be. The implants have shown the ability to go temporarily quiescent, said Colonel Mitchell, shooting a warning look at the scientist. She flushed red, looking away. He returned his attention to me. Someone who tests clean today can start showing protein markers tomorrow. Several of us have required multiple courses of antiparasitic drugs before we could be genuinely sure of being uncontaminated. Antiparasitics that couldn't cross the blood-brain barrier wouldn't touch a sleepwalker or a chimera. Antiparasitics that could cross the barrier would either be metabolized or cause anaphylactic shock, severe illness, and potentially, if the drugs weren't discontinued quickly enough, death. It wasn't a fun way to go, at least if my own brushes with antiparasitic reaction were anything to go by. Congratulations, I said. It must be nice to not be scared anymore. Colonel Mitchell winced for some reason. I frowned at him with his daughter's face, arms still folded. He looked away. Where am I? I asked. A secure holding facility, he said, without looking at me. You're safe here. That wasn't the question. Several of the scientists were starting to look unhappy about the way that I was talking to their boss. I didn't really care all that much about how they felt. I kept my attention on the colonel, trying not to think about the nights he'd spent in my doorway, keeping the nightmares away with his presence, or the times he'd done things that were more fatherly than scientific. He'd taken me out for ice cream, just the two of us, and we'd eaten dripping cones on Fisherman's Wharf while we laughed at the tourists. Those moments had never been common, but they'd been, and it was hard not to dwell on that as I watched him stand there in his uniform, with me in a scientific prison. I know you're confused, and I know you're upset, but this is protocol right now, he said finally, looking back to me. You should be grateful that you were located during the early stages of the outbreak. Right now, we can afford to space you out and give you a little room to move. By the time this is all over, that's not going to be the case. What? You're going to start a zoo for unturned humans? I uncrossed my arms in order to gesture in both directions at once, indicating the rows of bubbles stretching out in both directions. I wasn't lying, quite. I still hadn't claimed to be one of those precious unturned souls. You can't keep us in here forever. It's inhumane. There are laws against this sort of thing. A surprising number of laws can be suspended when it's a matter of public health. Colonel Mitchell looked at me gravely, his eyes searching my face like he was trying to find something he no longer believed existed. This is a quarantine situation. Individuals without any sign of a symbo-gen implant are relatively rare, thanks to the corporation's increasing market saturation over the past few years. We need to isolate people long enough to be sure that they're genuinely clean and not Trojan horses looking to get into our protected populations. Once someone is fully cleared, they will be released into a less restrained setting. We've acquired a small town in Contra Costa County, relatively isolated by both geography and design. The inhabitants have either been restrained here or relocated elsewhere. I'm sure you'll all find it quite comfortable there. I stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Some of the scientists were exchanging glances, like they weren't comfortable with him telling me even this much. Wait, you really are going to put us in a zoo? An isolated environment where you can be protected from the current threat, he corrected. There's no way of telling whether the symbo-gen implant has become transmissible, and we need to protect the few individuals who have been confirmed as unaffected. This wasn't working. He was feeding me a party line, maybe a little bit more of the line than he was supposed to feed me, but that could all be excused by the fact that I wore his daughter's face. I dropped my arms to my sides, trying to look vulnerable, and asked, "How's Joyce?" His face shut down. There was no other way of describing what happened. It wasn't the muscular death of the sleepwalkers, or even the sudden loss of muscle tension that came when someone fell asleep or was knocked unconscious. This was a simultaneous tightening and smoothing out, until there was nothing left in his expression that could tell me how he felt. She survived the course of intramuscular praziquantel that we gave her on Dr. Kim's recommendation. There were some side effects, of course, but she's still breathing. That's more than I felt confident in hoping for when we began the treatment. The intramuscular praziquantel had been intended to target the Symbo gen implant that was colonizing her brain. Nathan and I had known substantially less about the sleepwalkers when Joyce got sick. She hadn't gone all the way into the walking around, trying to kill people stage, but she'd lost consciousness and been bad enough that USAMRIID had quarantined her. Dad, Colonel Mitchell, I reminded myself. He'd been Dad at the time, but that time had passed, had demanded that we help. We'd done our best, and it sounded like we'd saved her body. It was a pity that I was pretty sure we hadn't saved her mind. I've never been good at concealing my thoughts. They played out on my face in real time, and Colonel Mitchell had had a lot of practice at reading me. "I doubt she'll ever wake up," he said. "The worm that chewed its way into her skull did a lot of damage in the process. The drugs did even more. She's still on life support while we look for a miracle." "Do you have a miracle for me, Sal?" He stressed the single syllable of my name, reminding me of who I was, who we were to each other. I stared at him, mouth falling briefly open in comprehension. He was hiding me. He'd known what I was all along, so he had to have known who Nathan's mother was. He would have investigated Nathan as soon as we started dating. He probably knew we'd been with Dr. Cal and how much information I had access to. He was hiding me from the rest of USAMRIID because he really hoped I had a miracle, that I could produce some magic equation from Dr. Cal's lab that would mysteriously allow him to bring Joyce's mind and body together again. He was a father who had already lost one of his 2 daughters forever, only to see a stranger put that little girl's body on and walk it around like a suit. He would do anything to save the daughter he had left. He was grasping at straws. "I'm in a bubble, Daddy," I said. Several of the scientists paused, eyes widening. Apparently, the nature of our biological relationship hadn't been known to his entire team. Well, if he wanted that cat to stay in the bag, he should have said something sooner. "I don't think I can produce many miracles from in here." "Think harder," he said. He didn't say goodbye. He just turned and resumed his walk down the row of bubbles. The scientists chased after him, so many fluttering, white-winged birds trying to keep up with the leader of their flock. I stayed exactly where I was, only turning my head to watch him walking away. The occupants of the other bubbles pressed themselves against the plastic as he passed, waving their arms and shouting to get his attention. The bubbles had to be proximity permeable somehow, because I didn't hear any of them. When Colonel Mitchell and his entourage had passed out of sight, I walked back to the bed, crawled onto it, and stretched out on top of the covers. It was time to wait and see what happened next. I had every confidence that it was going to be something interesting. Solve the puzzle, take your time. Spurn the reason, shift the rhyme. Let the shadows guide you through the darkness to the dawn. Children's games can break your heart. We all have to play our part. Know this world will miss you when it wakes to find you gone. The broken doors will open for we sinners who atone. My darling boy, be careful now and don't go out alone. From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press. Currently out of print. The subject did not respond well to anesthesia. Normal doses were insufficient to induce lasting unconsciousness, and only when the feed was increased to dangerous levels did subject become fully unconscious. Subject's vital signs were depressed, and subject's breathing was compromised. It was decided unanimously by the surgical team that further progress would need to be postponed until a viable mechanism of guaranteeing subject's sedation was found. Dr. H has suggested that pain control and unconsciousness are not ethically required, provided paralysis can be maintained. As subject is not legally human, there is no moral or ethical reason to postpone surgery until a viable anesthetic cocktail can be found. This suggestion is being taken under consideration. We will resume tomorrow. From the private notes of Dr. Stevenbanks, September 21, 2027. Chapter 7. September 2027. I must have fallen asleep at some point. When I opened my eyes, I found myself staring up at a twilit ceiling, all the lights having been turned down sometime in the interim. I sat up, rubbing the back of my neck with one hand as I tried to figure out exactly what had woken me. It couldn't have been the change in the light. A gradual dimming would have made me sleep more deeply, not wake up. That only left a few possible stimuli. Something moved in the dim hall in front of my bubble. There was a thick, meaty noise, followed by the sound of something hitting the floor. I sat up straighter, brushing my hair away from my eyes. There was another movement, but I couldn't quite see what it was. It was like the plastic had gone cloudy, turning everything on the other side into a series of undifferentiated blurs. Then the wall began to melt. It didn't happen all at once. Holes appeared in the plastic, seeming almost organic in their progression. It was like watching invisible caterpillars chew their way through a translucent leaf. Once the holes had spread far enough, they joined together, and sheets of gooey bubble wall fell to the floor of my enclosure with wet splattering sounds. I watched them fall, fascinated. They continued to dissolve after they hit the ground. As the bubble fell away, the body of the guard became visible, slit throat and all. I swallowed hard, watching the sheets of bubble foam and fade. Only when the last of the pieces was gone did I raise my eyes to my murderous savior. Sherman's smile was more than halfway to being a smirk. He clipped the spray can of solvent he'd used to melt my bubble to his belt, leaving his hand resting on the spray trigger. "Hello, pet," he said. His accent was back in full force, which was actually reassuring. He wasn't pretending with me. I liked that. He was wearing a smoke-gray bodysuit that was distinctly not USAMRIID issue, and he had somehow committed murder without getting a drop of blood on him. "Thought you might like an extraction." I stayed where I was, seated on the bed, and simply looked at him. Sherman's smile gradually faded. "You seem to think this is an open-ended offer, Sal. I assure you, it is not. It took a good bit of work to jam their cameras long enough to get to you. If you don't move your pretty little butt in short order, I'll have to leave you." "Fine," I said. "Leave me. Let me tell them what you did. I didn't ask you to save me." "No, you didn't. I did this out of the goodness of my heart, and that's not a thing I do for just anyone. Hear that? You're special, Sal Mitchell. You're the girl of my dreams, and I have to save you or I'll simply die." He held out his hand, making a beckoning gesture. "That's what you wanted to hear, isn't it? Now come along, we really don't have time for this. And it's not as if they'd believe you when you blamed me." When did I get so blasé about dead bodies? It must have been when I was taken captive by my host's father, treated like a possession rather than a person. It wasn't because I was adjusting to the idea of life as a different species. It was. "It would work better if you didn't sound so bored while you were saying it," I replied. "Where are we going? I'm safe here. I don't think I'll be safe wherever it is you're planning to take me." True enough, pet. I'm going to take you someplace where you'll be poked and prodded and stared at by people who don't like you very much. But you'll have opportunities to try and escape, and none of my people will shoot you in the back for running, unlike the people who run this place. He indicated the warehouse with a sweep of his outstretched hand. We have respect for our own kind. We don't kill chimera. I glanced again to the body on the floor. Just humans. My initial non-reaction was fading, replaced by the coldness and the distant sound of drums. I had never considered panic to be a relief before. Sherman shrugged broadly. Can you blame us? They'd mow us down like wheat if they knew that we existed. Now come along, Sal. I'm not going to ask again, and I do have ways of enforcing your cooperation. You mean you'll drug me? I finally swung my feet down to the floor and stood. I'm getting really tired of that, you know. Then you should stop making people feel the need to do it. Sherman tapped his foot impatiently. Are you coming, or am I sedating you? I simply need your answer. I'm coming. My plastic-soled socks made no sound as I walked across the bubble and out through the hole he'd made. I stepped carefully around the blood pooling on the tile floor. I'd rather be someplace where I won't be shot if they figure out what I am. But I'm warning you, I am going to try to escape. You wouldn't be my best girl if you didn't. Sherman turned and started walking down the hall, clearly trusting that I would follow him. For a moment, I considered defying his expectations. I could turn and bolt in the other direction. My experience at John Muir had shown me that a stolen lab coat and an "I belong here" attitude could get me a long way. Maybe I'd be able to find the exit. Maybe I'd be able to get away. And maybe I'd find myself gunned down by some guard with more testosterone than training, and wind up bleeding to death in an unmarked hallway in a building I didn't know. It wasn't worth the risk. Sherman was the devil I knew, and I believed him when he said he wouldn't kill me. He wanted a chimera-dominant future. We were an endangered species, and he wasn't going to go out of his way to endanger it further. I followed him. We walked along the row of bubbles, each with its own sleeping occupant, until we reached a door in the far wall. Sherman entered a code in the keypad, and the door swung inward, allowing a rush of cool air to flow over us. The other side was a long tunnel of white, with gently billowing panels of what looked like vinyl sheeting connected by thick plastic joints. It was like a hose that someone had turned into a walkway for some reason. The lights were very bright, especially compared to the dim room where I'd been imprisoned. I glanced at Sherman, suddenly nervous and seeking the reassurance that he had always been so happy to offer me. "It's an umbilical," he said, grabbing my arm and yanking me forward into the open doorway. "It's what has us connected to the rest of the idiots. Now walk, Sal. I don't have time for this crap." "Where does it go?" "Away." He pushed me this time, planting his hand between my shoulders and shoving me hard enough that I stumbled for several steps. That was enough to let him follow me into the umbilical. The door swung shut behind him, sealing with a clang. "Do you have any concept of what I risked to get in here to get to you? You're the only shot we have right now. I'm not going to let your neurosis be what stops me. Now move, or I'll move you." His voice was cold, leaving absolutely no doubt in my mind that he would make me do what he wanted if I didn't go along with it willingly. I started walking, and Sherman paced me, his longer legs eating up the distance with ease. The air in the umbilical smelled of antiseptic and nothingness. It was the kind of non-scent that could only be achieved by feeding the ventilation system through so many filters that we would probably be safe from virtually any form of biological attack. Some of the rooms at Symbogen had smelled like that, and they had always been the ones that unnerved me the most. Their silence and their cleanliness had seemed oppressive in a way that could never have been achieved by good, honest noise and dirt. If God exists, He created everything in the world just to make a bit of a mess, said Sherman, making me flinch. I hadn't expected his thoughts to be such a close mirror of my own. His hand closed around my upper arm in a friendly hold that I knew could quickly become a trap. Humans have been trying to clean up the world ever since they figured out soap and water. I think that's what their devil really taught them. There's a lot of bollocks in the Bible about humans learning modesty and shame when they first sinned, but I don't think they went, "Oh no, I'm naked." I think they went, "Oh no, I'm filthy." That was the true fall from grace. You can't be a part of nature if you're trying to be clean all the time. "You've read the Bible?" I asked, bemused. Not all of us got dyslexia from the integration, my poppet. I've been reading since I was 8 weeks old. He continued to pull me along. You're the only one of us to have that particular complication, actually, and I doubt you would have if you occurred under lab conditions. You probably chewed through something that you shouldn't have before you knew any better. It's really a pity we can't midwife ourselves into being, don't you think? We were halfway down the umbilical now, with white, faintly ridged walls stretching out in either direction. My stomach gave a lurch as I suddenly realized what the tube tunnel really reminded me of. It was like being a parasite again. It was like we were walking through the gut of a giant, passing from one end to the other to be digested or excreted at the whim of our monstrous host. I didn't say anything. Sherman seemed to take that as an invitation to keep talking. Tansy got herself a host of psychological issues, but the majority of them came with the body, I think. The brain was too far gone before she got in there to start stitching things back together. That's important to remember. When we fight them to a standstill, they're going to try to placate us with their old and infirm, the people whose brains have already been damaged one way or another. We can work around some things, we're clever in our way, even before we have a fat mammalian brain to do our thinking for us, but we can't rewire a busted engine. Can you imagine a world full of tansies, all of them delusional and violent and running around with no one to restrain them? No, that won't work at all. It's healthy brains or nothing. Hence the breeding programs. It will be so much easier with infants. They'll try to make it nothing, I said, my voice little more than a whisper. To my relief, Sherman seemed more amused than angry at my statement. "Oh, I know, I know. They're going to keep fighting to the bitter end because that's what men do. What they're going to refuse to realize is that the bitter end passed some time ago. They've already lost. All that's left from here is the messy process of birth." I opened my mouth to answer him, and he swung around to press his raised index finger to my lips, shushing me. "SHH, SHH, my pet, it's time to be quiet now." We had reached the door on the far end of the umbilical. It gleamed, black and secretive against all of that nauseating whiteness. "I'm going to open this and let us out. You mustn't shout or scream or carry on, and most of all, you mustn't try to get away. If you do that, I can't protect you. And I know you don't believe me right now, Sal, but I am your best chance of getting through this alive. Do you understand?" I had trusted Sherman for most of my life. Even considering his recent betrayals, the habit of trust was strong within me. I forced myself to nod, slowly at first, and then with gathering enthusiasm until my head was bobbing up and down with surprising force. Sherman's hand caught me under the chin, stopping me in mid-nod. He smiled and said, "That's my good girl. I promise this is all going to start making sense soon. Too soon, maybe. I did so enjoy your ignorance." With that, he let go of me and turned to key his access code into the panel next to the door, which beeped and swung inward, causing us both to have to take a step back. Somehow during the motion, Sherman got his hand around my arm again, and he pulled me with him as he stepped out of the umbilical and into the control room on the other side. The first thing to catch my attention was the blood. There was so much of it, and it was covering so much of the room, which was small and boxy and lined with monitors, each one tuned to a different bubble back in the room where I had been confined. There was a long, low desk, and 3 men in military uniforms were seated behind it, still in their chairs. 2 of them were missing chunks of their skulls. The third, the bleeder, had had his throat slashed open, resulting in arterial spray that must have bathed the room in seconds. He was the only one who looked anything less than peaceful, although death had come before he had managed to do more than fumble for his gun and knock over a cup of coffee. The brownish dregs were barely distinguishable from the bloodstains around them. Sherman's eyes raked dispassionately over the 3 men before he nodded. "Sloppy work, but sometimes that's for the best. Come along, Sal, we have places to be." He continued across the room, ignoring the dead bodies. I couldn't take my eyes off them. They had been alive, and now they were. They had been people, and now they were gone, just like Sally, just like whoever used to live in Sherman's body, and also not, because at least Sally and Sherman's host had left something behind. The ultimate organ donors. These men were just gone. I stumbled a little but continued to let Sherman guide me. It was better than trying to figure out where to go next on my own. At least he'd been here before. That thought sparked something, and I turned to study him, frowning. He was clean. There were little smudges of dirt under his fingernails, and his skin had the healthy scent of a human male rather than smelling of fresh soap, but he was clean and his hair was dry. That third man had sprayed blood everywhere. There was no way Sherman could have killed him and made it to me without being drenched in the process. "Who's here with you?" I asked. "What, you didn't think I was working alone, did you?" Sherman flashed me a tight-lipped smile. "I haven't been alone for quite some time. But it's good to know that you care. Now come on. I don't want to have to kill anyone else tonight." The little security room opened onto an airlock of sorts, filled with hanging plastic sheets and industrial gray lockers. There was no one there, and I was glad. I had no doubt that Sherman would kill anyone who happened to get in our way, and I didn't want to be responsible for any more deaths tonight. 3 was too many. Then we left the airlock for what looked like a loading zone, and I realized that 3 was nowhere near the final number. The floor was unpainted concrete, and the walls were bare metal, strung with bright, uncovered bulbs every 10 feet or so. They cast an unflinching light over the 8 bodies strewn around the room, all dressed in military fatigues, none older than their early 20s. One woman had fallen so that her eyes were aimed directly at the doorway where Sherman and I stood. I met her dead, clouded gaze and clapped a hand over my mouth, swallowing the urge to vomit. The drums were back, pounding loudly in my ears. In that moment, I welcomed them. I would have welcomed them even without the surgery. Better a clean death than whatever was waiting for me once Sherman got me alone. A shadow detached itself from the wall and moved fluidly into the open, resolving into a slim, prepubescent girl in a bodysuit much like Sherman's, although hers was a deeper shade of gray. She had deep brown skin and softly rounded features that would probably have been beautiful if they hadn't been set in a forbidding expression. Her eyes flicked to me, sizing me up and dismissing me in an instant before her gaze returned to Sherman. "You're late," she said coolly. "You're messy," he responded. My eyes widened in horror as I realized what he meant. Her bodysuit wasn't darker than his. There were still places, along the sides and at the top of her left shoulder, where it was exactly the same color. The blood that had soaked into the fabric had darkened it, turning it virtually black. "I was bored," she said. Her eyes flicked back to me. "This is it. This is your mighty, natural chimera. She looks like she's about to puke all over me." "Ronnie," his tone grew a little colder. "Be polite. Sal's our guest. Are we clear for extraction?" "Do you mean, have I killed everyone?" "Yes. I have killed everyone who was supposed to be watching this part of the building, and Christoph has disabled the security cameras. Are you sure you don't want to pick up anything else on this little shopping trip? A few soccer moms who skipped their implants because they decided that tapeworms caused autism. A member of the city council. They're going to tighten security after this. And her eyes raked me up and down one more time. Just doesn't seem like she's worth this much trouble. Sherman released my arm a split second before his hand caught Ronnie across the face, sending her rocking back several feet. I gasped. She spoke like an adult, but she looked like a child, and seeing him hit a little girl was unnerving in ways I didn't have the words to express. Ronnie recovered quickly, training her venomous stare on Sherman. She didn't rub the spot where he'd hit her. She left her hands down by her sides. Sal is more valuable than you are, and I will have no compunctions about transplanting you if you continue to cause me problems. Do you understand me? Ronnie said nothing. Sherman raised his hand as if to strike her again. Do you? Yes, she spat. I understand that you've gone native. Enjoy your disgusting mammalian rutting, but don't expect me to clean up the mess when you break her. She turned, stalking toward the far end of the loading dock. Sherman sighed, taking hold of my arm again. It occurred to me that this had been my chance to run. I dismissed the thought as quickly as it came. Freedom was impractical right now. I wanted it, but I didn't know what kind of weapons Ronnie had, and she was clearly fast enough to have killed all these people who presumably had military training, before they could react. I already knew that Sherman was faster than me. All I could have accomplished by running was getting myself hurt. Better to wait. Better to watch. Better to run when I could actually get away, to act with purpose and not out of panic. And maybe if I kept reminding myself of that, I'd remember how to breathe. You'll have to excuse Ronnie, he said, guiding me between the bodies as he followed her across the room. She's on her fourth body, and she doesn't appreciate the fact that we implanted her in someone so small, even though the elasticity of the child's brain has proven to be the missing factor. Her first 3 hosts were adult males, and while she preferred those bodies, they rejected her. Now she takes her aggressions out on whatever happens to be around. Ronnie herself was waiting next to an open door, showing an intoxicatingly dark slice of the night outside. She scowled at Sherman. I've told you before, I'm not a girl. And I've told you that gender is a construct of the mind. But while we live among humans, we must blend in with the humans, Sherman countered. A white British man with a little black girl is strange enough without that girl insisting on being treated as a boy. It would attract too much attention. Once we've taken over, you can be whatever gender you prefer. We can even find you a host of your preferred gender if you're ready to develop again. To my surprise, Ronnie blanched, shooting Sherman yet another glare before she slipped out the door. I didn't think so, said Sherman smugly. Come along, pet. We're almost home free. My head was spinning, and so I didn't fight him. He led me out of USAMRAID, leaving the dead soldiers behind, and into a parking lot that I recognized. We were in Oakland, the building where I'd been held. They were keeping us in the Coliseum. I squeaked, unsure whether to laugh or be offended by the stupidity of it all. The Oakland Coliseum was an oversized monstrosity of a building, used primarily for sporting events, massive concert tour, and indoor festivals. The Cause for Paws Animal Shelter, where I'd been working for the last few years, used to exhibit at Social Justice Fest, where we tried to pawn adult animals off on people who had more compassion than common sense, according to my boss, and the Hemp Fest, where blazingly stoned 20-somethings would coo over puppies and kittens before deciding whether they wanted a pet or another hash brownie more. Weirdly, we always got more returns from the Social Justice Fest, while the happy stoners plastered our social media channels with pictures of their pampered cats and dogs. I always thought it was sort of awesome that it worked out that way. Human nature was too big and too diverse to be pinned to something as small as what kind of specialty events you like to attend over the weekend. Good memories of the Colosseum aside, learning that I'd been kept there made me feel oddly dirty, like I had somehow become one of those orphaned puppies or kittens, and Sherman was the man who had decided to take me home. The thought of him keeping me as a pet made me shudder. Sherman twisted to look at me, frowning, and gave me another tug as he tried to keep me moving. Where else would they have put that many people that quickly? Learn to think, Sal. I know you have it in you, and while I've enjoyed your pampered innocence more than you can possibly dream, playtime is over. Now is when you grow up and join the war. I finally yanked my arm out of his hand. Sherman didn't grab for me. If anything, he looked pleased, like this was something he'd been waiting for. I'm not joining your war. I'm going with you because I don't have any other options if I want to stay alive and make it back to my family, and I don't want to be blamed for all my throat seemed to close on the word bodies. I swallowed hard and continued. All the dead people. You made those. They shouldn't become my fault. Sherman moved. His legs were longer, and he was the one who'd shepherded me through dozens of visits to Simbogen, holding my hand and guiding me from lab to lab. He knew what my responses would be better than I did. So when he was suddenly in my face, I didn't know how to react. I froze, eyes going wide, as his hands cupped my cheeks and his mouth clamped down over mine, forcing me into a kiss. His lips tasted like mint and honey. I could feel his pulse through his hands, and as he pulled me closer, it felt like the drums in my head synchronized with the beat of his heart, one slowing while the other sped up, until we were breathing in unison, him and me and him. I didn't want to be kissing him. I didn't want to pull away. This was wrong. It was wrong in every possible way, and that didn't matter because the drums were beating together, pulse matching pulse, forever. Sherman was the one who broke away from me. He pulled back, a smug smile on his face, and said, I told you a long time ago that you ought to leave that human boy you're so besotted with and be with me. We're the same, Sal. We're survivors, predators, and you're wrong because you've always been part of this war. This war is all about you. There was nothing I could say to that. My mouth moved, and no sound came out as Sherman, still smiling, took my hand and led me into the waiting dark. Sherman and his team had arrived in a black van with the USAMRIID logo on the side. It was a magnet. As we approached, Ronnie yanked it off and slapped up a cupcake store logo in its place. She shot me a glare, all but daring me to say something. I didn't say anything. It felt like something had shorted out inside of me, leaving me mute and defenseless. I didn't like it. Ronnie's glare softened into something like understanding before it was redirected on Sherman, hardening again. You kissed her, didn't you? God, you're such an asshole, Sherman. In that moment, she sounded almost like a preteen girl. She wrenched the van door open and tossed her magnetic sign inside before grabbing my hand and pulling me away from Sherman, who let me go without a fuss. He'd already gotten what he wanted. Ronnie peered at my eyes, apparently looking for something. Whatever it was, she found it because she pulled away and shot one more glare at Sherman. Asshole, she repeated before pushing me into the van. Behind me, Sherman chuckled. She didn't say, no, Ronnie. You do know how much I love surprises. Surprising people with neural shorts isn't nice, Ronnie snarled. She climbed into the van after me, slamming the door behind herself and leaving Sherman outside. I didn't even have time to hope before Sherman was opening the front door and sliding into the passenger seat. He waggled his fingers at me, drawing my interest, and then pointed exaggeratedly at the massive man who was sitting behind the wheel. I couldn't see the new man's face, just his long brown hair and broad shoulders. The hands that gripped the wheel were each individually large enough to have covered my entire face. "This is Christoph," said Sherman. "He doesn't talk, but he's an excellent driver, aren't you, Christoph?" As if in answer, the massive man turned on the engine. The van grumbled to life, and he carefully reversed out of the space where he'd been parked. I fumbled to get my seat belt on, feeling encouraged by the care he was obviously showing. Maybe he really was an excellent driver, and this was going to be okay. Christoph's foot slammed down as soon as my seat belt clicked into place. The van lurched forward. My stomach leapt into my throat, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. "Oh, damn," Sherman swore. There was a thumping sound, and then his hands were grasping mine, clamping down and squeezing until the pain broke through the fugue state that had been threatening to overwhelm me. "Sal, Sal, can you hear me?" I didn't respond. It didn't seem important. We were in a car, we were rocketing through the night, and I couldn't control it, and I couldn't stop it, and I was going to die. I knew it. There was no way out this time. "It's all right, Sal," said Sherman, his voice pitched low and earnest. There was no trace of mockery or frustration in his tone. Now that I really needed him, it was like things between us had never changed. "You don't know Christoph, but I promise you he's a safe driver. We need to get away from here before someone sounds the alarm, and that means we can't go slowly. But Christoph will get us home safely. You'll see. It's safe." I forced myself to nod, trying to focus on the pressure of Sherman's hands and the comforting repetition of the word safe. Once, when I was back at Simbo Gen, he had tried to explain why it was so nice to hear the same thing over and over again when I was upset, something about psychological conditioning and forcing the world to conform to an implanted expectation. I honestly didn't care why it worked, just as long as it did. Sally Mitchell died in a car crash. I nearly did, too. The trauma of the impact damaged her body in ways that were nearly fatal for me, soft, unprotected thing that I was. Then, after I woke up, everyone was happy to tell me how traumatic it had been, how damaging and horrible, and how it was responsible for all my lingering psychological problems, like the amnesia that everyone was convinced would eventually clear, leaving Sally Mitchell restored to her proper place once more. That didn't happen, obviously, and I shouldn't have been as terrified of car crashes as I was. The phobia was her christening gift to me, the one thing she could pass on to the stranger who had claimed her body. Her gift, and Simbo Gen's. I spent my infancy and childhood, brief as they were, hearing about the terror of vehicular transit. Was it any wonder that the idea of being in another car crash was the worst thing I could possibly imagine? Eyes still closed, I focused on the steady beat of my heart until it seemed to swell and fill the entire world, becoming the distant, reassuring sound of drums. I breathed slowly in and out, counting to 10 each time, until the hot, warm dark blossomed behind my eyes and I was safe, and nothing in the world could hurt me or would ever hurt me again. I was safe, down in the dark, surrounded by the comforting sound of the drums. "What is she doing?" Ronnie's voice was distant, confused, almost drowned out by the drums. "Meditating," said Sherman, keeping his hands clamped over mine. "This is how she deals with excessive stimuli. It's a good short-term solution, even if it's probably going to get her killed one day." He sounded sad about that, or I thought he did, and it was nice to think that, so I let the thought remain. It was easy to edit things that way when I was down in the hot, warm dark. It was only when I rose again that I would have to face reality. I didn't like that idea. I sank deeper, away from anything that could possibly resemble the physical world. The drums were beating too slowly, out of sync with themselves. That might have explained some of my fear and lassitude. I focused on them, encouraging them to beat faster to return to normal. It would be good for me. I was sure of that much, even if I wasn't sure exactly why. Bit by bit, The drums responded, and the hot, warm dark returned to the equilibrium it was supposed to have. I curled into it, content, and forgot that I had ever wanted to leave. This was home. This was where I belonged. Sherman shook my shoulder gently, snapping me out of my reverie. Much as I hate to disrupt what's proven to be a fascinating exercise in biometric control, I need you to wake up now, he said. We have reached our destination. That means move or we'll move you, added Ronnie. I opened my eyes. We were still in the van, that was good. It was rare for me to sink so deep that I could be moved without noticing it, but after the night, or nights I didn't know anymore, that I'd had, I couldn't count on that. The drums were quiet, although if I focused, I could hear the distant beating of my heart, which seemed to have resumed its normal speed and rhythm. I felt better, although it was hard to say whether that was a function of my heartbeat, or just the fact that the van wasn't moving anymore. Christoph was gone, leaving the entire front of the van empty, since Sherman was crouched in front of me with a thoughtful expression on his face, like he was assessing my value every time he looked at me. Ronnie was still in her seat, arms crossed over her budding breasts, eyes narrowed. "What the fuck did she just do?" she demanded. Her attention flicked to me. "What the fuck did you just do?" What? I moved to unfasten my belt with shaking hands. I hadn't been told to, but I wanted to get out of this van as soon as possible. I didn't mind small spaces normally. This one was different. It felt oppressive and dangerous, like it could start moving again at any moment. I didn't do anything. I went down into the dark to avoid the drive. Where are we? What Sal fails to understand is that for most of us, going down into the dark is a difficult feat. Sherman waited until my belt was off before opening the door and offering me his hand. Through the opening, I could see what looked like an ordinary parking garage, all gray concrete and emptiness. "Come along, pet. You make yourself more precious by the hour, and I cannot wait to start learning all the tricks you have to teach me." "I don't know what you're talking about." I took his hand. It seemed like the safest thing to do. "I don't know any tricks. I don't even know how I go down into the dark. I just do when I need to." "I'm telling you, rehome her." Ronnie stepped out of the van after me, pausing long enough to slam the door. I blinked at her. She sneered. "We know she adapts quickly. Train a new one who doesn't have all these stupid hang-ups." Yes, because what one should absolutely do on the eve of war is take one of the best available weapons, break it down for scrap, and wait 6 months to have a new model online. Sherman shook his head. "Honestly, Ronnie, if you were in charge of this battle, the humans would defeat us handily." "Maybe, but a lot of them would die first," she said. Sherman sighed. "Come along, Sal. It's time to introduce you to the people who will be your new family." "I don't want a new family," I whispered. His smile was benevolent and terrible. "It's adorable how you keep thinking that what you want has any merit." I didn't say anything. I just glared at him. He might have me at his mercy right now, but he wasn't going to make me believe that I was going to be helpless forever. We crossed the parking garage to a large steel door, which Sherman accessed with a swipe of a plastic card and a scan of his left index finger. He didn't bother to conceal either of these security measures from me, which made me sure that they couldn't be broken, or at least couldn't be broken easily. He would have made at least a little effort if he was worried about my getting away. The door beeped, the locks disengaging with an audible click. Sherman smirked and pulled it open, letting go of my arm. "After you," he said. I was unarmed, effectively barefoot, and in an unidentified parking garage with no idea where I was. I went through the door and emerged into a defunct shopping mall, obviously long since gutted and abandoned by its original owners, only to be rebuilt by the people who came to claim it as their own. There was a fountain directly in front of me, the water trickling merrily out of a sculpted concrete flower to cascade into the basin below. A few people were sitting on the fountain's rim. One was eating a sandwich. Stores extended in all directions, most still bearing the signs identifying what they had been before this place closed down. The shoe stores and shops selling scented candles were gone now, replaced by little swarms of people clustering around lab equipment. Unlike Dr. Cal's makeshift bowling alley lab, which held to strict protocols, even if most of the technicians wore jeans under their lab coats, the people here could have just wandered in off the street and picked up a scalpel. I didn't see a single lab coat or pair of scrubs, although some of the people were wearing gray bodysuits like the ones Sherman and Ronnie had on. As I stood there, trying to process the scene, a man walked by towing a pallet of caged chickens that clucked and fluffed their feathers at me. I blinked. "Welcome, darling, to the revolution." Sherman slipped his arm around my shoulders, holding me closer than I was comfortable with. "I'm sure you recognize this place." "No," I said blankly. "I mean, should I? I don't think I've ever been here before." Sherman glanced meaningfully over my head. I turned to see Ronnie standing on my other side. She rolled her eyes. Fine," she said. "Your precious special snowflake is so sheltered that she's not going to be a threat. I'm delighted to know that she can't give us away. I'd be even more delighted if you'd let me cut her open." "I don't want to be cut open," I said hastily. "I'm not sure I get a vote in this, but I really think I should, since this is my life you're talking about, and I don't want to be cut open." That didn't seem like enough. I paused before adding meekly, "So please do." "God, it's like kicking a fucking puppy," muttered Ronnie. She raised her voice as she said, "We're not going to cut you open. Not right now anyway. It's not allowed, right, Sherman?" "At last you begin to learn," said Sherman. "If you want any chance of a stable long-term integration with a host you'll actually like, you'll stop threatening Sal. Go get yourself cleaned up. You reek of dead human." "My favorite cologne," said Ronnie and swaggered away. She didn't walk like a little girl. She walked like a grown man, all strutting and strength, and people got out of her way. Sherman pulled his arm away from my shoulders as he transferred his hold back to my arm. "This way," he said, starting to walk deeper into the mall. A few people cast curious glances our way, but most of them ignored us. They had their own business to attend to, and we were just so much background noise. That, or they had been with Sherman long enough to learn to stay out of his way. All my early experiences with him told me that I could trust him, that he was my friend and would protect me. He had been one of my handlers at Symbogen. He had been my friend. And yet everything I'd experienced since my last visit to Symbogen told me he was the enemy, or close enough as to make no difference. It was his fault we'd lost Tansy. It was his fault I was here. But whether he was friend or foe, the only option I had was to go with him. If he was going to protect me, he'd do a better job if he knew where I was. If he was planning to hurt me, maybe he'd be gentler if I seemed to be playing along. "Have you been keeping up with your linguistics, pet?" he asked. "I know I haven't taught you any new words the last few times we've seen each other. I'm sorry about that. I did so enjoy expanding your vocabulary." "Did you always know I was a tapeworm?" It wasn't the question I'd been planning to ask, but once it was out in the open between us, I realized that there were no other questions. Anything else I might have wanted to know was dependent on how he answered me. "Oh, Sal, my pretty, innocent little creature." Sherman kept walking, and I kept walking with him. We passed more people, none of them familiar, and none of them paused to ask where we were going. "I knew someone like you was going to come along eventually, knew it in my bones, you could say." He chuckled like this was somehow hysterical. Maybe it was to him. Tapeworms don't have bones. Mother always told us we could only happen under proper laboratory conditions, but what she didn't count on was that I was the closest she'd yet come to perfection. Tansy was. Well, you've met Tansy. There was no way she was going to bite the hand that fed her. Adam was always a mama's boy, too devoted to doing exactly as he was bid to question anything, whereas I was the snake in her garden. I read all her files, and when I ran across something I didn't understand, I learned. It's amazing what people will tell you when they don't yet realize that they need to be wary. I asked her lab staff about biological interfaces and statistical probability. I asked her technicians about skeletal structures and backup functions, and how often blood circulated through the brain. And I asked our mutual creator about the structure of my soul. She was very glad to tell me as much as I wanted to know, because she didn't think I'd have the background to understand what she was telling me. She even taught me, albeit accidentally, how one went about creating a false identity for someone, and what it would take to get on Stephen Banks's good side. Sherman cast me a sly, sidelong look. You see what I did for you, Sal. I twisted the world into knots so I could make it a pretty bow to tie in your hair. Your human lover never did anything half so nice. Bile rose in my throat as I realized that he meant what he was saying. Some of this, not all, thankfully, but enough to be disturbing, had been intended as a form of courtship, like he could convince me to love him if he just spent enough time working on the problem. You're not answering the question, I said. People keep doing that to me. I don't like it. I do appreciate that you've started growing a spine. It'll make this much more of an equal partnership and much less of a burden. Sherman shook his head. Yes, I knew. I recognized you for what you were when they first rolled you into Symbogen, and I thought, this is it. This is what fate looks like. This is the way destiny presents itself, with a brunette on a stretcher, wetting herself and staring dispassionately at the ceiling. You were the holy grail, Sal. A natural chimera in the process of full neural integration, yet awake through the entire process. Most of us didn't get to wake up until a full 6 months further along. I honestly feel that it hampered our ability to completely inhabit our bodies. The protocols for integration as practiced here are based largely on your experience. We have so much to thank you for. We had reached the far end of the mall while he was talking. A metal grill was half lowered across the mouth of what had clearly been a department store, once upon a time. Sherman ducked to get under the grill, not letting go of my arm, and so I bent to follow him. The grill creaked down and locked onto the floor as soon as we were through, because that wasn't disturbing or anything. You never told me. My voice sounded small and betrayed, matching the slivers of ice that felt like they were piercing my heart. I knew Sherman was on the other side of this conflict. It didn't matter. Part of me was always going to want him to be a good guy. What would I have said? I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, dear, but not only are you not actually Sally Mitchell, you're not even a human being. You're something new and better, and everyone you have ever loved is going to view you as a monster. He let go of my arm and stepped away, turning to face me. Everyone but me, that is. You have never been a monster in my eyes, Sal. You have never been anything short of perfect. I doubt that you ever could be. You feel it, don't you? The way your heart slows down to beat along with mine. I paused. But you can do that to anyone, can't you? Sherman's startled, guilty expression was all the answer I needed. Ronnie asked if you'd kissed me, and then she called you an asshole. What is it, some sort of biofeedback loop? Can you do that to all chimera, or am I just in a lucky subset of the population? Sal, he started to reach out like he was going to caress my cheek. I slapped his hand away. His expression hardened. Yes, if that's what you wanted to hear. Yes, I can do that to any chimera and to any of the charmingly named sleepwalkers, if the need strikes me. It's a matter of controlling the pheromones I'm giving off. They tell you what to do on a level you simply weren't engineered to fight. I could teach you to do the same thing, but why would I put such a useful weapon in the hands of a child? Because don't misunderstand me, Sal. You are a child in this fight. I am romantically interested in you despite my better judgment, but that isn't going to buy you the sort of lazy disregard that you're accustomed to. You are a child and you are a weapon, and as we don't let children play with weapons, I'll be the one deciding how you are aimed and fired. I glared at him. You can't make me do anything. Oh, but darling, as you've already seen, I can, he smirked. All I need to do is get skin to skin with you and you'll dance to any tune I play. Now make yourself comfortable. Find something to wear, find a bed and housewares. I've got cameras on this whole place and the front of the building is sealed off, so you'll not be escaping. Aside from that, feel free to do as you like. Where are you going? Didn't you hear me before? This time when he smiled, he showed all of his teeth. I quailed away. I'm going to go start a war. That's enough science for today. I can't really focus on it anyway. It's all just facts and figures and not enough answers. I need answers. I'm not going to find them in a petri dish or a simulation, but those are the only places that I'm being allowed to look. Sal has been missing for almost a month. Those words are still so hard for me to type because they don't make any sense. We were home free. We were safe. All we had to do was make it across a parking lot and we could get back to the lab, back to the safety of Mom's defenses. There was no way anything could go wrong, and I guess maybe I thought that too loudly because the universe decided to make sure I knew just how wrong I really was. There hasn't been a sign of her since USAMRID grabbed her out of that parking lot. I know she's not dead. I can feel it. I also know that I'm probably lying to myself because psychic powers don't exist. She could be rotting in a freezer by now, and I would still swear she was alive. I'm going to keep swearing she's alive until we find her, and then I'm never letting her go again. Please, Sal, please come back to me. From the Journal of Dr. Nathankim, October 2027. This is Private Arlen West with the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. I have been stationed in the San Francisco base for the past year. I have gone AWOL. I am releasing this recording without consent from my commanding officers. I understand that there will be consequences for this action. I also understand that those consequences cannot be carried out before I am able to insert the muzzle of my service pistol into my mouth, make my peace with God, and pull the trigger. I am doing a service to my country with this announcement. I am fulfilling my duty to the American people. The sleepwalking sickness has not been contained. It is not a new form of the swine flu. It is not airborne. There is no vaccine. I repeat, there is no vaccine. The vaccinations you are receiving are standard flu shots and will not protect you from the sleepwalking sickness. You are already infected. You have become infected of your own free. They're trying to break the door down. I guess I don't have as much time as I thought. Take antiparasitic drugs. Take them now. Your life depends on it. Transmission intercepted from the San Francisco USAMRID base. September 29, 2027. Chapter 8. October 2027. It was hard to keep track of time in Sherman's converted mall. There were no windows in the department store that was my home and my prison, and the metal plates that sealed the doors to the outside world were snug with the ground, preventing me from even figuring out whether it was day or night outside. I guessed at the time by how many people walked freely in the mall outside my cage, and tried to measure the days by the delivery of my meals. It was harder than I'd expected it to be. Every time I felt sure I'd cracked the code, the meal I thought of as dinner would be pancakes and sliced fruit, or the mall would empty out completely during what I'd assumed was the middle of the day. Before long, I was completely disoriented. That was bad. I needed to know how long it had been. Shelter animals became dispirited and withdrawn after 6 weeks in cages. Sherman seemed to think I was too weak to stand up against him, and that meant he was probably waiting for that magic mark before he did anything he couldn't take back. I just wanted to figure out their routines and find the hole that would allow me to get away. It would have been easier if anyone had been willing to talk to me, but no one was. They walked past the grill that kept me from getting out into the mall, chattering with one another or silently bustling from chore to chore, and the few people who even glanced in my direction did so with an odd mixture of contempt and pity that I couldn't begin to decode. I still watched them, hungry for even the illusion of contact. It was funny, but after a few days, I started to think I could feel people coming, even started to be able to predict who would walk into view by the tingle at the back of my mind. It wasn't completely dependable, but it was close enough that I began to wonder if it was real. Sleepwalkers communicated through pheromones. Maybe Chimera did too, on some level. Maybe I was learning, so I was lonely and isolated, but I wasn't completely alone. Sherman visited often, even when I wished he wouldn't, even when it was inappropriate for him to do so, like when I was asleep or giving myself a sponge bath in the employee restroom. My burgeoning sense of someone is coming only worked with him about half the time, which made his unannounced arrivals all the more jarring. I would think I was safe, and then he would just walk in on me, his eyes crawling across my nakedness in a way that made me profoundly uncomfortable, despite my general lack of a nudity taboo. He looked at me like he was trying to decide whether or not to eat me up. It wasn't right. I started closing doors and hiding myself in closets, and he still kept coming. He seemed to enjoy the challenge of being forced to track me down. Ronnie and Christoph took turns bringing my meals. Apparently, having been the ones to collect me from USAMRID, they were also cleared to interact with me. Or maybe this was a punishment of some sort, and I was a chore they had to complete before they could be considered forgiven. I didn't know, and I didn't care. All that mattered was that they were Sherman, and every time they brought me a tray or came to draw another vial of blood, it was Sherman putting his hands on me again. The meals were the best way I had of keeping track of time. I seemed to get one roughly every 4 hours, followed by a long period where I was supposed to be sleeping. But even that wasn't perfect, since the first meal usually arrived about an hour after I woke up in the morning. Presumably, they could be feeding me 6 times a day. I wasn't gaining weight. I was also running laps around the abandoned department store, which probably burned off as many calories as I was taking in. I'd even started doing push-ups in what used to be the perfume department, letting the acrid burn of the chemicals spilled on the floor motivate me to keep pushing myself away. Maybe if I'd been stronger, I would have done a better job of fighting for my freedom. Maybe I wouldn't be here now. I wasn't going to make that mistake again. They had me caged up like a lab animal for roughly 3 weeks, according to my best guess. I was running another lap around the store when someone fell into step beside me, keeping up easily. I turned to see Ronnie jogging next to me, his shorter legs pumping hard as he ran. Despite that, he didn't look like he was in any distress. I was trying to get into shape. He was already there. Ronnie caught me looking at him. He frowned, brows beetling together above dark brown eyes, and growled, "What?" He tried to pitch his voice low, but it came out in a soprano squeak, so distinctly feminine that it made me stumble for a moment. I'd been here long enough that I didn't have a problem viewing Ronnie as male anymore, He said he was, and that was good enough for me. It was no more of a stretch than me saying I was human, but his voice always threw me. I was just wondering why you're here, I said, recovering from my stumble and continuing to run. Is it time for more blood? I don't think I've finished making new stuff to replace what you took yesterday. I'm not telling you whether that was yesterday, today, or tomorrow so you can stop fishing, he said, with less open malice than he would have harbored at the beginning. He began slowing down. I did the same, continuing to pace him until we were both standing in housewares, facing one another. I'm not here for blood. I'm here for you. I blinked at him. I'm sorry, I don't understand. No, you never do you? Ronnie shook his head. Sherman wants you. I must have looked as distraught about that idea as I felt, because Ronnie sighed and reached out to touch my elbow reassuringly. He's not going to take you apart. He just has some questions, and he's hoping you can answer them. I'll go with you quietly if you'll answer a question for me. I'd been trying this gambit more and more of late. It didn't always work. It didn't even work very often. But when it did, it could teach me important things about the people who were holding me captive. Maybe eventually I'd hit on the right combination of important things and be able to magically transport myself out of this mall and back into my real life. Ronnie snorted. What, this again? Okay, Sal, fire away, but remember, I won't tell you how long it's been since we brought you here, where the mall is really located, or what Sherman wants you for. That's all between you and him. I'm not putting myself in the middle. Why did they have to put you in a different body? I mean, it's a pretty good body. It seems to work okay, even though I know you don't like it very much. But if the body you had was working, you should have just kept that one. Ronnie didn't say anything. I grimaced, a thin worm of panic uncurling in my belly. I've been trying to figure out what the situation was with Ronnie and his current body for days. It seemed like it should connect somehow to what I was doing here. This was the first time I'd been able to work up the courage to ask, and I was suddenly unsure it had been a good idea. Finally, Ronnie said, "Come with me," and turned on his heel, stalking away into the housewares department. He wasn't heading for the exit. Either he was going to kill me or he was going to explain, and I was desperate enough for allies that it seemed like a chance worth taking. I followed him through the store, catching up quickly and then just pacing him in silence, letting him lead the way to the dining room sets that stood, slowly gathering dust, near the mattress displays where I'd been sleeping. He pulled out a chair and sat down, gesturing for me to do the same. Lacking any other options, I sat. The silence stretched out for a little longer, seeming to twist in on itself and nip at its own tail, before Ronnie said, "Rejection can be an issue for those of us who weren't tailored to specific hosts, or whose hosts were killed before we could finish the assimilation process." I blinked at him dumbly. He sighed. I was designed for a long-haul trucker, according to the records Sherman got from Symbogen. I secrete stimulants and energy boosters. I also decrease acid buildup in soft tissues. They made worms like me for athletes too, although that was illegal. That's never stopped anybody, you know. I didn't know, but I didn't think that interrupting him to explain that would be a very good idea. I just nodded. Baseline human DNA in the implants is about 3%, or was before Sherman started getting to the lab rats. I was tailored, so I started with 5%, some of it taken directly from my host. It was supposed to keep his immune system from identifying me as an irritant and taking me over. Instead, it caused total immune collapse. Not fun for either one of us. I don't really remember much about being him. I know I migrated to his brain during the shutdown, but he didn't survive the process. We got hospitalized. This was in the early stages of the outbreak, back when there were only one or two of us at a time. He was switching pronouns with dizzying speed, making it difficult for me to know exactly who us meant, him and his trucker or sleepwalkers in general. He died. I blinked. Who died? My trucker. Ronnie shook his head. He crashed and he died, and that should have been the end of me. But Simbo-Gen was collecting all the dead sleepwalkers for analysis, in case they could figure out what was going on. Anything to protect the profit margin, right? I sort of suspected it was more about anything to protect the public health. But I kept that observation to myself, in part because I didn't want Ronnie to stop talking, and in part because there was a good chance that I was being overly optimistic again. Dr. Banks had never shown any indication of caring about the health of the world, except when it could put money in his pockets. Keeping the sleepwalkers from eating his entire customer base had probably seemed like a pretty good idea, at least as far as the bank was concerned. Ronnie took my silence as agreement because he continued, saying, Sherman found me in my trucker's head. I was still alive, and he removed as much of me as he could. I don't remember any of this. I mean, I didn't have a brain to plug into at that point, so I wasn't much of a deep thinker. But I've seen my medical records, and I believe things happened the way he explained them. He managed to get me out of the building, and he implanted me in my first stable host. His name was Francisco, and he was a mountain. A little smile played across Ronnie's lips. 6.5 feet of solid muscle, damn. I couldn't have asked for a better host, you know. I guess I should have known that it couldn't last. What happened? Rejection, Ronnie shrugged. Same thing we've been telling you happens to a lot of us. My host's body recognized me as an infection and fought me off. I had to be moved to a new body. That's where I got the name Ron. Another big guy. I liked being Ron. He was strong. Too strong, I guess, since his immune system figured out I was new in the neighborhood and beat me off with a stick. That's how I wound up in here. He spread his arms, indicating his thin, immature, biologically female body with a bob of his chin. And we don't have bodies to spare, so until this one breaks or we come into a sudden wealth of unwanted humans, this is where I'm staying. But if we become who we are because we're tapping into human brains, and they can process more information than we can handle with our little tapeworm brains, how can you remember being anyone before you were who you are right now? How can you be? I stopped, not sure how I could possibly finish that sentence. Ronnie finished it for me. How can I be so sure that I'm supposed to be male? I don't remember a lot about my first 3 hosts. No one who's been through rejection remembers much. But there are little bits and pieces. It's like some of the traits of my original hosts got written into me. Sherman says it's epigenetics at work, and that we're all going to wind up mosaic individuals, hopping from body to body, bringing just these little pieces of who we've been onward with us. I blinked at him. Ronnie shrugged. Sherman says we're going to live forever once we figure out how to keep our hosts from rejecting us. We'll have to learn a lot of shit new every time, but our core personalities will stay the same. We'll stay the same. Humans have had stories about reincarnation and the afterlife for millennia. We're finally going to prove it. Ronnie stood. Anyway, that's how I know I'm a guy, no matter what this stupid body says. And since I want a new host sooner rather than later, it's time for you to come with me. He grabbed my arm. I was bigger than he was and stronger than he was, but I went without protest. Sherman was waiting for us in the store that had been converted into his private office, a former photo studio now packed with lab equipment and computer monitors. He was sitting on a wooden stool that had probably come with the studio, peering through a microscope into a Petri dish. He looked up when he heard our footsteps, a wide smile spreading across his face. "Sal, I'm so delighted that you were able to join me." He slid down off the stool, stretching as he did. "Ronnie, thank you for passing my invitation along. You can go now. Your services are no longer required." "Yeah, I didn't think they would be." Ronnie let go of my arm. "Later, Toots. Try not to piss him off too bad today, okay? I don't want to have to clean this place up again." I blinked. I hadn't heard anything about needing to clean Sherman's office. The claim was apparently true, however. Sherman glared at him as he turned and walked away. "She's getting ideas above her station," he said mildly. "I think she likes you. I also think it might be a good idea if I didn't let you spend any time with her alone for a little while, since you seem bound and determined to play the Disney princess of this scenario." "I don't understand." "Friend to all living things, my sweet Sal. Friend to all living things. But what you fail to comprehend is that I don't want you to be a friend to all living things. I want you to be a friend to me and me alone." Sherman reached out and tweaked a lock of hair that had fallen in my face. "We need to get you a haircut. Something short and tidy and easy to care for. You're starting to look a little unkempt, my dear, and we both know how little tolerance I have for that." I fought the urge to bat his hand away. He wasn't touching my skin, which meant that the drums wouldn't synchronize to his heartbeat, but having him touch any part of me felt like a violation. "I like my hair the way it is." "Ah, but appearances must be maintained. You know that. It's how we fit into the world, snug as a needle fitting into an injection site. Nothing that attracts attention of the wrong sort." Sherman delivered this little sermon with the pious air of a man who was preaching to the heathens, but knew they would catch on sooner or later. As always, it made me want to scratch his eyes right out of his head. There was a time when I'd found his little life lessons endearing, attractive even. That was before I knew he was a tapeworm, and before I knew he was on the kill all humans side of the program, and most of all, before he was keeping me captive in an abandoned mall, with no way of reaching the people I loved most in all the world. "The only attention I'm attracting here is from you," I countered. "All the attention I get from you is the wrong kind of attention, now that I know what you are." "You still don't understand, do you?" He grabbed my arm. It was a swift motion. I had no opportunity to dodge or defend myself. Fingers sinking into my skin, he continued. "My attention is the only attention you will ever need. My approval is the only approval you should ever crave. I am your perfect other half, Sal, and the sooner you come to terms with that idea and begin making yourself over in my image, the sooner we'll be able to move on to the next phase of our relationship." "Let me go." I struggled against his grasp, but he held firm. The drums were pounding in my ears, slowing bit by bit to fall into sync with his pulse. As always, the feeling left me dizzy and confused, like someone was messing with my inner ear. "You don't have to do this. You don't have to. The sentence seemed to slip away from me. I wobbled. Sherman tightened his hand a little more. It was starting to hurt, and I would probably have a bruise the next day, something to commemorate our little encounter. "I do have to do this because you make me do this," he said apologetically. "Besides, anesthesia is expensive, and you're so much more pliant when you've started seeing things my way. It's truly a pity that it never seems to last." Still holding my wrist tight, he half dragged me across the room to a chair that looked like it had been stolen from a dentist's office. I made one last feeble attempt to struggle. I knew that chair. It had started to feature prominently in my nightmares, swelling to hellish proportions with every new appearance. The real chair was smaller than the one in my dreams, made of plain green vinyl instead of burning human leather, but their meanings were exactly the same. They both meant pain. "Down you go," said Sherman, releasing my wrist as he shoved me into the chair. I tumbled helplessly, unable to resist the pull of my slowed, muddled pulse. Sherman immediately started strapping me down, putting restraints across my wrists, ankles, and chest. He stopped short of making it hard to breathe, but only barely. As long as he didn't kill me, my comfort was not his concern. "Still don't know how you do that," I mumbled. My lips felt like they were made of lead, too heavy to operate properly and only technically grafted onto my body. "We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams," he replied, before leaning down to give me a peck on the forehead. "If I tell you how much I am your superior, will you finally cease this pointless attempt to rail against me?" I couldn't answer. I just looked at him. Apparently, Sherman took silence as agreement that, or he'd been waiting for the chance to tell me all about his brilliance for a while now, and this was enough of an opening that he couldn't resist. He picked up a drill, giving its trigger an experimental pull. And then, after the sound had passed, he told me. "We were all engineered for different things, you know. We each have different mechanisms of supporting and enhancing the human body." His hands worked as he spoke, clever hands holding clever needles and making them do clever things. My throat ached to scream, but the numbing effect of my slowed pulse and confused flesh kept me from doing anything more extreme than whimpering. Any time it seemed like I was going to break loose, he would press a hand down against the exposed skin of my upper arm and yank me back down into the darkness, where my needs and desires mattered not at all. "I know you spoke with Ronnie about her enhancements. It's why she can stay awake for so long and move so fast and have such a terribly bad temper without slipping over into Tansy territory. Tansy was designed to secrete antipsychotic medication, if you can believe that. Maybe she still does. That would explain why that damaged brain of hers doesn't kick her out entirely. It will one day. Won't that be something to see?" He finished with the veins in my arm and moved on to the veins in my thighs. There was nothing sexual about it, for all that he was so fond of posturing and propositioning. I knew that Sherman would have taken me up on any offer I chose to make, taken me up on it enthusiastically and without hesitation. He said as much, and I remembered his assignations with the scientists back at Simbo-Gen, back when our relationship consisted of more than needles and captivity. I haven't quite figured out. No one has an exact genetic profile on you, which is odd, since I know you were of Simbo-Gen design. Nothing off-market or back alley about you, Sal my girl, and still I don't know what your chimeric interface has blessed or cursed you with. You'll sort it out one day, probably when you least want to, and you'll forgive me if I very much want to be standing by to point and laugh. Discovery is almost always traumatic for someone. That's what discovery is for. If only they hadn't hidden your files from me. I looked so hard, but alas, they had to make me do things the hard way. He put the syringe he'd been using aside, and I had time to breathe a sigh of disoriented relief before he picked up a scalpel, raising it high to be certain that I would see it. I was designed to regulate the heartbeat of a captain of industry, a man who did so love his indulgences. They might as well have called him Old King Cole for the way he carried on. He called for his pipe, and he called for his bowl, and he called for his fiddlers 3. And when those proved to be too much for his feeble mammalian body, he called for his faithful tapeworm jester to come and bear the brunt of everything he'd ever done to himself. I'm a biological pacemaker. Can't do much to humans, I'm afraid, and I can only slow a sleepwalker down if I can get them to stop biting me long enough to notice that they've been calmed past all reason. But give me a chimera, and you've given me the world. He brought the scalpel down. I think I surprised us both when I found another scrap of strength in my damaged throat and began to scream. "Really, Sal," chided Sherman once he had his composure back, and he did not, I noted, look happy about having lost it in the first place. Sherman was not a man who liked looking foolish, no matter how good his reasons had been. Flesh is an illusion, human flesh doubly so. You should be grateful that I'm teaching you that now, rather than your needing to learn it the way that Ronnie did. He continued slicing small chunks of my underarm off. Every time he raised the scalpel, it was a little redder, as were his fingers. I could hear my blood dripping into the pan he'd positioned for just that purpose. I pictured a basin overflowing with pieces of me, things I had never agreed to give away or let him steal. How many pieces could I lose before I could never be put back together again? How many pieces did he want? You've been very good so far today, but it's time you pull your little mental rabbit hole trick, because this next bit is going to be quite painful. Sherman's jovial tone was all the warning I really needed. I gathered my consciousness into a tight knot and plummeted down through the layers of self, until I reached the hot, warm dark, where everything was safe and warm and red, and no men with scalpels or inscrutable designs could touch or take me. It was becoming increasingly easy to separate myself, my actual self, the part of me that was Sal, and had never been Sally Mitchell, from the human body that had always defined me. It was something I'd always been able to do when I was sleeping, whether I intended to or not, but since Sherman had started putting his hands on me, it had become a waking refuge as well, a place where I could know that my inner core would not be violated in any way. I didn't know why I could do it, just like Sherman didn't know why he couldn't. I just knew that when I really needed to escape, everything except the hot, warm dark and the sound of distant drums would go away. Maybe that's what they built into me, I thought, floating formless in the void that was the core of myself. Silence and meditation, instead of messing with people's hearts or never being still. I had only heard the word epigenetic once before I was brought here. I still wasn't quite sure what it meant. I wondered if Dr. Cal would know. I wondered whether I would ever have the chance to ask her. "He's never going to let you go," murmured one of the undervoices that lurked in the dark, more and more often these days, giving voice to things I knew but didn't want to know. I felt fractured, fragmented, like I was splitting myself into pieces in my effort to remain whole. I know, I answered myself miserably, and stopped trying to think about anything at all, letting myself fall deeper down into the perfect timelessness of the only place that had always been meant to belong to me. I woke up with the worst headache I had ever had in my life. I sat up slowly, forcing down the nausea that threatened to rise up in my throat and overwhelm me. A lock of hair fell in my face, and I jumped before reaching up with shaky fingers and pulling it in front of my eyes. "That bastard," I breathed. It was easier to focus on my hair than on my aching head, or on the bandages wrapped around my wrists and inner elbows. My formerly long hair had been cut into a bob, long enough to get in my mouth and eyes, too short to pull back in anything more elaborate than a ponytail. To add insult to injury, it was also about 3 shades darker and redder than my original chestnut brown, filled with auburn highlights that made it look like it belonged on someone else's head. I dropped the lock of hair. "I'm going to kill him," I said. Hearing the words made me feel a little better, and so I raised my voice and called, "Do you hear me, Sherman? I'm going to kill you. You can use my body for your fucked-up experiments, but you had no right to cut my hair. It's not yours." "See, he thinks everything about us is his, and that means everything about you, and that means he had every right," said Ronnie from off to my left. I flinched away from the sound of his voice. That was a bad decision. "Ow!" I yelped, clapping my hands over the back of my head. They hit a thick gauze pad, covering the same spot as the incision Nathan and the others had used to repair my faulty arteries. My head spun, filled with a pain so profound that it seemed to be coming from inside and outside at the same exact time. I wanted to throw up. I was afraid my skull would explode if I did. Ow, I repeated, this time almost in a whimper, and collapsed backward onto the mattress, pulling myself into a fetal ball. The pain didn't subside. I had awoken it, and it was going to have its say before it left me in peace. Footsteps to my left signaled Ronnie's approach. There was a small clicking sound as he put something down on the display nightstand next to my current bed. "I brought painkillers and antibiotics," he said. "Sherman's proud of his surgical theater, but that doesn't make it completely sterile. You need to take these pills to make sure you don't wind up with an infection." I said nothing. I just stayed in my curl, clutching my head and fighting the urge to whimper. Ronnie sighed. "You don't trust us and you don't like us and you don't have to, because we've all basically been assholes to you. I'm not going to lecture you on getting along with people who have fucked you over. But we need you alive, so if you don't want to wake up strapped down and attached to half a dozen IVs, you need to take your medicine." "Why do you need me alive?" The question was faint and reedy, but I forced it out word by word. The effort left me feeling wrung out and exhausted. I needed to sleep. I needed to sleep forever. "You can learn a lot from a necropsy," said Ronnie. "You sometimes learn even more from a living being." This time, I didn't swallow my whimper. When you dissect a human being, you're performing an autopsy. When you dissect anything else in the world, intelligent or not, you're performing a necropsy. By using the word necropsy, Ronnie made it clear that he wasn't talking about cutting up the human body that I inhabited. He was talking about the actual me, the pound and a half of tapeworm that was wedged tight into Sally Mitchell's skull, like a squatter that had taken over the house while the original owner wasn't home. Ronnie sighed. "We're not the enemy, Sal. Those people out there, all they want to do is wipe us out. Kill us off, even though we're their creation. We're part of a healthier, hardier world, and you're going to help us make that happen. So yeah, we're going to keep you alive, whether you like it or not. You're going to be a lot happier if you just go along with things." I was silent. A few seconds passed before Ronnie sighed again, louder this time, and I heard his footsteps moving away. I waited until I was sure he was gone before rolling over and opening my eyes. The plastic tray he'd placed on the nightstand contained a bottle of water and a little paper cup of pills. It was only a few feet away from me. It might as well have been a mile. It took what felt like an hour for me to inch my way across the bed and catch the edge of the tray, pulling it closer to me. For one sickening moment, it teetered on the nightstand, seeming to be in danger of crashing to the floor. I swallowed hard and forced myself to keep moving, pulling it inch by agonizing inch into reach. It didn't fall. I emptied the little paper cup of pills into my mouth, dry swallowing them one by one, holding the others under my tongue until they were needed. I nearly choked twice, the round edges of the pills seeming to become jagged and sharp as they rasped against the walls of my esophagus. Finally, though, the last of them was inside me, and I collapsed back into limp motionlessness, looking longingly at the water. I wanted it more than I could remember wanting almost anything. I knew that trying to drink it without sitting up would make a mess without slaking my thirst, and sitting up was off the table as long as the pain was raging in my head. Sherman had cut a hole in my skull. He decided to break me open without access to the tools that Nathan and the others had used when they'd done the same thing. Only what they did wasn't the same thing. It wasn't the same thing at all. They acted with my full, informed consent, while Sherman had simply put me under and taken what he wanted. The acts themselves might be virtually indistinguishable, but the motives behind them made all the difference in the world. There were only two things inside my skull, my brain and my real body, soft and segmented and hiding itself among the cortical folds of the tissue around it. I couldn't imagine he'd gone in looking for a piece of brain tissue, since there was nothing special about it that he couldn't also learn from the blood and bone marrow samples he'd been taking since he locked me up. That left only one target for his exploratory surgery. He'd been looking for me. He'd been taking samples from my real body for a change, and not the one I wore. That was the greatest violation I could imagine. I was small and soft and vulnerable without my human skin to defend me, and he'd cracked open my bony shield and gone into my sanctuary. I didn't know that he'd taken tissue samples from my tapeworm self, but I couldn't imagine that he wouldn't have, not after he'd gone to the considerable trouble of opening my skull and peering inside. The thought of a piece of me, severed from the whole, identity and intelligence cut off and lost forever, made me want to vomit. Was he going to implant some empty body with another me? Would there be enough epigenetic memory for that little slice of Sal to remember that it liked watermelon juice and walking dogs and learning new words, or would it be someone completely new? Worst of all, if it worked, if he was able to successfully splice me into another body and learn whatever it was he wanted to know about how I'd been able to bond with Sally Mitchell, was he going to take the rest of me apart next? He didn't need to keep the original, not when he could make 100 knockoffs, one little sliver at a time. The pain in my head wasn't getting any better, but time was running out. If Sherman had really removed a piece of my primary body, he'd learn what he wanted to know sooner rather than later. I had to get out of here. I sat up slowly, fighting the spinning in my head every inch of the way, and reached for the bottle of water. Drinking it made me feel a little bit better. I was still in a lot of pain, but at least my mouth didn't feel like a used litter box anymore. Still moving with the utmost caution, I slid my feet to the floor and stood. The motion was accompanied by another wave of pain that almost sent me crashing back down onto the bed. I gritted my teeth and held my ground until it passed. I needed to get out of here. Maybe deciding it was finally time to make my escape when I was still dizzy and weak from non-elective surgery was a bad idea, but it was the only way to avoid more non-elective surgery, and so I was going to go with it. Besides, Sherman wasn't going to be expecting me to try anything right now. I had trouble remembering that he was the enemy when he wasn't directly in front of me with a scalpel in his hand and a smirk on his face. We'd spent too much time together as allies, and deep down, I wanted him to still be the man that he'd been then. Maybe that was true in both directions. He wouldn't have henna'd my hair and cut it nicely rather than hacking it all off if he didn't harbor at least a little genuine affection for me. The Sal he'd known for years was pliable and obedient, and had no idea that she could ever be allowed to become anything else. So maybe he still thought of me like that. Maybe I could get myself out of here if I stopped thinking like a good little girl and started thinking like a chimera. Joyce used to love going shopping, even when neither of us had any intention of buying anything. She'd haul me through malls and department stores with equal enthusiasm, pointing out sales and commenting snarkily on fashions she didn't think anyone should ever, under any circumstances, wear outside the house. Thanks to her, I knew quite a lot about how stores like the one that had become my prison were constructed. I started for the escalators, pausing only long enough to grab fresh jeans and a clean, cable-knit sweater from the Land's End display. I could get underwear and a tank top to go with it once I was upstairs in the lingerie section. I tried to keep my movements as natural as possible and allowed myself to wince every time the incision in my head sent another bolt of pain searing through me, which was often. If Sherman or one of his people was watching me through the security cameras, I needed to put on a good enough show that they wouldn't send anyone in to check on me. The escalator was slow enough that I was able to peel my shirt off and throw it back down to the first floor before I reached the second. There were bloodstains on the back of the collar, marking the places where the fabric had brushed against my surgical incision. I shuddered, turning my eyes toward my destination. Most of the lights on the second floor were off, saving power, since I was the only one in here and usually stayed on the first floor. I didn't bother looking for the switches as I made my way toward the distant glow of the fitting rooms, which were lit independently of everything else. That same glow allowed me to find a bra, tank top, and panties that would actually fit me. There were no non-high heel shoes left downstairs. All the good running and hiking shoes had been looted by Sherman's people before they locked me away in here, so I didn't bother removing my thick, plastic-soled socks. They'd be better than nothing if what I was planning actually succeeded. This had been a nice department store, and like all nice department stores, they had been more worried about the privacy of their customers than the possibility of shoplifting. I entered the dressing rooms with my armload of fresh clothing, walking along the row of open, slatted doors until I reached the very end and slipped into the private cubicle. It was located closest to what I guessed would be the store's outside wall, rather than feeding back into the mall proper. Even more important, this dressing room stall boasted a large, white-painted air grate, used to pump in heat during the winter and cold during the summer. It was quiescent now, the California September providing no opportunities to either warm or chill. That was good. I didn't want to freeze to death in my effort to escape. There was a small bench inside the fitting room. I pushed it to the wall under the grate and stood, reaching up to rattle the grill. It didn't budge, thanks to the screws that were holding it in place. That was a small problem at this stage. I knelt and took my fresh bra off its hanger. This was a nice department store. They used wood and wire hangers. I smashed the hanger against the floor until it broke. Then I scavenged through the pieces until I found a splinter of the right thickness and flexibility to serve my intended purpose. If they didn't want me to learn to improvise, they should have kept the shelter better funded, I muttered, and got to work. It took less than 5 minutes to unscrew all but one of the bolts from the grate. It swung drunkenly down, revealing the empty black chasm on the other side. There was a chance that was exactly what it was, a hole rather than a tunnel. I paused, looking into the dark, and asked myself if this was really the right course of action. It could get me killed. Even killed was better than captive. I hopped down from the bench long enough to strip and put my new clothes on, taking care to tuck the tank top into my jeans before letting the sweater hang over it. Hopefully, it would be enough padding to keep me from getting seriously cut up on any sharp edges inside the vent. This was it. This was the moment where I would have to decide whether I wanted to be the girl I'd always been, or whether I was ready to become someone new. Someone who was brave enough to crawl into the dark alone and see where the risk would take her. Someone who was going to survive. I was going to see my family again. I was going to get back to them. I was going to see Nathan again. I was going to survive, and then I was going to find Tansy, and we were going to get through this. I reached up, grabbing the open edge of the vent, and hoisted myself into the unknown. October 2027, Tansy. Still here, I'm still here, I'm still me, I'm still here. It hurts. It hurts so bad, and I keep on still being me. I keep on still being here, but I'm starting to think that maybe not being me, maybe not being here, would be better, because absence hurts other people. Absence doesn't hurt you. The lights were too bright for my eyes. That was happening more and more, now that Dr. Banks had stopped taking things out of me and started putting things inside me instead. Tears were running down my cheeks, even though I wasn't crying. I'd learned a lot about what crying felt like since he brought me here, since he strapped me down and started taking whatever he wanted out of me. He was running out of pieces. That's why he decided to introduce some new variables. Now, this may hurt a little, he'd cautioned. But don't you worry your pretty little head about it. The pain is temporary, but the knowledge we're going to get in exchange is forever. You're going to help me transform the world. Isn't that wonderful?" I hadn't answered him. I hadn't been able to answer in days, not since he'd sent 2 of his flunkies into the room to rip out 4 of my molars, all without the benefit of painkillers or sedation. Knocking me out apparently messed with my reactions in a way that would slow down the all-important research. "You understand." That was what he had said before and after every procedure. He always had the same smug little smile on his face, like he wasn't doing anything wrong, but was doing so much right. It hurt. I hurt. For the first time since I woke up in this body, with its wonderful hands and eyes and legs, I could feel both of myselves independently. The human half of me was numb and distant, filled with pains I didn't have a name for. The invertebrate half felt like it was on fire, skin scored with 100 tiny cuts, fluids leaking out into my human brain and making my thoughts even more muddled than usual. The lights in the room never varied. They were always bright and burning, too white for my eyes. They hadn't fed me once. All my nutrients came in through a tube, plunged deep into my arm and filling me until my veins felt swollen and tight, like they were becoming worms in their own right. I hoped that they would break out soon, and that they would be able to slither their way to freedom. It was getting difficult to remember anything before the room. I had a name once, Sandy or Tammy or something like that. I had a family, a mother who was a brilliant scientist and a brother who was smarter than I'd ever be. I thought I remembered going sledding, but that couldn't have been true because I didn't remember snow. I remembered Sal. I remembered her running away and leaving me behind. I remembered being glad. I clung to that gladness as hard as I could, because I knew that if it ever managed to slip away, I'd only remember how much I hated her. She shouldn't have left me behind. Not even if I told her to, not even if her survival mattered more than almost anything else, because she was the one who carried the data we'd infiltrated Symbogen to take. She left me, and I wanted to hate her, and I wanted to love her, and that meant remembering how her desertion made me feel. There was a click from the far side of the room as the door swung open. I kept my eyes closed. Opening them wouldn't have done me any good. I hadn't been able to turn my head in what felt like forever. "How's my girl today?" asked Dr. Banks, as genial and fatherly as ever. "I see you're not moving. That's good. That means the nerve blockers we've placed on your spine are doing their job. It's important that you keep still. I'm sure you understand that by now." I kept my eyes closed. "I know you're not dead, Tansy. I can see your chest moving, and the monitor tells me that your vital signs are still clear and strong. You're a fighter. You've got a lot of fight left in you before you'll even be able to consider giving up on us." His words filled me with more despair than I would have believed possible. It felt like I'd been his captive for weeks. It could have been days or even hours. With the constant light and the lack of solid food, I had nothing to measure time by. The sadistic bastard could do whatever he wanted to me, for as long as he wanted to, and it wouldn't matter. I was never going to get away. "Kill me," I whispered. "I intend to," said Dr. Banks with amiable honesty. "After we've wrung every drop of useful data out of you, we're going to take you apart and find the things we missed on the first pass. But you've got some time before that, and we're going to spend it together, learning everything you don't even know you have in you to teach." I didn't think I had it in me to scream. I was wrong. Mom is sad all the time right now. She stays in her lab as much as we let her, looking at graphs and charts that show how the cousins are waking up, and sometimes she says bad words when she doesn't know I'm there listening to her. It makes me feel funny when she does that, like she has a face I've never seen, because she's always been so busy being my mother. She's the smartest person I've ever met. She's a super scientist, and she's going to find a way to save everybody, not just the humans. But she's sad, and I can't make her better. Sal and Tansy are both still missing. I think that's a lot of what makes Mom so sad. I miss them too. Tansy's always been my best friend, and I like Sal a lot. She's my sister, and that means I have to love her forever, but nobody gets to tell me who I have to like. I decided I would like her all on my own. Now I just miss her a lot. Maybe I should go and find her. Mom would be happy again if I brought Sal home, and then Sal and I can go find Tansy, and we'll finally be a family the way we should have been all along. I can do it. I'm smarter than anyone thinks I am. I can bring my sisters home. From the Journal of Adam Cale, October 2027. The subject has shown surprising resilience. I expected her to die when I introduced antiparasitics into her food supply, but she proved unexpectedly resistant. The subject reacted to the antiparasitics as if they were an infection, resulting in nothing more severe than a brief spike in the host body temperature, with no lasting damage to the subject. Proglottids cultured from the subject have proven to be strong and healthy. 3 have been introduced into the subject's digestive system to see whether the brain worm can tolerate the presence of competing parasites. Full documentation will continue. All in all, this is an excellent way to test all current theories without endangering the life of any necessary or important personnel. From the notes of Dr. STVNBANKS, SYMBOGN, October 2027. Chapter 9. October 2027. The grate in the changing room wall opened onto a snug vent that was at most 2 feet across and a foot and a half tall. I squirmed my way inside, grateful that the phobia instilled in me by the psychologists at Simbo, Jen had focused on car crashes instead of on tight spaces. This would have been enough to make even a mild claustrophobe lose their composure, and that was while I was still close enough to the opening for a small amount of light to filter in and allow me to see. It was going to be all about touch from here on out. At least it was too narrow for Sherman or Christoph to come after me. Ronnie would fit, but it would take a while for whoever was watching the monitors to realize that I wasn't emerging from the dressing room. No matter what, I would have a lead before he came after me, and that meant that I might actually have a chance. Bracing my weight on my elbows, I began pulling myself inexorably forward into the dark. The light faded within 10 feet of the entrance. I was just starting to wonder how long this tunnel could go when my fingers hit the wall. I stopped where I was, feeling around for where the tunnel branched. There were openings to both my left and my right. They felt like they were roughly the same size, but there was more dirt and grit to the left, which implied that air normally flowed in that direction. Since air would flow from the outside, that meant I needed to go right. I shuffled back a foot or so, and then pulled myself cautiously around the corner, continuing my slow progress into the dark. The slow pounding of my heart in my ears distracted me from the otherwise absolute silence in the vent. Without the air conditioner or heater running, the only sounds were the ones that I made. That was good. It made it easier for me to listen for pursuit. I stopped every 10 feet or so, cocking my head and trying to focus back through the dark for signs that I was being followed. There weren't any as yet. That didn't mean that they weren't coming. I needed to keep going as fast as I could. The next section of the vent extended for what felt like about 60 feet before it dead-ended. I shuffled backward again, feeling the walls for turnoffs that I might have missed. There was nothing but solid, unyielding metal. I took a deep breath and held it until the panic that had been starting to writhe in my belly died down. If I had to go back, I'd go back. There were no pits between me and the last turn. It would be hard. It wasn't impossible. A faint breeze ruffled my hair as I prepared myself for backing up. I stopped. Then cautiously I lifted one hand above my head. First it hit the metal roof of the vent, and then it hit nothing but empty air. I had found the ventilation shaft. "Okay," I whispered. "I can do this. I can do this. It'll get me home." I squirmed forward again, until I could roll onto my back and reach up into the open ventilation shaft with both hands. It was square, rather than rectangular, and slightly narrower than the main vent. I would still fit, but it was going to be a tight squeeze, and I was much more likely to find myself stuck. I could die in there. It would still be better than staying here with Sherman. I dug my fingernails into the joins between pieces of metal and began pulling myself up, bracing my feet and knees against the sides of the shaft for traction. All those laps around the mall were really paying off. Now all I had to do was hope that I would reach the top before my strength gave out completely, and that whatever was between me and freedom would be something I could easily move aside. I didn't know how good security usually was on things like roof vents, which struck me as a bad target for thieves. I also didn't know how I was going to get down from the roof once I managed to get there. That was a problem for later. That was a problem for someone who was already free, and that meant that it couldn't be a problem for me. Until I was outside, I was still Sherman's captive. With no other way of marking time, I started counting off seconds in my head, chanting, "1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi," as softly as I could. The minutes blurred into an infinite number of Mississippis, leaving me no more certain of how long I'd been climbing than I would have been without the count. At least the act of saying the numbers aloud made me feel like I was doing something, and kept me from focusing on the increasing weakness of my arms. I'd never done anything like this before. If my grip slipped even the slightest bit, as if the thought had created the action, my sweat-soaked palms slipped on the slick tin walls of the vent, and I slid abruptly downward for what felt like a mile, before I managed to jam my feet hard enough against the vent's sides to stop my descent. My heart was hammering so hard that it felt like it was going to break clean out of my chest, and I could taste the bright copper penny burn of adrenaline on my tongue. What would have happened if I'd fallen all the way down to the bottom? It's not like there was a pillow waiting there to soften my landing. I would have been lucky to get away with something as small as a broken ankle. For one dizzying moment I hung there, suspended and afraid, and thought about climbing the rest of the way down before I could plummet. I would go back to the dressing room. I would crawl back through the grate before anyone noticed I was gone and came looking for me. I would go back to my bed and sleep off this headache, and when I woke up, I would be able to think of a better escape route. One that wasn't so risky. One that didn't carry so many consequences for failure. "You're not going to do any of those things," I told myself quietly. There was nothing firm or stern about my little inner voice. If anything, I sounded despairing even to myself. I wasn't going to go back, and I wasn't going to come up with another escape plan because there wasn't another escape plan. It was this or nothing. Knees shaking with the effort of keeping me suspended in place, I pulled one hand cautiously away from the wall and wiped my palm dry on my sweater. Placing my hand back against the wall, I repeated the process with the other hand. Then, taking a deep breath, I began to climb again. If it had been hard before, it was pure torture now. I was dead tired, lactic acid was building up in my muscles, and falling was no longer an abstract maybe. It was a thing that had happened once and could easily happen again. I dug my nails into the grooves between panels of tin, climbing ever higher, trying not to think about what awaited me if I slipped. I'd managed to catch myself once. I wasn't going to be so lucky a second time. My right hand quested upward for the wall and struck empty air. I trembled, forcing the rest of my limbs to remain rigid as I felt around, trying to find where the wall had gone. Finally, reaching down, I found the point where the vent curved. Hope surged through me, hot and red and burning. I was at the top. I had to be. That or the bend was going to lead me to a whole new tunnel system and take me no closer to the exit. I pushed that thought aside. It was unproductive, and besides, I could feel the cool air flowing toward me. It was just a trickle, held back by whatever grating was on the front of the vent, but it meant that I was moving in the right direction, if nothing else. With trembling hands, I pulled myself around until I was facing into the bend. There was still no light. Still, I hadn't come this far to turn around at the first sign of trouble, and so I squirmed forward, working my way 1 inch at a time into the new leg of my journey. The bend was barely the length of my body. Then it curved again, resuming its ascent, but the angle this time was more slope than sheer, and I was able to pull myself along without nearly as much fear of falling. My pulse was beginning to calm. There was something pleasantly familiar about moving through the dark this way, like it was part of what I had been made for. In a way, I suppose that was exactly the case. I was designed to live in dark, tight spaces, inside a human body. This was just life inside a building. Not that much difference, given the change in scale that I'd already undergone. The slope ended at another bend, and as my head popped up over it, a new element introduced itself back into the world. Light. Bloody, reddish sunset light, trickling in through the slits in a grate that was almost close enough for me to touch. I sped up, pulling myself forward until I could brace my hands against the grate and shove. This was the moment of truth. If it was bolted on from the outside, then I had traveled all this way for nothing. To my relief, the grate shifted as soon as I pushed against it. I pushed again and it gave way, dropping out of my field of view and hitting the roof with a loud clang. The noise should have worried me, but it didn't. I had other things to focus on, like the sunset that was painting the sky in 1,000 shades of rose. I climbed rapidly toward the opening, hungry for the light. That didn't take you as long as I thought it would. The voice was Ronnie's, calm and almost disinterested. I barely resisted the urge to jackknife back into the vent. Instead, I gripped the edge and turned to see him standing some 5 feet away, his hands folded behind his back, one of them holding a gun, and his attention focused calmly on the sky. "You're a fast climber. I guess desperation is a pretty good motivation." "How did you know?" My voice came out in a whisper. I didn't move. "You vanished from the monitors. There aren't many places in the store that aren't on the monitors, so I checked them all. You didn't put the grate back in the changing room. Sloppy, Sal, very sloppy." Ronnie didn't look at me. "You can come down from there. Hanging out in the air conditioning isn't going to change what happens next." What is going to happen next? I couldn't figure out how to turn and put my feet out first, so I just pushed forward and toppled to the roof in an ungainly heap. My cheek landed on the fallen grate, and I felt it slice through my skin, adding the smell of blood to the eucalyptus and pigeon feather odors otherwise pervading the roof. It should have smelled terrible. It smelled like freedom. Something tightened in my chest, and as I climbed to my feet, I decided that no matter what happened next, it wasn't going to end with me going back into that mall. Either Ronnie would shoot me, or I'd get the gun away from him somehow, or I'd go over the edge of the roof. Whatever it took to keep myself out of Sherman's hands. I felt bad about the idea of dying before I got to see Nathan again. If he ever found out what had happened to me, what Sherman was planning to use me to do, he would understand why I couldn't just go along with things. He would forgive me. "Something," said Ronnie, still sounding disinterested. "I don't get you, Sal. Here you've got a guy like Sherman falling over himself to make you a queen, and all you can do is fight and try to escape. Lots of girls would die to be in your shoes. And when he kills me by mistake during one of his little experiments, what happens then?" I glared at him, starting to pick bits of gravel out of my palms. I didn't volunteer to be a lab animal. Sherman of all people should know how much I hate having other people make my decisions for me, but he still thinks he has the right, just because he's older than I am. Fuck him. I have my own life. A life you stole. Ronnie's words were mild, but they still stung. I snapped back. Like he did. We're all thieves here. The only difference is that I decided to stop stealing once I had what I needed. He's going to keep going until he has everything he wants, and that's really different. That's not okay. Ronnie finally turned enough to let me see the small smile on his face. You're a wimp, he said, not unkindly. He made it sound like a statement of essential fact. We were on a roof. He was probably about to kill me or something, and I was a wimp. You don't act soon enough, and you don't take risks when you really should. If I were you, I would have been out that vent weeks ago, and screw anyone who tried to stop me from escaping. You pretty much asked to be swept off the street and locked in a cage by somebody. Hell, if you want proof of that, look at where you are, trying to escape from a cage that you were put in by the man who took you out of the last one. There's nothing wrong with being a wimp, I said, picking the last of the gravel out of my left hand. The cut on my cheek was still bleeding sluggishly, but it didn't feel like it was serious enough to worry about. I'd probably need a few stitches, assuming I lived long enough to get them. The world can't be made up entirely of leaders. Someone has to be willing to follow. That sounds like something a wimp would say. I shrugged. The edge of the roof was about 10 feet away. I couldn't see the street from where I was standing, but the angle on the trees across from me made me think that we were standing on the 3rd floor. That would mean a 30-foot drop to the street, and I wasn't going to survive that. Hey! Ronnie snapped his fingers. I turned to face him. He looked at me flatly and asked, "What happens if you get away from here? Where are you going to go?" "Back to my people," I said. "You gonna tell them where to find us? You gonna lead them straight back here?" He asked the questions like they were of no consequence, like he was asking whether I'd like cheese sandwiches with lunch tomorrow, and not asking about the potential fates of everyone he knew. I thought about Dr. Cal's lab and her small army of assistants and unpaid interns, most of whom probably didn't know how to organize a siege. With Tansy gone, the security was reduced by at least half. Fang could probably take Ronnie in a fair fight. I didn't believe Ronnie was a fan of fair fights. And yet lying to Ronnie didn't seem like a good way to get off this roof alive, assuming there was any good way. "Probably," I said. "I'd at least tell Dr. Cal where to find you. She's going to want to know. I think she feels responsible for Sherman. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to wipe out the human race. So probably." That's what I thought. He pulled his hand out from behind his back, aiming the gun at me. "You're a wimp, but you managed to outsmart me once. I didn't even think to check the vents. That won't happen again." I started to raise my hands in protest, but I was too slow. Ronnie pulled the trigger, and a small fletched dart appeared on the right side of my chest, followed almost instantly by the feeling of being stabbed. I grabbed it and yanked it loose, for all that it wasn't going to do me a lick of good. I had enough experience with tranquilizers to know that the dart's contents had already done their work. "Please don't take me back," I whispered. "I'm not going to." "Why?" "Because you're the only person here who used the pronouns I asked them to use," said Ronnie. He put the pistol away. "That buys you one get-out-of-jail-free card from me. If you need another one, you're going to be on your own." I took a step toward the edge of the roof, feeling a strange languor starting to seep through my limbs. Most tranquilizers don't work instantly, but they don't have to, because they'll stop you before you have the chance to get away. Every step seemed to take twice as long as the one before, until finally my knees buckled and I pitched forward, my cheek hitting the roof for the second time. There was no pain. Unconsciousness closed over me like a Venus flytrap closing on its prey, and there was nothing left to hurt. The sun was fully down when I woke up. I was lying on a couch in a living room I didn't recognize. All the lights were out, and the air smelled stale, like the occupants hadn't been around to move it in quite some time. I jerked upright and winced as the incision in my head reminded me that I had recently had surgery. In a weird way, the persistence of pain was a relief. I didn't know how much time had passed since Ronnie shot me with the tranquilizer dart. Hours. Days. But the incision still felt raw enough that it probably hadn't been that long. It could even have been the same night. I stayed where I was for a few minutes, listening for any signs that I wasn't alone in the house and waiting for my head to stop its spinning. Once I felt like I could stand without vomiting on the floor, I did, and promptly collapsed back onto the couch as my abused legs refused to hold my weight. The first giggle escaped before I knew it was coming. I clapped my hands over my mouth, trying to keep any additional giggles from breaking free, but I might as well have been trying to dam a river with popsicle sticks. The giggles came in a wave before giving way to full-out laughter, leaving me doubled over and clutching my stomach in an effort to keep from hurting myself. I was a captive, and then I was. I was someone else's captive, and then I got away. Only now I was alone in an abandoned house where the air smelled like dust and mold, and my legs hurt so much from my escape that I wasn't sure I'd be able to do anything useful with them ever again. My choices were laughter or tears, and laughter at least felt a little bit better. Once I had laughed myself out, I cautiously tried standing again, this time gripping the arm of the couch for balance. My legs wobbled but didn't drop me on my ass a second time. They ached like they had never ached before, and my arms weren't much better, all courtesy of my foolhardy ascent of the ventilation system. But it worked, didn't it? I said aloud and giggled again, nervously this time, at the sound of my own voice. It seemed too big in this empty, dusty room. Big sounds were dangerous. I knew that instinctively, just like I knew that I needed to get out of here as soon as I feasibly could. The living room boasted a large picture window covered only by gauzy curtains, and the clearly artificial glare from the streetlights outside came in through the sheer fabric, giving me enough light to see by, if not clearly or well. I peered around in the gloom, making note of the major articles of furniture and the two exits. One appeared to lead deeper into the house, while the other was close enough to the picture window that I was willing to bet it would lead me to an entryway, and then to the front door. I wasn't ready to go outside, not when I was this weak and this unsure of where I was, so I turned and shuffled deeper into the house, moving slowly to keep myself from falling down again. The hardest part was crossing the wide-open center of the living room. Once I had reached the far wall and had something to brace myself against, things got easier, if not exactly pleasant. I shuffled along until my hand dipped into another room, one that both felt and sounded smaller than the first one. I felt around, my fingers finally brushing the cool edge of what felt like a sink. The bathroom. Good. I stepped fully inside, feeling blindly around until I hit a light switch. This was it, the moment of truth. Turning on a light in the living room would have been like sending up a flare to notify anyone nearby that someone was in a house that was supposed to be empty, but the bathroom window wasn't likely to be visible from the street. Now all I had to do was pray that the place hadn't been empty for so long that the power had been cut. As soon as I flipped the switch, the room was flooded with soft white light from the low-emission bulbs above the sink. It didn't hurt my eyes as much as normal lights would have after being in the dark for so long. That was a relief. I fumbled the medicine cabinet open without really looking at the rest of the room. The shelves were laden with all sorts of things, both prescription and non, including a full bottle of ibuprofen. I struggled for a moment with the child-proof lid before it came free, abruptly enough that little red pills went all over the room. I didn't bother trying to pick them all up. I just shoved 6 into my mouth, swallowing greedily, before I turned on the tap and bent to drink straight from the faucet like a dog. For all I knew, ibuprofen was contraindicated after brain surgery, but since Sherman hadn't exactly provided me with aftercare instructions, I was playing things by ear, and my ear said it would do a better job if it wasn't attached to a skull that felt like it was full of wasps. When I had swallowed away the last of the dryness in my throat, I stayed where I was, bracing my hands against the edge of the sink and bowing my head as I watched the water swirl down the drain. My hair was still an unfamiliar distraction as it hung in my frame of vision, keeping me from seeing the rest of the sink. A single pill had landed in the basin and was resisting the swirling water that threatened to pull it down the drain. It looked out of place. Everything looked out of place. Something about that pill, red against the white, made me lift my head and really look at what was in front of me for the first time since I had turned the lights on. The sink was laden with all the things that I would have expected to find in a bathroom: hairbrushes, straightening iron, toothbrush, toothpaste, and a dozen other grooming tools that Joyce would have been better equipped to identify than I was. There were framed pictures on the walls, and the medicine cabinet wasn't just full, it was overfull, packed with bottles and creams and cosmetics. The house smelled abandoned, and no one had come to investigate the noises that I was making, but whoever lived here hadn't moved away. They just disappeared. Slowly, I turned to look at the rest of the bathroom. Everything I saw just confirmed my fears. The shower curtain was puddled in the bottom of the tub, having been ripped from its rod by someone who wasn't being careful. They might not have been capable of being careful. The bathroom rug was almost entirely the deep brown color of dried blood, save for a few splotches around the edge where the fabric remained plush and white. I stared at the rug for a moment, trying to convince myself that I was just looking at a bad dye job. The little splatters of blood on the linoleum and the edge of the tub made that an impossible trial. The drums were beginning to pound in my ears. Ronnie must have brought me here because he knew that the original owners of the house were gone, either killed by sleepwalkers or joining them. How far had the infection spread while I was locked away? How much time did the human race have left? I walked carefully back to the bathroom door, trying to tread as lightly as I could. Not only did my legs hurt so much that running would have been impossible, but any sound I made would mean risking an attack. The hall was still deserted. I stood for a moment in the bathroom doorway, listening to the house around me. I didn't hear movement. That was good. That could mean that I really was alone. The real question was Ronnie. Would he have put me someplace safe, or would he have left me in a killing jar to see what would happen to Sherman's prize specimen when faced with real danger? Almost unconsciously, I rubbed my still-healing wrist, feeling the stitches shift beneath the gauze. I could handle myself if I had to. I just didn't want to do it if I had any other choice. A house this well lived in had probably been occupied for at least 5 years, which meant the occupants might have installed an emergency services landline. I turned to my left, heading still deeper into the house as I looked for the most logical place to find that sort of thing: the kitchen. The carpet underfoot muffled my steps, which was a good thing, except for the fact that it would also have muffled the steps of anyone who followed me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, squinting through the thin light from the open bathroom door as I watched to see whether I was being followed. No slack-jawed shapes had yet loomed out of the darkness, but that sadly didn't mean much of anything. Sleepwalkers weren't clever, at least not if the ones we'd encountered thus far were anything to go by. But they moved slowly enough that they were basically ambushes waiting to happen, at least until the moment when they decided to attack. My foot struck linoleum. I stopped, struck by the sliding glass door on the wall directly ahead of me. It was standing open, a bloody handprint against its surface like a tattoo. The drums in my head got even louder. That was how the sleepwalkers had been able to get into the house, or maybe that was how the original inhabitants had been able to escape after they lost themselves to their implants. Either way, it was a way out. Would the sleepwalkers still be lurking in the backyard, unable to find their way past the fences? Or were they in the darkest corners of the kitchen, trying to make up their slow minds about what to do with me? I had to make a decision. I chose safety. I crossed the kitchen floor as fast as my legs allowed, grasping the sliding glass door and yanking it shut. It squealed in its track, and I winced but kept pulling until it was snug against its frame. Then I flipped the lock and froze, watching the foliage in the backyard for signs of movement. There weren't any. But nothing moaned behind me either, and so I did my best to set my paranoia aside as I turned and began searching for a working phone. It was slow going in the dark. I didn't dare turn a light on, not with the chance that the backyard was full of sleepwalkers, and so I worked my way around by feel. When I discovered the butcher's block, I pulled out a cleaver, holding it in one hand while I continued to feel my way along with the other. I'd be more likely to cut myself than anyone else, but it made me feel a little bit better to at least have the potential to defend myself. 10 minutes later, I had found a bunch of half-rotten bananas and a loaf of moldy bread, but no phone. I made my way slowly out of the kitchen, walking past the bright haven of the bathroom to the front of the house, where that big picture window now seemed terrifyingly exposed to a night that contained who knows what. My search turned up no phone here either. I winced. Apparently, my choices were staying in the house, cut off but potentially safe, or going out into the world with no idea where I was or how far I would have to travel to get back to the bowling alley. I'd be able to see any sleepwalkers better if I waited for daylight, but sleepwalkers had to sleep too. Were they more or less active during the day? I didn't know. Nobody knew. That was the problem. I was standing in a safe place, trying to make plans that would mean leaving that safety for a whole new kind of danger. Maybe I really was a wimp, but that idea didn't seem very appealing. There was still one door I hadn't tried. I stepped through the other exit from the front room and stopped. It was an entryway, as I had suspected. It was also the access to the stairs. That was more of a surprise, and for a moment I just stood there, contemplating the seemingly impossible task of convincing my tired, strained legs to carry me to the second floor. If the people who lived here had been killed by sleepwalkers, they wouldn't have had time to take anything with them. Even if there wasn't a landline, there could be cell phones in the dark upstairs, little electronic miracles just waiting for me to find them and use them to summon a rescue. I took a breath, gripped the banister, and began pulling myself, one agonizing step at a time, toward the second floor. It took what felt like an hour for me to climb the 20 or so steps between the entryway and the upstairs hall. When I finally ran out of steps, I collapsed forward, landing on my hands and knees on the plush carpet, and fought the urge to curl into a ball and cry until the pain stopped. Every muscle I had from the waist down felt like it was on fire. The drums were pounding so hard that I was beginning to worry that Sherman had undone the surgery that was intended to keep me alive. Worst of all, there was no light up here. Either the curtains were drawn or there were no windows in the hall, leaving me in absolute blackness. It was like being thrown back into the vent, only this time I had no destination in mind. When the tremors in my thighs stopped, I pulled myself to my feet, picking up the cleaver from the floor, and began shuffling forward into the dark. I moved like a sleepwalker as I tried to avoid running into anything. My hand found a wall. I followed it to an open door. A search of the room on the other side, which was slightly less dark than the hall, thanks to a small window looking out on the empty backyard, yielded nothing. The next room was much the same, as was the one after it, until I'd searched the entire back of the house without finding what I needed. The first door on the other side of the hall was closed. I stopped before turning the doorknob, pressing my ear against the wood and listening for any signs that I wasn't alone in the house. I didn't hear anything. I turned the knob and pushed the door slowly open. The room on the other side was utterly destroyed, but what I could pick out through the light filtering in from the street below seemed to imply that it had belonged to a teenage girl. Everything was frilly and pale, washed out so that I couldn't tell its original color. Most of it was also broken, thrown to the floor and crushed by some angry hand. The tattered remains of posters still blanketed the walls, and what water remained in the fish tank near the bed was foul and dark with mold. I noted all this dispassionately, the bulk of my attention going to the room's single largest fixture. The window. It was closed, rendering the room stifling and somehow septic smelling, like something had been left in here to rot, but the light seeping in from below was strong enough that I knew it would give me a good view of the street. I could find out whether it was safe for me to leave the house and go looking for a pay phone. I stepped into the room, drawn to that window like a moth to a flame. Something moaned in the dark. It was a small, weak sound, but it was still enough to bring me to an instant halt, my back going so stiff that it pulled at the wounded muscles in my thighs and made me want to start moaning. I bit my tongue to keep from making a sound and turned, as slowly as I could, to face the farthest corner of the room. My eyes were adjusting to the dim light. As I peered into the corner, it began slowly resolving from an indistinguishable jumble into distinct shapes. That long, broken pillar was a piece of the bed. Those soft mounds were the comforter, humped up and caked with something foul. And the skeletal collection of joints and angles in the middle of it all was a human being, eyes sunk deep into a skull that was barely contained by a thin panel of tight-stretched skin, hair almost completely ripped from its scalp. I couldn't tell its original gender. It was naked, but so huddled over that it could have been male or female. Not that it really mattered. The figure was clearly on the verge of death, having been locked in this room so long that its body had already cannibalized every useful bit of tissue that it could without shutting down essential systems. I didn't know how long it took the average person to starve to death, or how big this one had been when the door shut and the food stopped coming, but regardless, they didn't have much longer. The sleepwalker, because there was nothing else it could have been, not with a closed, unlocked door being the only thing between it and freedom, opened its mouth and moaned again, weakly. It didn't try to get out of its nest. I didn't think it could have moved if it wanted to. I bit my lip, staring at the figure in the corner. It didn't moan again. I wasn't sure whether that was because it was too weak, or because I had stopped moving and it could no longer tell where I was. Either way, it didn't seem like it was going to come after me anytime soon. I turned my back on it and resumed my trek toward the window, looking out on the street below. I'm not really sure what I was expecting after the situation at the hospital and the number of people who had been shoved into USAMRIID's quarantine. Some part of me had still been holding out the hope that this would all just go away, and the world would return to a semblance of normalcy. I put a hand over my mouth, blinking rapidly to prevent the tears that were welling up in my eyes from clouding my vision. Normalcy was no longer an option, assuming it had ever been an option in the first place. There were no cars moving on this suburban street, and the few lit windows on the houses around me were all on the second floor, meaning that anyone who was still awake and alive was staying as far from ground level as possible. That made sense. The street belonged to the sleepwalkers. There were only about 20 of them in my view, although that didn't mean that there weren't more hiding in the bushes or skulking in the long shadows down the sides of those same houses. They were of every age and race, from small children to a man I guessed had to be in his 80s. All of them shambled along with the same mindless lack of purpose, their hands held slightly out in front of them as if to ward away obstacles. While I watched, two of them bumped into each other, patted one another's arms, and finally joined hands before shambling on in tandem. This neighborhood was no longer the property of the human race. Its successors had taken over. There was a faint moan from behind me. I whirled, suddenly convinced that the sleepwalker in the corner had managed to get loose and come after me. The bright specks of its eyes glared from the exact spot where I'd seen them before. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my pounding heart. "It's okay, Sal," I whispered, earning myself another moan from the sleepwalker. "Unless you're going to feed it, it's not strong enough to come after you." I felt bad about reducing the sleepwalker to an it, but that was technically true of the tapeworm part of the composite, and I wasn't going to sex the human half just to get the proper pronouns. Still, this room looked like it had been designed for a teenage girl. If she was the sleepwalker, she'd been locked in here when she converted. Either she had been able to shut the door before her parents could get to her, or she'd been the first to go, transitioning while she was asleep or otherwise distracted. No matter what had happened, most of her belongings were probably in here with her, and teenage girls had cell phones. I began feeling my way along the top of the dresser next to the window, moving cautiously in an attempt to keep from cutting myself on the broken glass that had been knocked from the empty picture frames still studding the walls. I found a charger plugged into the wall about halfway down the length of the dresser, its unconnected end seeming to taunt me. There had been a phone in this room. This dark, dangerous room with the watching sleepwalker still occasionally moaning from its place in the corner. "Steady," I murmured, as I disconnected the charger and stuffed it into my pocket. I knew the house still had power. If I could find the phone, I could call for help. A rustling sound from the corner dragged my attention back to the sleepwalker. It was trying to work its way free of its nest, its withered, wasted limbs refusing to support its weight. As it moved, it revealed enough of its chest for me to identify it as the teenage girl whose room this had been. I felt a little better about that. She had already been robbed of her humanity and her future. The least I could do for her was think of her as the woman she had been before one of my cousins burrowed into her brain and destroyed her. "I'm sorry about touching all your stuff, but I don't think you could tell me where your phone is," I said apologetically, and resumed feeling my way along the dresser. "I wish you could. I'm sorry this happened to you." She moaned again, even more weakly this time. It was sort of nice not to be alone, since I knew that she wasn't going to attack me. If she'd been capable of getting to her feet, rather than just rustling around in her nest, she would have done it already. I had a body packed with nutrients and fat, and I could have kept her alive for a good long time if she'd been able to get to me. I felt bad about that too. It was like I was waving a steak in front of a starving man. But since the steak was what was keeping me alive, I wasn't going to share. It was terrible that her fate and mine had taken such different directions, but it wasn't my fault. I just wished that there was something I could have done to fix it. Honestly, I wished I had any idea who could have fixed it, or whether anyone was going to try. Dr. Cal was hard to predict. USAMRIID was all about humanity, and Sherman was all about the tapeworms, but humanity made the tapeworms. Humanity brought the whole situation down on their own heads, and the tapeworms were taking things that didn't belong to them. No one was completely in the right. No one was completely in the wrong, either. The sleepwalker in the corner moaned and shifted again, dislodging several small objects from her nest. One of them hit the floor with a clunk, the light from the window reflecting off its cracked screen. I stared in disbelieving wonder. It was a cell phone, and it was less than a foot away from a sleepwalker. "I don't suppose you'd be willing to just let me have that, would you?" I asked, taking a tentative step forward. The sleepwalker's face swiveled back toward me, and she moaned with weak menace. "No, I didn't think so." I was the only thing in the room that she could eat. Because of that, distracting her from my presence wasn't going to be easy. I cast around until I found one of those long boards that had been broken off from the bed during her destruction of the room. Picking it up, I took another step forward. "I don't want to hurt you," I said. "If you just let me have the phone, I can get out of your room, and you'll never have to see me again." That would mean leaving her to die alone, which might not have been a mercy, but which wouldn't require me to actually be the one to kill her. I took another step forward. Sometimes it's bad to be wrong. I'd assumed that since she hadn't left her nest, she didn't have the strength left in her to do anything but shift and moan. As I leaned forward to grab the phone, she lunged, spending the last of her resources in a desperate bid for sustenance. Her hands latched around my wrist, nearly yanking me off my feet as she pulled me toward her frantically working jaws. The light from the window glimmered off her teeth, which seemed too large and too white for her face. Everything had shrunk but those teeth. Swallowing my scream was one of the hardest things I had ever done. I backpedaled, trying to yank myself away from her. She didn't let go. I was her last chance at survival, and no matter how reduced her faculties had been by time and trauma, some part of her still knew that getting my flesh into her mouth would save her. Everything she had left was going into the effort of holding on to me. As she pulled, I felt my feet starting to slip. Before long, I would topple, and she would have me. What happened next was pure panic. I raised the board that I was holding, bringing it down on her skull as hard as I could. There was a brittle splintering sound, and she moaned, and I hit her again. She still didn't let go, and so I kept on hitting her over and over again, while the sound of drums rose in my ears and the world narrowed down to a single point, me and her, and the sound of wood impacting with her head. She released my wrist. I didn't stop hitting her. It was exhaustion that finally made me pause and take stock of the situation. She wasn't moving anymore. She had collapsed to the floor in a broken heap, and while there wasn't much light in the room, what there was allowed me to see the dents in her skull and the dark stains that were dripping down her skin as she continued to bleed out. The bleeding was already slowing, thanks to coagulation. Bile rose in my throat. I dropped the board, snatched the phone from the floor, and ran out of the room. I didn't look back. It was a miracle that I made it down the stairs without tripping and breaking my neck. I stopped in the entryway, where no lights or windows would betray my presence, and tried to turn on the phone in my hands. I had killed for it. I ought to use it. It didn't respond. Not even mashing the power button got a flicker of life out of the cracked and blood-spattered screen. I swallowed the panic that was trying to writhe up my throat and take me over, forcing myself to stand perfectly still while I breathed slowly in through my nose and out through my mouth, counting to 10 on each exhale. The pounding in my ears began to lessen as my heart rate returned to something closer to normal. The phone didn't work because it had been sitting on the floor long enough for its captive owner to wither away to skin and bones. That was all. Even if she'd been a thin girl to start with, she must have been locked in that room for at least a week, probably more like 2, before she got to the condition that I'd found her in. Of course, the battery was dead. When I no longer felt like I was going to panic or vomit at any moment, I walked down the hall to the bathroom, guided by the light that I'd left turned on earlier. There was a socket in the wall next to the sink, one outlet already occupied by a hairdryer. I plugged the phone charger into the other outlet, connected the phone to the charger, and sat down on the toilet to wait. It was hard to keep track of time sitting alone in a dark house surrounded by sleepwalkers. It felt like it had been an hour when the phone beeped to signal that it was charged enough to use. It had probably been more like 15 minutes. I left it connected to the charger as I picked it up and carefully pushed the button to activate the screen. Please don't be password protected, I prayed silently, unsure of who might be listening and even less sure that I cared. Please just give me that much. Please. The screen flashed live, displaying the face of a smiling teenage girl wearing lipstick the color of bubble gum. There was no keypad. Relief washed over me. Her parents probably hadn't allowed her to lock the phone, wanting to keep track of her activities. My parents had done something similar to me, although they had allowed Joyce all the privacy she wanted. That was the difference between adulthood and medical adolescence. "Thank you," I whispered, and touched the phone icon. For one terrifying moment, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to remember Nathan's number. Why should I? It was stored in my phone after all, and I had better things to remember. But it had been on a piece of paper first, pressed into my hand when we met at the hospital. Everyone kept telling me that I was using Sally Mitchell's brain like a giant hard drive, storing information on it that couldn't be contained in my original tapeworm neural system. That meant that everything I'd experienced since taking over had to be stored somewhere, if I just went looking for it. Bit by bit, the image of a piece of paper formed behind my eyes. The numbers were blurry around the edges, but I could still tell what they were, I thought. I dialed quickly, trying to avoid cutting my fingers on the damaged screen, and raised the phone to my ear. It was ringing. That was a good sign. That meant the cell network was still up. Civilization couldn't have collapsed completely if the cell network was still up. The ringing stopped. Silence reigned. I waited a few seconds for the person on the other end to say something, and when they didn't, I said, "Hello. This is Sal Mitchell looking for Nathan Kim. Please, do you know where he is?" "Sal," Nathan sounded almost confused, like he couldn't believe it was really my voice. I didn't care. Just hearing him say my name was enough to dull the drums that had been hammering in my ears, reducing them to a distant background hum. "Is it? Oh, thank God, Sal. Is it really you?" "I think so," I said, slumping against the cool porcelain of the toilet tank. "I'm really scared." Nathan stopped for a moment. I heard him take a deep breath. Then, "I'm sorry, are you telling me this is Sally Mitchell? Can you confirm your identity?" Someone else had to be there with him. Someone else had to be making sure he checked on me. That was okay. Better safe and making it home than sorry and alone. "I don't like to be called Sally," I said. That didn't seem like enough, so I asked, "Are the broken doors still open? I want to come home." Nathan laughed. It was a gasping, unsteady sound, and the only way I knew it was laughter and not tears was because it stopped. "You can't be serious. You can't really think we're that easy to fool." "I'm not trying to fool anyone. We went to the hospital to fix the arteries in my head, and then we got separated in the parking lot when I ran away to distract the sleepwalkers from eating you. Did Daisy and Fang make it to the car okay?" "I hope they did. And USAMRID took me, and they put me in this big bubble inside the Oakland Coliseum, and there were a lot of other people there. And Colonel Mitchell wasn't telling anybody. I was a chimera, which seemed sort of weird. But I didn't want to call him on it in front of the men with guns. And then—" I paused to take a deep breath, having run out of air somewhere in the middle of that long, gasping speech. Once my lungs were full, I continued. "Then Sherman was there and he broke me out, and he's been keeping me prisoner while he took samples from me, all sorts of samples like blood and bone marrow. And yesterday, He cut my head open, so I'm afraid he took samples of me. Only one of his people helped me get out, and I don't know where I am, but there's sleepwalkers outside, and I want to come home. Please come and get me and take me home." This time when I stopped talking, Nathan didn't laugh. He didn't say anything. I could hear him breathing, and so I stayed quiet, trying not to pant as I waited to see what was going to happen next. Finally, quietly, Nathan asked, "Why should I believe that you're still Sal?" I blinked at the phone. I had a dozen questions, and all of them seemed both equally important and equally frivolous. Finally, I asked, "Can Sherman do that? I know he's been creating more chimera, and I'm not exactly sure how long he had me captive, but the first time I learned how to talk, it took like years. Can he scoop people out of their heads and put new people in?" Belatedly, I realized that I had just characterized tapeworms as people. I didn't bother correcting myself. I was a person, regardless of my origins, and I was willing to extend that label to the rest of the chimera, regardless of theirs. "You've been gone for over a month, Sal. We had to abandon the bowling alley after USAMRIID quarantined the area. Tansy never came back. Moms had Adam under constant surveillance since you disappeared. We didn't know whether USAMRIID had you or whether you'd escaped, and there was too much chance you'd tell them where he was." As the first chimera, and the only one created from a first-generation tapeworm, Adam would have been invaluable to anyone trying to figure out how we'd been created. I wanted to be offended, but I couldn't muster the emotional response. Instead, I asked, "How are the dogs?" Beverly howled for about 2 days, which was a problem, since we were trying to dodge the quarantine vans at the time. Minnie just took it in stride, like she always knew that you were going to abandon her someday. Nathan's voice was starting to thaw. "Sal, is that really you?" "It really is." I sniffled, relief washing over me and leaving me almost dizzy. I hadn't realized how afraid I was that Nathan would never accept me for who I claimed to be until the threat was lifting. "I don't know where I am. Sherman was keeping me in an old mall, and I don't know where that was either." "We're working on that," said Nathan. "Fishy started a trace on this call as soon as it came in. Not many people use my private cell number these days." "So Fishy's okay." I put my hand over my eyes, careful not to unplug the still-charging phone from the wall. "Who else is okay?" "How about I tell you about the dogs until we have a fix on you? Just so I don't slip up and say something if you're being monitored by someone else's people." I smiled a little. "I'd like that." "Well, Beverly started eating shoes," Nathan began, and I sat quietly and listened to him talk about what our dogs had been up to, and began to feel like maybe things were going to be okay after all. "Break the mirror, it tells lies. Learn to live in your disguise. Everything is changing now. It's too late to go back. Caterpillar child of mine. This was always life's design. Here at last, you'll find the things you can't afford to lack. The broken doors are ready. You are very nearly home. My darling child, be careful now and don't go out alone." From Don't Go Out Alone by Simone Kimberly, published 2006 by Lighthouse Press. Currently out of print. Hear me? This is Harry Lowe of KNBR, the Bay Area's real rock, broadcasting live because I have nothing else to do and no other way of getting the message that I'm still alive and here out to the world. I have now been broadcasting for 20 days straight. It's almost Halloween, kids, and if anyone's out there listening, I recommend against going trick-or-treating this year, because the streets are alive with the actual undead, which may make it hard to tell the kids in costumes from the people who want to eat your face off. Eating, I remember eating. Those of you who tuned in yesterday, And if any of you tuned in yesterday, why aren't you calling to let me know that I'm not alone in here? Please, I'm begging you. You may recall that I ate the last of the crackers from the staff vending machine. I've started eating tissue paper, since my sister used to swear by that as a weight loss aid. I've also eaten an entire bottle of Vicodin, taken from our former lead anchor's purse, and I'm about to follow it with the last of the tequila. This is Harry Lowe, signing off. I hope that if you're out there, you have better options left than I did. From the final transmission of Harry Lowe, KNBR, recorded on October 28, 2027. Chapter 10. October 2027. The sound of tires on the street outside made me stand and stick my head out of the bathroom, still clutching the fully charged cell phone in my hand like a talisman against all the bad things that were waiting in the dark. I'd been sitting silently since Nathan hung up, watching the phone's battery bar slowly fill, and wishing that he had been able to stay on the line. Apparently, it was unsafe to have too many connections going in or out of the new lab location. Fishy wasn't the only person who knew how to trace a call. With the cell network on the verge of collapse thanks to neglect and a lack of callers, anyone who was still making calls was exposing themselves to all manner of tracking. By the government, definitely. But also, apparently, by Symbogen, which was still open and operational, and offering to help anyone who had been impacted by the sleepwalker plague. According to what Nathan had been able to tell me during our short time on the phone, I'd missed the shit really starting to hit the fan by 3 days. That was the span between my disappearance and the first person to go into a sleepwalker frenzy on live television. That would have been a big deal no matter who did it. But that first victim was Paul Moffat, the mayor of San Francisco. He had been in the process of giving a speech about the crisis, one that was mirrored to the local public television station, less because anyone thought he had anything new to say, and more because he was a heavy contributor to their operating budget. People started caring a lot more about what he had to say after he ripped somebody's throat out with his teeth. That probably wasn't the kind of attention he'd been looking for. By the time somebody thought to shoot him, even CNN was carrying the footage of his conversion and subsequent attack. According to Nathan, that segment had aired on an almost constant loop for 3 days, and even Dr. Cal had put it on the main screen in her lab for a few hours, making sure everyone had the chance to see it. Then she turned off the screen and announced that while they were not abandoning the search for me and Tansy, they couldn't hold off moving the lab any longer. Things were destabilizing too fast. She was right about that, since by that point, no one really cared about the mayor who'd freaked out and eaten a few people. They were too busy worrying about their friends, their neighbors, their parents, their children themselves. The warning signs had been there, and they had been ignored, one bellwether after another, until their weight became too great and everything came crashing down. It took less than 10 days for my cousins to incapacitate American civilization as we understood it, disrupting food chains, causing power outages and hospital shutdowns, and in some cases causing the evacuation of entire cities. There were still news feeds and internet reports coming through, but they got scarcer each day as the people behind them fell. I guess maybe I should have been proud of that, except I was a tapeworm who thought of herself as a human, and they were tapeworms who thought of themselves as tapeworms. We were on different sides, and whenever there's a conflict, somebody's going to wind up on the losing one. I just didn't want it to be my side, even if I still wasn't sure what side that was. Footsteps on the walkway in front of the house snapped me out of my brief reverie, followed by the sound of gunshots. They came quick and efficient, one after the other like someone running a hand along a typewriter. Then the shots stopped, and someone began hammering on the front door. I'm coming. I still couldn't run, but I could hobble quickly. 2 more gunshots sounded in the time it took me to get to the front door, which I unlocked and opened to reveal the wild-eyed face of Nathan Kim. He was wearing a black uniform I'd never seen before and had an assault rifle in one hand. It looked out of place against the backdrop of my gentle, scholarly boyfriend. So did the bodies that were littering the lawn. Fang and a man I didn't recognize were standing back to back behind him, their own rifles slowly sweeping the area as they watched for more sleepwalkers. Nathan stared at me. I stared back. The world seemed to freeze for a moment, narrowing to a single point that existed only in the space between us. I couldn't move. From the hungry, hopeful expression on his face, neither could he. This is great and all, reunion, true love, blah, blah, blah. But can you confirm that it's really your missing girlfriend so that we can get the fuck out of here before we get shredded like piñatas on a playground? Demanded the man I didn't know. We may have cleared this area, and my EMP blasts may have killed any bugs, but the gunshots are going to attract more playmates in no time at all. We need to roll. Hi, Nathan, I said. Nathan swallowed hard, the muscles in his jaw clenching and unclenching before he said, "Hello, Sal. Are you ready to go home?" More than ready. I stepped out onto the porch, leaving the door open behind me. If any of the original occupants were still alive, if they had become sleepwalkers rather than just being torn apart by them, at least now they could come home. The broken cell phone I tucked into my pocket. It had Nathan's number in memory now. I wasn't leaving that behind. Mom sends her regards and asked me to tell you she always knew you'd find a way to stay alive, said Nathan stiffly. Then the stiffness melted, and he was putting his arms around me and pulling me close, into an embrace that made me feel like everything was going to be all right after all. The world could end and Sherman could plot against humanity, and I could beat the stolen body of a teenage girl to death in her bedroom, and still things would somehow find a way to be all right. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I didn't mean to get caught. I just wanted to keep you safe." "Never apologize," Nathan whispered back. He turned, lifting me with one arm so that we wouldn't need to break off our embrace. The butt of his rifle dug into my back. I didn't care. We were almost the same size, and he carried me easily as he stepped off the porch and turned to face Fang, the stranger, and the car. "Can you walk?" "I'm sore and slow, but I can walk," I assured him. He lowered my feet back to the ground. I left my hand against his chest as I looked around the area. We were in what would have been a normal suburban neighborhood once, although the gunshots hadn't caused any of the other houses to turn their lights on. My worried impression of an abandoned city had been close to accurate. I could see shapes farther down the street, all of them turning and shambling in our direction. We weren't going to be alone for very long. "Where are we?" "Pleasant Hill, near the community college," said Nathan. "There's a mall nearby, but it doesn't seem to be the one where Sherman was holding you." Of course, they would have checked before they came to get me. Their safety would have depended on whether I was telling the truth and whether I'd been left in this neighborhood as a trap. I nodded mutely, suddenly exhausted, and closed my eyes as I let Nathan guide me down the pathway to the car. I didn't want to see the sleepwalkers staggering toward us. Some of them might even be the parents of the girl I'd killed inside. The world was changing. We were all of us changing with it. That didn't make it any easier to bear. I opened my eyes when we reached the car. Nathan opened the door, motioning for me to get into the back seat. He must have seen my discomfort because he said, "Don't worry. I'll be riding with you. I just need to cover Fang and Fishy while they get back to their seats." That answered the question of who, exactly, the man I didn't recognize was. I nodded and climbed in, scooting over until I was pressed against the door on the far side. Looking down the length of the back seat, I watched as Nathan raised his rifle and covered the other two men making their retreat. The pair split up when they reached the car, with Fang walking around to take the driver's seat. Nathan got in next to me, and the sound of the door closing was the sound of coming home. I looked at him, eyes wide, unable to force myself to speak. Nathan smiled a little. "I like your hair," he said. I laughed brokenly and leaned over to put my head against his shoulder as Fang started the car and we drove away from the place where I had been abandoned, the place where I had been saved. Nathan talked as we drove, explaining what had happened with the lab. I closed my eyes, leaned my head against his shoulder, and just listened. It was all I'd wanted to do for weeks, sit and listen to someone who would actually talk to me. He was constantly touching my hair or shoulder, like he was reassuring himself that I was real. I didn't mind that either. It kept me from needing to be the one who moved. The bowling alley hadn't been Dr. Cal's first lab. The first lab had been located in an old supermarket and was moved when word came that the people who actually owned the property were planning to have it fumigated and then torn down. The second lab had been a closed-down Costco with the gas pumps still out back and had been abandoned after Sherman defected. The bowling alley came third, and it had been her base of operations for longer than anything else. It was perfect in a lot of ways, isolated while still being close to civilization, and best of all, owned by a shell corporation that used it as a tax write-off and had no interest in either refurbishing or demolishing the place. It had become a lot less useful when USAMRIID started closing in. The collapse of most of the local social norms, and the evacuations of any non-essential buildings, like the mall where Sherman had been keeping me, wherever that was, had created the perfect vacuum for Dr. Cal's team. They'd smuggled themselves and all their equipment out of Clayton through a series of tricks and double blinds that Nathan didn't explain very well, or maybe I just wasn't quite listening anymore. And then he said a name that actually caught my attention. I opened my eyes, tilting my head back until I could see his face, and said, "You can't be serious." "But I am." Nathan smiled a little, like he was perfectly aware of just how ridiculous he sounded. "We've moved the lab and our living quarters to the Captain Candy chocolate factory." I stared at him. He smiled a little more. "I see you've heard of it. I wasn't sure. I went there with a class field trip when I was in middle school, but you missed the whole middle school experience. We'll used to leave the radio on when we were cleaning the shelter, and they advertised a lot during the afternoon," I said. "It's out in Vallejo, isn't it?" Nathan nodded. "That's the one." And it was just empty. It turns out that keeping a candy factory open isn't a major priority when the world is ending, said Fishy, twisting around in the front seat to look at us. "It's a nice place. A little weird. Smells like chocolate. I hope you don't have any allergies." "Just antiparasitics," I said shyly. "I guess that would be a problem for you," he said, giving me a frank up-and-down look. "You don't look like a tapeworm." "Surprise," I said. He grinned. It opened up his face like a flower, bright and honest enough that I didn't even mind the fact that he was showing off virtually all of his teeth. The absence of malice in his expression was enough to rob them of their menace, making the expression as harmless as a grin on a dog. Fishy was a short, stocky man with broad workman's shoulders and a full head of riotously curly hair that was currently skimmed back into a ponytail to keep it out of his way. His eyes swam behind the lenses of his thick-framed glasses, which were seated so solidly on his nose that they looked like they would be impossible to dislodge. He was wearing a black outfit that matched Nathan's in cut and construction, but couldn't have looked more different on his frame. "You seem more like a human being than Adam does," he said. "He's a nice guy, but he's never really seemed like a functioning person to me." I blinked at him, casting an anxious glance at Nathan before returning my attention to Fishy and saying, hesitantly, "Maybe that's because I learned how to be a human by living with humans, instead of learning how to be a human by sitting in a lab surrounded by people who never forgot that I wasn't really one of them." "Maybe," Fishy agreed. His gaze flicked to Nathan, smile fading. "We good." "We're good," Nathan agreed. Fishy withdrew back into the front seat. Nathan put an arm around my shoulder and said, "We weren't expecting your call. Honestly, most of the people back at the lab had written you off as lost. I think that I was one of the only people who was still willing to believe that you were alive. Well, me and Adam. Adam never gave up on you." "He wouldn't," I said. "Neither would I." Nathan tightened his arm. "Everyone's going to be a little jumpy around you for a while. I just want you to be ready for that." "I can be ready for anything, as long as you let me stay with you." Nathan kissed the top of my head. "I'm never going to let myself be separated from you again." "Good," I said, and closed my eyes. Captain Candy's chocolate factory was a Bay Area tradition, originally designed to compete with the better-known and more nationally established Jelly Belly factory in Fairfield. The captain didn't specialize in jelly beans. Instead, he had made his name on chocolate and chocolate confections of all kinds, from cookies to ice cream. Instead of free tour, the captain charged $15 a head, with a promise to make it up by providing ridiculous quantities of chocolate and candy at the end, a promise that he had apparently kept, since people kept coming back. Captain Candy never became a national brand, although I didn't know whether that was a matter of economic necessity or a matter of corporate choice. There was a lot of competition in the national chocolate arena, but in Northern California, Captain Candy was king. The factory was built to serve three purposes at once, and it needed to serve them all well before it could be considered a success. First, to offer a candy-coated wonderland that would invoke thoughts of children's literature and impossible dreams, available for rent at a reasonable fee. Second, to create the illusion of a factory that Willy Wonka would have been proud to own and operate, even down to the brightly colored scrubs worn by all of the employees. Third, to host the actual Captain Candy's factory, producing hundreds of pounds of candy daily on an assembly line that looked exactly like every other candy assembly line in the world. The drive from Pleasant Hill to Vallejo took a little more than an hour, since we had to navigate a bridge choked with stalled-out and abandoned cars. Fishy and Fang got out at one point, pushing several of the cars out of the way with an ease that spoke of greased wheels and hidden levers. We drove through and they got out again, pushing the cars back into their original positions. "No one knows that we're using this route for our supply runs and we're going to keep it that way," said Fishy amiably, while Fang restarted the car. "Good idea," I said vaguely. It was hard to pay attention to them. The scene outside the car windows was too distracting. We'd been passing abandoned cars and empty houses the whole time, but for the most part, the lack of light had kept me from really looking at what was around us. Now, the sun was rising, and there was no way not to see the wreckage of the world. Not without closing my eyes, and part of me felt responsible enough for what had happened that I couldn't bring myself to do that. This was the world my species had made. It didn't matter that I had never willingly hurt a human being, or that I had actually killed multiple sleepwalkers, thus putting myself firmly on the side of my creators. This was still my fault, somehow. The cars on the bridge weren't alone. The streets of Vallejo were equally choked, although the vehicles had been carefully pushed to this side or that, creating open channels in the motionless traffic. A casual observer would have thought those channels were organic, arising naturally as the drivers had succumbed to their invertebrate attackers. From the way Fang swung the car from one clear path to the next, it was clear that they had been created to allow for occasions just like this one. It might have been okay if the cars had been empty, or at least intact, but both those things were too much to ask. Windows were smashed, or smeared with streaks of long-dried blood, or both. Bodies were still belted into the seats where they had died, while others had fallen in the street, dried out by the elements or picked clean by predators. Every time we came around a corner, it seemed like we dislodged another flock of crows, sending the urban scavenger birds flapping into the early morning sky. They'd clearly owned the streets long enough to turn bold, because they came back as soon as we rounded the next corner. I could see them returning to their prizes if I looked behind me. And I couldn't stop looking back. The lights were still on in half the city, with flickering street lamps and incongruously well-lit storefronts on every street. Nathan saw me looking and said, "Not all systems fail at the same rate. Enough of the city is on solar or hydro power that it'll be months before Vallejo is completely dark. Even then, a few of the power stations are still pumping," said Fishy amiably. "We could go around and shut everything off, but if this place goes dark before it stops being a bright spot on the grid, someone could figure out that we're here, and we'd rather avoid that for as long as possible." "Why?" I asked. "Because Dr. C is wanted for terrorism naturally," said Fishy. Nathan didn't say a word. I twisted in my seat to look at him, eyes wide, and asked, "Is that true?" "She did help create a creature that is now in the process of destroying the human race," said Nathan. "Whether that was her intention or not, it doesn't look good." "Oh," I said, and then the vast, primary-colored shape of Captain Candy's chocolate factory came into view ahead of us, and conversation died, at least for the moment. Fang drove across the largely empty parking lot and through an open gate into an underground garage that had probably been used to house delivery trucks, once upon a time, before the end of the world. Most of those trucks were gone now, except for a few parked against the far wall. Fang drove across the garage to the row of spaces right in front of a pair of sliding glass doors. Soft white light poured through the glass, bathing us in radiance, welcoming us home. "You parked in the handicapped space again, asshole," said Fishy amiably. He opened the car door, picking up his rifle as he slid out. "Dr. Cal's going to have your head." "Dr. Cal doesn't drive, and like I keep telling you, humanity is a handicap," said Fang. "How else can you explain the things we've done to ourselves? Sal, I'm glad we were able to recover you. Now don't get lost again." He got out of the car, pocketing the keys, and went striding toward the door. "Asshole," repeated Fishy, and trotted after him. I stayed where I was, my legs suddenly feeling like they were frozen to the seat. I'd wanted nothing more than to get back to the people I'd lost since I was taken, and now that safety seemed like it was within my grasp, I was terrified. What if Dr. Cal was angry with me for letting myself get grabbed? What if they tried to lock me up to keep me from going missing again? I couldn't handle another cage. I just couldn't. "Sal." Nathan's voice was gentle. I turned to face him, and he reached out to rest the back of his hand against my cheek, smiling just a little. "It's all right to be frightened. I'm pretty sure that I'd be scared too if our positions were reversed. But you're home now. Mom isn't going to be mad at you. To be honest, she thinks you're some kind of miracle. None of us thought we were ever going to see you again." His voice broke a little on the last word. That, more than anything, told me that he was telling the truth. I leaned forward and kissed him. He kissed me back, and for a few minutes all the rest didn't matter. We were actually alone and together, and no one was trying to pull us apart. That was worth everything in the world. So I kissed him, and he kissed me, and then he was undoing my seat belt and pulling me into his lap, and I was exactly where I was meant to be, where I should have been all along, and would have been if we'd been just a little bit more careful. Nathan's cheeks were flushed when he pulled away, and his glasses were fogged, making him look young and wild-eyed and a little lost. "I thought you were gone, and I was trying to make myself believe it," he said. "I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I was ready to give up on you." "You didn't," I said, and leaned in to kiss him one more time. "Let's go see your mother." Nathan nodded and undid his own seat belt as I slid out of his lap and back to my own side of the car, where I opened the door and climbed out into the cool air of the underground garage. It was actually chilly enough that I shivered a little, making me suspect that it would never really get warm down here. It would always be the perfect temperature for shifting pallets of chocolate, or, in the case of the new management, cases containing delicate scientific samples. The more things changed, the more they really stayed the same. Nathan walked around the car to join me, offering me his hand. "It's going to be all right," he said. "I hope so," I said, lacing my fingers through his and stepping close enough that I'd be able to grab hold of his arm if things got too overwhelming inside. I felt suddenly shy and more than a little sick to my stomach. "I love you," he said. "Now breathe." With that last proclamation, he pulled me forward, and together we stepped through the sliding glass doors and onto the red and white tile floor beyond. It had been designed to look like a giant peppermint swirl, which went well with the gust of warm, mint-scented air that greeted us as the doors slid shut again behind us. I stopped dead, blinking for a moment, before I passed judgment on the rush of artificial mint with a sneeze. Nathan grinned. Disabling the mechanism that greets all visitors to our candy wonderland would mean dismantling half the air conditioning system, and we don't have the time or the manpower to waste on something like that. Fishy says that the scent will run out eventually, and in the meantime, anyone who has a chemical sensitivity should use the other door or cover their nose when they walk through here. I sneezed again before sniffling and saying, "That's really thoughtful of him." "He's a thoughtful guy," said Nathan, starting for the nearest escalator, which was running, I noted. No matter how many buildings around here might go dark, this one had power to spare. The rail was shaped like a never-ending rope of licorice, which was a nice, if surreal, touch. Once we were both standing on the moving walkway, Nathan sobered and said, "Fishy's been working with Mom for a while, but he wasn't able to convince his wife not to get an implant. Mom says he experienced a profound disassociation from reality when she started trying to eat him. The wife, not Mom, and I think she's probably right." "Dr. Cal, not the wife," I guessed. Nathan nodded. "Yeah, Fishy thinks of the rest of us as well, characters in a uniquely immersive video game environment. That's how he's coping at this point, and as long as he isn't trying to shoot people for extra points, we don't press too hard. He'll come around to reality when he feels like he's ready." "Assuming reality is any better," I said softly. "Yeah," Nathan sighed. "There is that." We both quieted then, and I looked curiously around as the escalator carried us through the open-air lobby, where people in lab coats and sweaters were gathered in small groups, some clutching coffee cups like their lives depended on it, others gesturing wildly with empty hands as they tried to get some vital point of science across. I recognized some of them from Dr. Cal's lab. Others were new. Members of both groups turned to watch as the escalator carried us onward, toward the second floor. I shrunk back against Nathan, who put an arm around my shoulder and said, "We've gained some people. Mom needed the labor, and they needed a safe place. Right, I said weakly, and tried to focus on the faux Candyland furnishings and bright, juvenile murals on the walls. I'd never been here before, in either of my incarnations. Sally's family had been too middle class and respectable to have taken her there as a child. All the family photo albums were focused on Disneyland and Hawaii and other places that were probably a lot of fun for her, even if she looked sullen and annoyed in more than half the pictures. Sally would probably have rolled her eyes at Captain Candy's chocolate factory. I was amazed. The thought that a place like this could exist had never crossed my mind. It had probably looked a little different before the disaster. Someone had nailed plywood sheets across the lowest of the lobby windows and all the lobby doors, and only the fact that those sheets were painted in candy colors kept them from being glaringly out of place. The chandelier, a dizzying confection of giant peppermints and gumdrops, was draped in surveillance equipment and wireless boosters, keeping the entire building connected to whatever was left of the internet. The lobby passed out of view as the escalator finally reached the second floor, passing through another cheerfully painted tunnel before terminating at a landing covered in carpet so wildly patterned in swoops and swirls that it made my stomach churn if I looked at it for too long. There was also an elevator, which Nathan walked toward and pressed the call button. Going down, I blinked at him. Captain Candy's chocolate factory is a weird sort of hybrid building, he explained, motioning for me to join him. It was designed half as a working confectionery company and half as a theme park that kept the rest afloat by selling tour packages and birthday party extravaganzas. There's a whole floor upstairs dedicated to the party rooms. They're pretty ridiculous, and they make the rest of the place look like it has a subdued color scheme. I blinked again. I'm having trouble picturing that, I admitted. I'll take you for a tour later on, he said. Anyway, the place is pretty clever in its use of space. There was a false factory set up for tour so that people could see candy being made the way it is in the movies, one piece at a time, being hand-wrapped and put into whimsical boxes. And then there was the real factory floor, underneath the rest of the building. That's where Mom set up her lab. She said it would help her get back to her roots. Also, it's the only place aside from the cookie garden in the upstairs party rooms that's fully ADA compliant, and she wanted to be able to get around her own lab. That makes sense. The elevator arrived, and we stepped inside. I was obscurely relieved to see that it didn't have glass walls. Our descent into children's literature was not yet complete. The elevator counted off the floors. First the lobby we had passed through on our way to the elevator bay, not a very efficient building design, and then 2 lower floors before it binged reassuringly and opened its doors, revealing the latest incarnation of Dr. Cal's lab. It was, as always, an oasis of chaos masquerading as calm. The various people who rushed back and forth with quick, meaningful steps all wore lab coats over scruffy jeans and t-shirts. A few of them glanced in our direction, nodding at Nathan before they continued on their way, having apparently written me off as a nonentity. I frowned as I stepped out of the elevator. Has there been a total staff turnover? No, but most of the people who have been working with Mom for a while have moved on to heading their own research groups rather than doing grunt work, said Nathan, following me out of the elevator. The doors slid shut behind him. It's amazing how many leads we have to follow, and how few of them are leading us anywhere. You'll see more familiar faces when it gets a little later in the day. There's not much motivation to keep really normal hours. Right. I took Nathan's hand half automatically and looked around. This had been the working factory level of the building. As such, industrial gray and sterile hospital white still had a place here, rather than being painted over with 100 shades of candy swirl. The floor was uncarpeted tile, and posters covered the walls. I couldn't read most of them, thanks to my dyslexia, but I knew enough to recognize the D. Symbiogenesis parasite. It was pictured at various stages of its life cycle, which made me feel vaguely uncomfortable, like I was seeing my own naked baby pictures held up for the perusal of strangers. Other posters blazed safety warnings in large red letters that swam in and out of focus when I squinted at them, accompanied by handy pictograms showing the right way to deal with a chemical spill or put out a lab fire. Still others were printed in blocks of dense text that blurred like fingerprints when I tried to make sense of them. I held tighter to Nathan's hand, aware of how out of place I felt, and even more aware that this place should have grown up around me. I should have been here from the beginning, influencing the shape of the rooms, helping them hang those posters. I felt like I had missed out on something essential, a chance to finally be at the core of my own story, and I wasn't sure that was the kind of chance that would ever come around again. We were halfway across the room when a narrow face topped by a roughly cut shock of disarrayed brown hair poked out from behind a filing cabinet, moving so slowly that it seemed like an attempt not to startle me. I stopped walking. Nathan did the same. I met the face's eyes, matching their anxious look with an equally anxious expression of my own. The face's owner inched hesitantly into view, a lanky, underfed young man in a lab coat, t-shirt, and jeans, but without shoes on, which made him seem faintly out of place even though he'd been living in labs like this one for as long as he'd been alive. Like me, he was a stranger even in the space that should have been his own. He didn't say anything. Neither did I in that moment in that vast, negative space that had opened between us. Neither one of us knew how to react. Nathan let go of my hand. Untethered, I could have frozen. I would have once, but I had led an army of sleepwalkers away from the people I cared about. I had made a deal with the devil to escape from USAMRID, and I had crawled through a vent system to win my freedom. I could do this. I took a step forward. "Hi, Adam," I said. "Hi." He stopped, swallowed, and tried again. "Hi, Sal. Are you really you? You're not somebody else using you like a car, and I can trust you, and you won't go away again." "I think I'm really me," I said. "People seem to enjoy cutting my head open these days, but I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if they'd made it so that I turned into somebody else. Is that even a thing that people can do?" Adam was the second person to ask that same question, and it was starting to unnerve me. Adam's whole face lit up. "Sal," he cried, and flung himself bodily across the floor separating us, slamming into me with a force that nearly knocked me off my still-aching legs. I managed to clasp my arms around him, and Nathan put a hand against my back, lending some stability to our little heap of limbs and frantic embraces. Adam pressed his face into the side of my neck. There was nothing romantic about the gesture. It was the blind, desperate struggle of a rescued dog trying to connect with its pack mates. I understood the language his body was speaking, and mine spoke it in return, clinging all the harder as I realized that I had never expected this reunion to occur. Part of me had already mourned for Adam, for this lab, for any chance of having what I considered a normal life ever again, but not for Nathan. I had never mourned for Nathan, because the part of me responsible for managing the boundary line between the human world and the hot, warm, dark knew that losing him on top of everything else would have thrown me so deep into the darkness that I would never have come up again. I admired my own ability to care for myself, and I clung to my brother, and I cried. Finally, after enough time had passed that each of us was confident that the other person would continue existing even without skin contact to keep them in the world, Adam started to unlatch his arms. I did the same, letting him go and stepping backward into the comforting solidity of Nathan's supporting hand. He wouldn't let me fall. No matter how bad things got, Nathan would never let me fall. "Hi, Sal," said Adam, reaching up to wipe the tears from his cheeks before he beamed at me. "You came back. I didn't think you were going to, but you did." "I'm sorry it took me so long." Adam shrugged, visibly dismissing the delay. It had taken a long time, but that was over now. That was done, and I was finally home where I belonged. That was all that really mattered as far as he was concerned. "Mom said you were coming, but I wasn't sure whether she knew for sure that you would still be you, or still be alive. You could have been like the cousins that they bring in from the field sometimes. They're not here anymore." I glanced at Nathan. "I don't know what you mean by that." "We've been harvesting sleepwalkers from the local population," Nathan said, and to his credit, he looked both sad and determined as he spoke. "We have to know how the implants are mutating, and unfortunately, that's the only way for us to track what's happening out there. We try not to hurt them more than we absolutely have to, but we don't bring back live specimens." Intellectually, I knew that was the right way to go about things. After all, sleepwalkers were irrationally hungry and capable of pushing their stolen bodies to dangerous extremes. Bringing them into the lab alive would endanger everyone. At the same time, these were my cousins, and I felt strange about the idea that we were going out and collecting them as scientific specimens when they weren't actually hurting anyone. "Oh," I said softly. Adam's smile returned, weaker than before, as he moved closer and reached for my hand. I let him take it, appreciating the feeling of his fingers lacing through mine. He was smarter than me in some ways. "Doctor." Cal had been in charge of his schooling, and hadn't been trying to make him think that he was human. He was better read than I was, and educated at a much higher level overall. He understood science stuff that went straight over my head, leaving me puzzled and surrounded by people who might as well have been speaking Greek. In other ways, mostly having to do with social interactions, he was a little behind me. He liked to remind himself that he had skin. The best and easiest way to do that was with hugs and holding hands. Nathan took my other hand. I looked from one of them to the other, listening to the drums that pounded in my ears and considering how different they were, and how similar. Dr. Cal's two sons. "This way," said Adam, and tugging on my hand, started leading me deeper into the lab. I let him, holding tight to Nathan so that he would come along with us, as we stepped into the strangely familiar, strangely modified maze of freestanding workstations, cubicle walls, and tiny research bays that Dr. Cal and her people had carried with them from the lab back in Clayton. As we walked, I finally started recognizing people. Not everyone, but a researcher here and a lab assistant there would seem familiar, and then they would stop what they were doing to straighten up and stare at me like they were looking at a ghost. These were the people who had already written me off as lost forever, and were now faced with the fact that sometimes dead things aren't so dead after all. We stepped around a corner and into a small meeting room carved out of the room's wide expanse by the careful placement of filing cabinets, desks, and bright pink cubicle walls that had probably been stolen from the administrative offices somewhere in the building. Dr. Cal was there, transcribing something in a small notebook. We stopped. Nathan cleared his throat. "We found her," he said. Dr. Cal raised her head. For a moment, no more. Her expression was completely unguarded, and I could look into her unshuttered eyes and see just how exhausted she really was. There were small wrinkles in the skin around her mouth and at the corners of her eyes that hadn't been there a month ago. Then the walls came crashing down, and it was smiling Dr. Cal once more, as inscrutable and untouchable as ever. "Hello, Sal, did you enjoy your vacation?" she asked. "You could have sent a postcard or something, you know." just to let us know that you were alive out there, and that we could stop worrying quite so much about you." My hands were still full, with Nathan clasping one and Adam clasping the other, and so I just shrugged and said, "Sherman wouldn't give me a stamp." To my surprise, Dr. Cal laughed. "Oh, that's a good one. I'll have to remember that. What happened?" From the beginning, or from when I woke up in the empty house where I found the cell phone, or... There's a lot to tell, and I don't really know where I'm supposed to start telling it. "She's tired, Mom," said Nathan protectively. His hand tightened on mine. "Sherman's been taking tissue samples from her." "Both of me," I interjected. Nathan and Dr. Cal both turned in my direction. I flushed red. "I mean, Sherman cut my head open, and he didn't do the best job of sealing it back up, and the only thing I can think of that he might have wanted from in there is a tissue sample from my original body. He could have taken several segments from your posterior end, without interfering with your synaptic interface with the human body," said Dr. Cal. "Do you have any idea why he would want to do that?" "He said that he didn't know what I was originally tailored to do, since there were holes in Simbo Gen's records, and said that since most worms were designed to have a purpose, not just making their host healthier, but actually serving a purpose in their bodies, a lot of chimera can be something special. Like he can induce biological trances in chimera and sleepwalkers just by touching us." Even saying that made me feel unsafe and unclean, like I could summon Sherman with the mere admission of what he'd done to me. To us, Ronnie wasn't exactly thrilled by the way he'd been treated, and I suspected that he wasn't the only one bridling at Sherman's behavior. So maybe there's something in my genetic makeup that made it easier for me to integrate with Sally. Whatever that something is, he wants it. "You need to tell her, Mom," said Nathan, his gaze returning to Dr. Cal. He still didn't let go of my hand. "If Sherman's been taking samples." "Tell me what?" I looked between them, frowning. "Is everyone okay?" "Not by a long shot," said Dr. Cal. "Millions of people have died worldwide, and millions more are going to die before this is over. But I don't think that's what Nathan meant." "It's not," he said flatly. "Tell her." Dr. Cal took a deep breath, her ever-present smile fading. She looked down at her hands for a moment, and when she raised her eyes to me again, that sense of age was back, like she was growing older at an impossible rate. "I'm not going to apologize for what I told Daisy and Fang to do," she said. "I will, however, apologize for acting without your full consent. Time was short for a lot of reasons, and proved to be even shorter than I had feared. What we did was necessary." Just like that, everything fell into place. I dropped both Nathan and Adam's hands as I reached back to feel the bandages at the base of my skull, held down with strips of tape that would pull and tangle when I tried to remove them from my hair. Suddenly, that seemed very unimportant. "You took samples from me when you were repairing the arteries in my skull," I said softly, the feeling of violation growing soft and warm in my middle. "That's why you were so willing to help get me into a proper surgical theater. Because you wanted sterile samples of my body." "It's not the only reason," said Dr. Cal defensively. "I wanted you to be safe. You're my daughter and my future daughter-in-law all wrapped into one, and your health is important to me." "Did Simbogen have a slogan that sounded a lot like that?" I straightened, pulling myself as taut as a bowstring. "You touched me." "I didn't. Your people work for you. You told them what to do. You gave the order. You touched me." My voice came out so cold that it sounded alien to my own ears, like it was coming from someone else's mouth. I turned to Nathan. "Did you know about this?" "No," he said. Not until we made it back to the lab, and by that point, you were missing and I was out of my mind with worry." He glared daggers at his mother as he spoke. "I wasn't really involved in the operation, since that isn't my field. I didn't realize what they were doing, or I would have stopped them." And he wouldn't have been watching for that sort of trickery, not on his mother's part, and not with my life potentially on the line. My eyes narrowed as my attention swung back to Dr. Cal. Was the operation necessary? "Yes," she said, with what was clearly meant to be absolute sincerity. "It was really too bad she'd spent so much time lying to me. I didn't know what she sounded like when she told the truth. The weakness in the arteries feeding your brain was real, as was the need to address it before one of them ruptured. We needed access to a functioning surgical theater. All that was completely true. As for the rest, I saw an opportunity and I took it for the greater good. You can't blame me for that." "Oh, I think you'll find that I can blame you for a lot," I said, taking my hands away from the bandages on my skull and folding my arms across my chest. "What did you learn from taking me apart without my permission?" Dr. Cal sighed. "It's going to be like this now, is it?" "Not forever," I said. It pained me to admit it. This was enough of a violation that it should have been a deal breaker. It should have left me in the position of never letting myself trust her again. But I knew that she'd done what she'd done because she was trying to save us all. The fact that she hadn't stopped to ask me for permission made me furious. But it wasn't worth the end of the world. "We're going to need some ground rules before I trust you again, but I still want to know what you learned." I learned that Sally's father was not exactly forthcoming about his medical history, probably because epilepsy is frowned upon when you're working in Level 4 biosafety labs. Dr. Cal's expression was grim, but there was elation in her eyes, like she had finally cracked a complicated puzzle that had been bothering her for quite some time. That's why he paid to have top-grade implants tailored by Symbogen, instead of getting them through USAMRIID's medical plan, which would have made more sense, and saved him quite a bit of money, I might add. But he couldn't do that. Not if he was going to get the specific modifications he needed for himself and his eldest daughter. That also explains the holes in the records. He would have paid to have all his files expunged. I blinked. Colonel Mitchell isn't epileptic, and neither am I said. The seizure Sally had right before her accident was the only one she'd ever had. No, the seizure Sally had right before her accident was the only one she'd ever had on camera, said Dr. Cal. Colonel Mitchell couldn't bury that one, since it was in the news, but it got mostly overlooked in the face of everything else that was unusual about your case. Sally was our canary in the coal mine, and you were our bellwether. You told us what was coming just by showing up. What's more, you told us where we should be looking for more like you. I frowned. Nathan frowned. Adam, however, wasn't so easily distracted by irrelevant points of science. "You took out part of Sal without her permission?" he asked, frowning deeply. I glanced at him, surprised. He'd been quiet for long enough that I'd almost managed to forget that he was there. Dr. Cal nodded, expression solemnly regretful. If there had been a competition for looking most sorry about something you weren't actually sorry about, she would have won instantly. "I did, but sweetheart, I didn't want to open up her skull twice, and we had to act quickly. There wasn't time for a discussion." "Would you take part of me out without my permission?" "No, of course not, but darling." "She couldn't risk me saying no," I said, in that cold, alien voice. "It would have ruined her plans, since then she couldn't have used Nathan to help her work the samples. He would never have allowed her to do what she did if he'd known." "That's right," said Nathan. "I wouldn't." Dr. Cal turned to frown at both of us. "I told you I needed." "No means no, Dr. Cal," I said. "Sal's my sister," said Adam fiercely. "You should be as good to her as you are to me, and that wasn't very good to her at all. You shouldn't have done that." "He's right," I said. "You shouldn't have done it, and I'm never going to trust you like that again. But you learned what you needed to know." "Some of what I needed to know," said Dr. Cal. "Then I guess that makes it all better," I said, putting a sarcastic twist on the last two words that actually made her mouth purse in something I didn't recognize, but that I hoped was shame. I put a hand against my forehead, wishing I had some way to quiet the drums that were pounding in my ears. "I have a headache, and I miss my dogs. Can I go to wherever it is they are now, please? I just need to see them. And then you can tell me whatever else it is you've learned by taking pieces out of my head." "Come on, Sal," said Nathan, slipping his hand back into mine. It fit perfectly. "This way." "Adam, I'll come see you soon, okay?" I said. My brother nodded, still looking troubled by what his mother had done to me. Good. It was better if she didn't start thinking this sort of thing was okay. "It's good to have you back, Sal," said Dr. Cal. "It's good to be home," I said, and let Nathan lead me away. Nathan led me back to the elevator, this time pressing the button for the top floor. I leaned against him, feeling my entire body start to tremble. The events of the morning had been too much for me, especially after spending weeks in the mostly low-stimulus environment of Sherman's Mall. By the time the elevator stopped, I was shaking so hard that I could barely walk. Nathan put his arm around me, holding me up as I half stumbled out of the elevator and into the hall. "Do you need me to carry you?" he asked. I thought about the question seriously before I nodded and said, without a trace of shame, "Yes, please." The idea of taking another step made the drums pound even harder, a sure sign that I was stressed beyond my breaking point. Nathan bent and scooped me into his arms. I'd lost weight and he'd gained muscle, our respective paths through the apocalypse leaving their marks on our bodies. He couldn't have carried me like this before we were separated. "This used to be the research and development floor," he said, carrying me past door after door. Each of them was painted in a different, clashing candy color. "I don't know why they put the labs here on the top floor. It may have been a ventilation issue, or maybe they just wanted the place to burn from the top down if there was ever an accident." I couldn't help it. I laughed a little at the image of some architect seriously explaining that they'd put the fire hazards all in one place for insurance reasons. Nathan smiled. "The labs are small enough that we've been converting them into living quarters. Most people are double bunking it, but I was able to convince Mom that I should have a lab to myself until you came home, rather than having a temporary roommate. I didn't want there to be any delay when you got back." "Thank you," I said, leaning up to kiss his cheek. "Don't thank me yet. It's another bachelor apartment for you to judge me by," he cautioned, stopping in front of a violently magenta door. It was unlocked. I blinked, and he stopped with his hand still on the doorknob, explaining, "We keep all rooms unlocked when they're unoccupied to make it easier for the staff to find shelter in the event of a sleepwalker outbreak inside the facility." "That makes sense," I said. I could hear snuffling noises around the base of the door and the familiar sound of blunt claws clacking against the floor. "Are the dogs in there?" "Yes." Nathan lowered me back to my feet. "You may want to brace yourself." Grinning, I did exactly that, dropping to one knee in the hall and spreading my arms. Nathan chuckled and opened the door. There is nothing truer in this world than the love of a good dog. Beverly and Minnie surged out of the room, both wagging their tails so hard that their entire rear ends were vibrating, and commenced to the essential business of licking every exposed inch of my skin. I laughed and folded my arms around them, letting them butt their heads against my middle and buffet me with their tails. Beverly shoved her cold, wet nose into my ear. I bit back a shriek. "They missed you," said Nathan, standing back and folding his arms as he watched this edifying scene. "Beverly's been looking for you all over the building. Minnie just sulked a lot." "Who's my little diva?" I asked Minnie, rubbing her jowls. She rewarded me with a cascade of drool and more tail wagging. "Aw, that's my girl. You don't care that I'm a tapeworm, do you? You just want pettings and love and food and all that good stuff. It doesn't change anything when I tell you I'm not human. You just want me to be here with you." With wagging tails and wiggling bodies, the dogs agreed that yes, yes, I was quite right. They didn't mind anything I wanted to do, as long as I would keep on loving them and being their person. I glanced up. Nathan was frowning now, his joviality gone. "Sal, I know you don't care either." I climbed slowly back to my feet. The muscles in my calves felt like they were on the verge of giving up completely. "It's just that sometimes I feel like my life would have been a lot easier if Simbo Gen had been a veterinary medicine company." "You'd rather have been a dog?" asked Nathan. I stepped into the welcoming circle of his arms, the dogs still circling my feet with tails wagging, and said, "They aren't as complicated as people. I think I would probably have made a pretty good dog if the option had been on the table." "I think you make a pretty amazing woman," said Nathan. He embraced me briefly before letting go and tugging me into the room. "Welcome home." The dogs followed closely at my heels, making it easy for him to close the door behind us while I considered our new living space. It was obvious that this room had started life as a working lab. The room's origins were visible in the industrial shelves bolted to the walls, and the perfunctorily efficient kitchen that took up one wall completely, laid out in a straight line that would never have caught on with private homeowners. Everything else about it, however, was entirely new and had clearly been designed to be entirely ours. The room was divided roughly into thirds. Nathan's side was taken up by bookshelves and a desk that looked like it had been scavenged from the nearest IKEA. His laptop was set up and running, displaying a slideshow of pictures. Most were of the two of us, although there were a few of the dogs and some of his friends from the hospital. A picture of Davy, Minnie's original owner, flashed by. I winced. The rest of the desk was taken up by sheaves of paper and by stacks of scientific equipment that I couldn't identify or name. It all looked very important. My side of the room was mostly empty shelves, although my throat tightened a little when I saw that my few belongings had been unpacked and placed carefully wherever they seemed to best fit. There was a small pyramid of dog food cans and a basket full of squeaky toys and rawhide chews. "I'm amazed Beverly hasn't knocked that over yet," I said faintly. "Oh, she has," said Nathan. "I just keep picking it up again. She's mostly stopped making trouble for the sake of making trouble. She missed you a lot, Sal. We all did." There was a broken note in his voice that made me pause in my study of the room to twist around and look at him. He met my eyes unflinchingly. I'd never seen such a depth of pain in his dark brown eyes, not even right after Davy died. "I missed you too," I said. "But I'm home now, and we're never letting that happen again." "Good," said Nathan. I turned back to my study of the room, finally allowing myself to focus on the part that had interested me the most. In the portion of the room that was clearly intended for us to share, a garden was blooming. It wasn't food or herbs or medicinal plants. Although looking at Nathan's cunning hydroponic systems, I had to wonder if we were growing them somewhere in the building, if part of Captain Candy's had been converted into a working farm now that necessity was demanding it. But it was something better, and much more important, all contained in a raised bed with high plexiglass walls to keep the dogs from going digging. I guessed that those walls would come up to my waist, making it easy to bend and get to the plants when I needed to. Carnivorous flowers and sticky leaf stalks twined in a riotous explosion of hungry color, reaching toward the grow lights and misters that were keeping their environment at the optimal levels of heat and moisture. I gasped a little, tears forming in my eyes. "It's beautiful," I sighed. Nathan and I had really started bonding as a couple over our mutual love of carnivorous plants. They were chimera too, in a way. They grew like plants and they ate like animals. The sundews in front of me might be some of the last ones blooming in captivity. It was a sobering, heartbreaking thought. "We had to make several supply runs into San Francisco," said Nathan, putting his hand on my shoulder. "Putting together a lab this size. We're 3 times larger than the bowling alley now, so we would have been forced to move even if not for the quarantine, just because we couldn't fit in the available space anymore. Meant gathering equipment from any place we could. I made a few extracurricular stops while we were there." "You could have been killed," I said automatically, still staring at the impossible garden. "I know." Nathan took his hand off my shoulder and stepped past me, walking toward the vast wooden edifice that was our bed. I stayed where I was, unsure of what to do next, until he looked over his shoulder, smiled a little, and said, "Come over here, please." I bit my lip and nodded before walking across the room and sitting down on the edge of the mattress. The frame looked like it had been stolen from the same IKEA as the desk and had drawers built into its base, providing more storage space. Beverly leapt up in a single easy bound, curling up next to me, and dropping her head onto my knee like her skull had suddenly become the heaviest thing in the world. Minnie climbed up, using a set of steps fashioned from an old milk crate. She stretched out at my back, providing a warm, furry bolster. "I thought you were dead," said Nathan, without any more prevarication or pausing. "We lost you in that parking lot, and we knew that USAMRID had you. Mom has some contacts in the military, not enough to break the quarantine, and don't think that they wouldn't betray her in a second if they thought they could take her. And she contacted them within the hour, saying that one of her lab technicians had been taken. They got back to her a week later, reporting that someone of your description had been there, but had been abducted by a person or persons unknown. Then they started asking her some fairly pointed questions, since whoever took you had killed a bunch of their men in the process." "That was Ronnie," I said. "He's one of Sherman's chimera. He has impulse control problems." Nathan blinked slowly. "Impulse control problems don't usually come with a body count. From Ronnie, they do. He's frustrated and angry, and I don't think he likes humans very much. We'd never really talked about it. I hadn't wanted to upset him, not when I was trying so hard to get him to like me." Seeing Nathan's frown deepen, I added, "What he did was wrong, but he's the one who got me out of Sherman's compound thingy, so I'm not really inclined to throw stones, you know. I owe him." To my great relief, Nathan nodded. "I owe him too. He gave you back to me. But at the time, the news that you'd been kidnapped by people who didn't care who they hurt, it was terrifying, Sal. We all knew that you were dead or dissected or worse. I kept Mom looking for you. I couldn't stop. Stopping would have meant admitting defeat, and if that happened—" He took a deep, shaky breath. "I thought about killing myself. I decided not to, simply because I knew that I had work to do, and I knew that my death would do nothing to clear my family name. But I didn't have anything left to live for." I bit my lip again. The world had ended while I'd been sitting in my nicely gilded cage. There was just one factor unaccounted for. "Your father?" I asked. Nathan shook his head. "He stopped answering calls shortly after the primary outbreak started. He lived in Orange County, in a very densely populated area, and all the CDC and USAMRID maps we've been able to purloin have shown high sleepwalker activity in that area. If he's alive, it's a miracle, and I'm not holding out much hope for miracles just now. I'm so sorry. The words weren't enough. Words never were. They were all I had to offer him. He was a good man and he had a good life. I think he'd be happy to know I found Mom again and that we're at least trying to be a family. I know he'd be happy to hear that I found you again, that we somehow went through this horrible thing and wound up in the same place. Nathan reached out and cupped my cheek with one hand. He liked you a lot, you know. He used to ask me when you'd be his daughter. I already said I'd marry you, I said, blinking back tears. Fishy's ordained, said Nathan. I think it would be a Jedi wedding. I couldn't help myself. I broke out in giggles at the very idea. Nathan smiled. This is where we live now. This is where we're going to find a way to save the world. Do you need anything? Sleep, I admitted. Ronnie knocked me out before he moved me to the house where you found me, but that wasn't real sleep, and I had. The teenage sleepwalker, all life gone from her eyes, reaching for me out of the pure, desperate need to survive. I had a hard day. I just want to sleep. Okay. Nathan leaned forward and kissed my forehead before he started shrugging out of his lab coat. I could use a nap. I didn't say it, but I was grateful that he was staying with me. Good as it was to see my dogs again, I didn't want to be alone. It didn't take me long to be ready for bed. All I had to do was squirm out of my bloody clothes, which Nathan whisked away and dropped into a sealed, dog-proof hamper. It took him a little longer, since he was somewhat more properly dressed. When we were both naked, we stopped and just looked at each other, me tracing the new starkness of his ribs and pallor of his arms and chest, where his slight tan had faded back to his natural light brown skin tone, him studying the bruises on my arms, legs, and side, all the snipped-off bits of skin, and the tracks left behind by Sherman's needles. I was white as a ghost after a month without seeing the sun, and when he came to me, I felt like paper pressed against stone, devoid of anything but emptiness. Nathan curled himself around me, and the dogs fitted themselves into the spaces we created with our bodies, and everything was finally right with the world. October 2027, Tansy. Still here, I'm still here, I'm still me, I'm still here. But only barely, I think. Every day I'm a little less me, a little less here, a little less Tansy. Pieces of me are going. He's stealing pieces of me, one by one, and all he's giving me in exchange is pain. So much pain. Pain like it's air, pain that is breathing, so breathing stops seeming like a good idea. I try to stop, I've tried over and over again to stop, to let go, to empty my lungs like flat paper boxes on a hill. And why do I think of that over and over? What is the hill? What does it mean? Why do I want to go there? What do those boxes do? I can't remember anymore. So I try to stop breathing. Over and over again I try. And every time I think I might succeed, his machines grab me and bring me back again, returning me to the place where everything is pain. It's been long enough that I'm not sure the world has ever not been made of pain. Maybe that's a thing I made up, like all the other things that I made up. Like running and jumping and firing a gun, pow, pow, bang, bang, and being free and being happy and being home. Like Adam and Sal and Sherman. How could there be other people like me when I'm not even possible? Dee said that to me more than once. You shouldn't be possible. And sometimes he said it like it was something remarkable, something to be celebrated. And other times he said it like he was angry with me, like I had broken a rule by not being something that was supposed to exist. It didn't seem to matter how he said it. It always came with pain, and so I'd stopped really listening to his tone and started listening for the silences between his words. If I could just fill my ears with silence, maybe everything else would go away. I didn't know how long I'd been where I was. I didn't know anything anymore. All I knew was that I hurt. I hurt so bad. There was a click as the door on the other side of the room swung open. I whimpered. I couldn't help myself. I hurt so much, and I didn't want him to hurt me again. I just wanted him to go away so I could practice not breathing. Maybe this time I would do it right. Maybe this time the machines wouldn't realize what I was doing and they'd let me go. Maybe. Heavy footsteps approached me, every vibration sending shockwaves through the floor and into my raw, exposed nerves. I was glad I couldn't see him approaching. I'd never considered that blindness could be a blessing. "How's my girl today?" He always started the same way. Even now that I couldn't answer him, not even if I wanted to, he still talked to me like I was going to respond. Just one more thing I didn't understand. "I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, darling. Do you remember when I told you that I was going to learn everything I could from you before I let you go? That was the day we talked about dying. Do you remember?" I didn't remember. I didn't remember anything but pain. But I couldn't tell him that without a tongue, with my mouth wired shut to keep me from biting at myself when the drugs wore off, and so I didn't say anything at all. "Of course you do." A hand touched me lightly on my throat, on one of the few intact patches of skin that I had left. "Well, my dear, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but that day has come." I had thought that I was past feeling anything but pain. I was wrong. I could still feel relief. It was ending. It was ending. It was The bitch is gone. Ronnie decided to let the little idiot out of her cage after one sob story too many about how much she missed her family and how horrible it was for me to keep her here. I would be angrier about it, but honestly, I find myself somewhat relieved. I thought she would be my perfect mate, the one person in this world who could match me body and mind. I did everything I could to guarantee that she grew up mentally and morally elastic, capable of understanding the necessity of the things we do and the choices we make. Alas, what I got was a frightened little girl too attached to the idea of her own non-existent humanity to understand what I was